Chapter 140. How could he, a peak martial grand master, barge in? He was trapped in the 7th formation and was eventually rescued by his father. Xiao Chen's interest was completely piqued. He quickly asked, "Then what happened after that?" The boss was somewhat confused about what happened after that. He said, "I only heard about what happened after that. Lung Tianyue seemed to have done something wrong. His father wanted to lock him up. In the end, he crippled his own cultivation and took the initiative to lock himself up in Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Saber Prison." When he heard this news, Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not know why Lung Tianyue locked him up in Saber Prison, it was good enough that he did not have to meet him. Holding the Lunar Shadow Saber, Xiao Chun headed straight for Saber City. After a while, he arrived at the city gates and started to pay the entrance tax. The method of paying the entrance tax here made Xiao Chun feel astonished. The amount of the tax was actually determined by the weight of the saber the cultivator was carrying. No matter how many sabers you had, no matter what grade they were, how heavy they were, you would have to pay the tax. The saber itself weighs 85 kilograms. The scabbard weighs 70 kilograms. In total, it weighs 155 kilograms. Little brother, you have to pay 1155 silver taels as entrance tax. The two cultivators guarding the gates removed Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber from the scale. They smiled as they spoke to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chun sweated profusely in his heart. This was extraordinarily expensive. When he saw a brother carrying 7 sabers on his back, he felt even more depressed. He had to pay 10,000 silver taels. However, Xiao Chen still had to pay up. He had no other choice. After he paid up, he left. After paying, the guards asked Xiao Chun a few questions and recorded his place of birth, name, and age. After that, they handed a form to Xiao Chun and said, "Go to the side and make an identity token. In the future, you will not have to pay the entrance tax when entering Saber City with this identity token." Xiao Chun smiled gently. "Fortunately, I don't have to pay every time. Otherwise, I would have to deduct all of my assets." The processing of the identity card was relatively simple. After handing in the form and waiting for half an hour, the other party delivered a wooden card. The front side of the card was engraved with Xiao Chen's information, and the back side was engraved with a long saber and a mountain peak. After tying the wooden token to his waist, Xiao Chun finally entered the famous Saber City. The streets of the city were densely packed with cultivators carrying sabers. An arena could be seen every few hundred meters, and every arena was crowded with people. It was very lively. The martial heaven continent's love for martial arts had reached its pinnacle. Aside from being filled with bladesmen and having many arenas, Saber City was not much different from other cities. Xiao Chun inquired about the location of the city lord's mansion and quickly walked towards it. The city lord of Saber City was appointed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He managed the entire outer sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The position of the city lord in the sect was second only to those peak masters. He also had a seat in the elders' assembly. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Chun handed the recommendation letter that Feng Feishui gave him to the guard. The red recommendation letter had the Feng clan seal and emblem on it, as well as Feng Feishui's signature. The guard's eyes were pretty good. He was able to tell the authenticity of the recommendation letter very quickly. He told Xiao Chun to wait for a while he went to report the matter. Not long after, that person quickly ran over. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, the city lord is currently meeting with an important guest. You might have to wait for a while. Come with me to the side hall to rest first." The attitude of the city lord's mansion was very humble. Xiao Chun did not feel that he was an important person. He smiled faintly and followed the person into the city lord's mansion with a relaxed expression. After passing through a few courtyards and gardens, Xiao Chun was brought to the side hall. The guard immediately took his leave, leaving Xiao Chun there alone. Xiao Chun waited for a long time. In the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, Saber City's city lord, Gu Yunbin, sat on a wooden chair. Separated by a tea table was an old man. He looked at Xiao Chen's recommendation letter with an unhappy expression. Behind the two of them stood a youth about 16 or 17 years old. He carried a saber on his back and had a gloomy expression on his face. Occasionally, there would be a trace of hostility in his eyes. The old man placed the recommendation letter on the table and faced Gu Yunbin. He said in a deep voice, "Old Gu, we already agreed on this a week ago. Why did you change your mind at the last minute?" Gu Yunbin smiled faintly. "Old Zhang, don't make things difficult for me. Why don't you take a look at who gave me the recommendation letter? There is Miss Feng's signature on it. I can't not give Miss Feng face. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Feng clan have worked together for hundreds of years. They are the ones who provide the materials for the spirit weapons and battle armor in and out of the city. The most important thing is that they are the ones who handle the spirit stones produced by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Feng clan has the authority to recommend people. It was not me who said it, it was the previous pavilion master who said it. Furthermore, this old man also owes Miss Feng a favor. This time I can return it to her." When old Zhang heard this, he took out a jade bottle with a flip of his palm. He gently opened the bottle cap and a dense medicinal fragrance instantly spread out. When one smelled it, they felt refreshed and refreshed. Gu Yunbin's expression changed slightly. He asked, "Old Zhang, is this the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill?" Old Zhang revealed a proud expression and said indifferently, "That's right. It is the rank 7 Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. After consuming it, it can extend one's lifespan by 20 years. Originally, I intended to give it to old Gu after the matter was over." Gu Yunbin smiled bitterly and said, "Old Zhang, why do you have to do this? With your grandson's talent, as long as he stays in the outer sect for half a year, he will definitely have the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Furthermore, this old man will definitely take care of him. There will be no lack of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and martial techniques." Old Zhang looked at the youth beside him and said, "There is no need to say much about Year's talent. However, half a year is too long. He has already wasted 16 years. I do not wish for him to waste any more time." Gu Yunbin got up and started pacing around the hall. He had a conflicted expression on his face. After a while, he finally made up his mind. He said, "I will think of a way. First, I will set up a mission to test this person. If this person does not have any ability, then forget it. If he cannot pass, I will arrange for him to enter the outer sect first. The spot in Tianyue Peak will be reserved for your son. Wait here for a while." After Gu Yunbin spoke, he headed to the side hall. After Gu Yunbin left, old Zhang immediately got up and went to the door. He called an old man over and explained the situation to him. Finally, he instructed, "I do not wish for anything unexpected to happen. Whether Zhang Yi can enter the inner sect of Heavenly Saber Pavilion will affect the position of our Zhang clan in Yunyang City for the next few hundred years. When that person comes out later, keep an eye on him. If he does not complete it, then it is fine. However, if he does, you should know what to do, right?" This old man was a medial grade martial saint. After he heard it, he said indifferently, "Clan head, please rest assured. There will not be any problems with such a small matter." In the side hall, just as Xiao Chen's patience ran out, there was the sound of footsteps. The door to the side hall opened and an old man over 70 years old walked in with great strides. As he walked, he gave off an imposing aura. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense and was actually unable to sense the strength of this person. It was like his spiritual sense had sunk into the vast ocean. It was unfathomable. He could not help but feel astonished. When Gu Yunbin saw Xiao Chen, he smiled gently and said, my apologies. I have something to do and have made little brother wait. Please don't take offense." As he spoke, he sized up Xiao Chun. When his gaze landed on Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chun felt like he had been completely seen through. He could no longer keep any secrets. However, Xiao Chun did not panic. He had just seen a fake sage. This situation was nothing compared to what he had seen earlier. Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. He said respectfully, "Greetings, senior. As a junior, there is no harm in waiting." Gu Yunbin nodded to himself. Although Xiao Chun was only a superior grade martial master, he was able to remain calm and courteous under Gu Yunbin's aura. This was quite rare. Gu Yunbin gestured for Xiao Chun to sit down. He smiled and said, "This old man is Gu Yunbin. If you do not mind, you can call me Old Gu. I have not asked for little brother's name yet." Yichen, Yi as in leaves, Chun as in birth. Yi Chun was Xiao Chen's current alias. The name Xiao Chun was currently wanted by the Yan clan, even in Shihe province. It was not good to use it directly. Gu Yunbin said politely again, "Yi Chun, I have seen Miss Feng's recommendation letter. Her words speak highly of you. I will definitely give Miss Feng face. However, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is the backbone of the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Cannot be mixed in. I will have to test your strength in the end." Xiao Chen thought very quickly. He muttered, "Old Gu, if you have something to say, just say it." Yi Chun is not a pretentious person. When Gu Yunbin heard this, he was stunned. He smiled and said, "It has been a long time since a junior dared to speak to me like this. In that case, I will say it directly. I have a mission for you. If you can pass it, I will give you a chance to enter the inner sect. If you cannot, then go to the outer sect and temper yourself first. How about that?" Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. He had missed the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Originally, he had intended to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion through the outer sect. It was only because of Feng Feishua's recommendation letter that he had this opportunity. Even if he could not pass it, there was no loss. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen agreed to Gu Yunbin's request under his somewhat surprised gaze. He did not try to bargain at all. Gu Yunbin smiled and said, "I am gratified that you have such a mentality. However, I hope you do not get careless. The difficulty of the mission I am giving you is the same as the outer sect's end-of-year exam. The backdoor I opened for you will only save you half a year. Kill a rank 5 spirit beast at will in the evil wind valley outside the city. In order to prevent cheating, bring the spirit beast's corpse back. I will check it personally." After Gu Yunbin spoke, he handed Xiao Chun some information about the evil wind valley. Xiao Chun received it and did not look at it on the spot. He immediately took his leave and left the city lord's residence. After Xiao Chun found an independent courtyard in Saber City, he started to look through the information that Gu Yunbin handed him carefully. Evil Wind Valley was located to the west of Saber City. The cold chi there was extremely heavy. Most of the spirit beasts there were ice attributed. It was a place where the outer sect disciples would temper themselves. A rank 5 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial saint. Aside from their intelligence and agility being slightly lower than humans, their pure strength could only be higher. After Xiao Chun took a look, he tossed the information onto the table. There was very little information. It was not very helpful. Chapter 141. With Xiao Chen's strength as a superior grade martial master, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. His chances of success were close to 0. Is the threshold of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner sect really that high? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had some doubts in his heart. If he were to carry out such a mission, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as having a 90% chance of survival. Xiao Chun sighed and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. With a huang-dang sound, he slowly drew the saber. A cold light flashed on the pitch-black blade. The sharp blade could slice through hair. Xiao Chun gently stroked the blade of the saber. A pretty figure appeared in his mind. He thought of everything that that person had done for him. His gaze slowly turned resolute as he muttered, "No matter the reason you sealed yourself, I will do my best to wake you up. I will not make you cry again in this lifetime. Even if I have to give up my life, I will not hesitate. This is a promise." From the moment he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and obtained the inheritance of the Thunder King, he had to keep this promise for life. Ka-ca. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber once again. He took out the Dragon Seizing Hands manual that he obtained from Yen Shenyun's body from the Universe Ring and started reading it. This was an Earth-ranked martial technique that required an inherited martial spirit to learn. It was similar to Xiao Chen's Dragon Subduing Slash. However, Xiao Chen had the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. An inherited martial spirit would not be a hindrance to him. In a situation where a heaven-ranked martial technique did not appear, an earth-ranked martial technique was definitely the strongest martial technique in the world. Furthermore, an inherited earth-ranked martial technique from a noble clan with an innate bloodline would be even stronger. This dragon seizing hands was much stronger than the ancient martial technique that Xiao Chun obtained in the ancient remnant. Xiao Chun looked at it carefully for half a night and comprehended something in his heart. Pu Si. Xiao Chun suddenly made his move. He circulated the changing character formula and the dragon seizing hands at the same time. Xiao Chun shouted and smashed his right hand forward. A giant black hand appeared, and with a bang, the stone table in the courtyard was smashed into pieces. The stone fragments danced wildly in the air and shot out. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and revealed a faint smile on his face. Using the battle sage origin to evolve it was indeed more efficient and easier to succeed. In the courtyard, Xiao Chun started to experiment continuously. Aside from the dragon seizing hand, there was also Ji Chongkong's astral sword technique, Hua Yunfei's bloody massacre sword technique, and Duamuking's inherited martial technique. They were all modified using the changing character formula. In the end, he discovered that although he could execute these martial techniques after trying them a few times, they exhausted too much essence. He could not easily execute them. Only this dragon seizing hand, with a martial technique in hand and a clear understanding of its circulation path, would require less essence to execute. Such a martial technique had value in actual combat. After his essence was exhausted, Xiao Chun did not enter a state of cultivation to absorb spiritual energy. Instead, he took out an inferior-grade spirit stone and absorbed it completely. His essence instantly returned to its peak state. After Xiao Chun completely absorbed the energy in the spirit stone, the pool of clear water in his dantian grew noticeably larger. This was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "No wonder everyone likes spirit stones. This thing is very useful to cultivators. Furthermore, it does not have any side effects. In the future, I have to absorb one every day. I can't just leave it lying around." Only a person like Xiao Chun, who wanted to gain something without risking anything, would say such words without feeling any heartache. Even the disciples of noble clans would not dare to be so extravagant. After Xiao Chun recovered his spiritual energy, he continued practicing the dragon seizing hand. His spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Xiao Chun directly used the spirit stone to recover his essence, not wasting any time at all. After a while, when Xiao Chun had used the dragon seizing hand a few hundred times, he discovered some small tricks that he did not know about in other martial techniques. When the huge hand attacked the enemy, he could make the huge hand move accordingly. This way, its might would be even stronger. After discovering this trick, Xiao Chun was incomparably excited. He practiced from sunrise until the sky turned dark. Xiao Chun could use the dragon seizing hand skillfully. He made a clenched fist motion, retracting and releasing it effortlessly. Aside from the changing character formula, the main reason why Xiao Chun was able to reach such a level in one day was because of the pile of spirit stones on the ground that no longer had any luster. The spirit stones that Yan Chenyun originally needed to use for half a year were used up by Xiao Chun in one day. It was unknown what expression Yan Chenyun would have if he knew about this. As the sun rose in the east, Xiao Chun woke up from his deep sleep. After washing up, Xiao Chun took out the horn of the infant golden lion that he had obtained in Savage Forest and started carving it. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless when challenging a martial saint spirit beast. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to carve the Golden Lion King sculpture. Without Yu Ying's dragon chi, the might of Princess Ying Yu's sculpture would be much lower. On the other hand, if Xiao Chun used the Golden Lion horn to carve the Golden Lion King, it would be much easier to control. This time, he was not as rushed as the previous time. He could only carve as he walked. Xiao Chun was very meticulous in his carving. The fine hairs on the surface of the sculpture could be seen clearly. After a while, a lifelike Golden Lion King sculpture was completed. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then, he took out an ink bottle and poured the blood of the golden holy beast into it. Then, he gently sliced his palm, allowing the essence blood in his body to merge with it. Xiao Chun wanted to carve a new talisman. Under the situation where his cultivation realm had not increased, he could only increase the quality of the materials in order to increase the might of the talisman. The Golden Lion King contained the bloodline of an ancient golden holy beast. It was much stronger than the blood of a regular spirit beast. If he used it to carve a new talisman, its might would definitely increase by half. After the essence blood and the golden holy beast's blood were completely merged together, Xiao Chun took out a brush and paper. He focused all his attention and started to carve stroke by stroke. A faint golden light spread out from the tip of the brush. Xiao Chun drew very slowly, but he did not pause at all. As he moved up and down, it was very natural. The connection was perfect. In the end, he completed it in one breath. He successfully inscribed a rank 3 lightning-attributed talisman. After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chun took a deep breath. Carving talismans was the most tiring thing. When one was highly focused, one could not afford to be careless. If one was not steady, the talisman would immediately go to waste. Furthermore, this would exhaust a lot of essence. Xiao Chun rested for a while before continuing to carve. He continued to carve more than 20 talismans in a row. His luck was not good for the last few. Most of them failed. His success rate was only 50%. After the essence in his body was completely exhausted, Xiao Chun took out an inferior grade spirit stone. After a while, essence immediately filled his entire body. The clear spring in his dantian swelled up again. He was now a peak superior grade martial master. As long as Xiao Chun was willing, he could become a martial grand master at any time. This was the wondrous use of spirit stones. After everything was prepared, Xiao Chun quickly walked out of the city. He removed the wooden token from his waist and showed it to the guards at the city gates. There were no obstructions as he left the city. Evil Wind Valley was a very suitable place for outer disciples to train. There were many outer disciples forming groups at the western city gates. A few of them even invited Xiao Chun to go with them. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and rejected them. His mission could only be completed by himself. If there were other injuries on the spirit beast's corpse, he would fail the mission. There were many people going to Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chun casually chose a group and followed behind. He did not have to worry about losing his way. Everyone moved very quickly. They arrived outside of Evil Wind Valley in an hour. What made Xiao Chun somewhat surprised was that the outside of Evil Wind Valley was different from what he had imagined. The outside was like a marketplace. There were stalls set up everywhere. The stalls were very simple. There was a layer of ragged cloth on the ground. All sorts of herbs, spirit beast spirit cores, and flesh were displayed on the cloth. These people were all wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. Occasionally, there would be peddlers coming over to haggle. The scene was very bustling and noisy, selling the most complete map of Evil Wind Valley. The locations of all sorts of spirit beasts and herbs are marked. The lowest price here, definitely the lowest price here. A loud shout attracted Xiao Chen's attention. A map of Evil Wind Valley. Coincidentally, this was something he urgently needed. Xiao Chun walked over unhurriedly. He did not reveal any signs of impatience. This was a small trick when buying things. One must not let the other party see through one's true intentions. The stall owner was a young man wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer disciples. When he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly greeted him warmly. Xiao Chun took the map from him and looked at it carefully. After a while, he asked, "Why is there no mark on this map of the location of a rank 5 spirit beast?" The young stall owner smiled and said, "You should be new here. There are no fixed locations for rank 5 spirit beasts in Evil Wind Valley. Furthermore, no outer disciple would dare to provoke a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just seeking death? The outer disciples would not provoke a rank 5 spirit beast. Why was it different from what Gu Yunbin said?" Xiao Chun put down the map and asked, "Didn't you say that the end-of-year exam for outer disciples is to kill a rank 5 spirit beast?" The stall owner revealed an astonished expression. "How can that be? The end-of-year exam is normally based on the number of rank 4 spirit beasts you kill. Once you reach a certain standard, you will pass. This number changes every year, depending on the spirit beast. However, no matter how much it changes, I have never heard of any end-of-year exam requiring you to kill a rank 5 spirit beast. Isn't that just sending yourself to death? Even if it is an inner disciple, if they meet a rank 5 spirit beast, the sect instructs them to stay as far away as possible. Old bastard, you actually dared to lie to me. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. He had not expected that this Gu Yunbin, who looked like a senior expert, would actually come up with such a vicious plan, trying to kill him. Brother, I think you might have been tricked by someone. The strength of a rank 5 spirit beast is comparable to a martial saint. How could we be a match for it? I advise you not to act rashly, that person said out of goodwill. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, I was just speaking casually. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I am called Yi Chen. May I know your name? Lu Chun, an outer disciple of Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chun looked around at the other stall owners who were also outer disciples. He asked, Brother Lu Chun, why are there so many people setting up stalls outside of Evil Wind Valley? Why are they doing business instead of cultivating? Chapter 142. Lu Chun smiled bitterly and said, The treatment an outer disciple receives is only 1 spirit stone and 1,000 silver taels. It is not enough for cultivation. Furthermore, the competition is too intense. Everyone wants to enter the inner sect. Without enough money, it is impossible to maintain the status quo. Xiao Chun was deep in thought. This was probably the tragedy of a loose cultivator. If he had not been fortunate enough to rob a few noble clan disciples of their belongings, he might have to set up a stall like these people. Suddenly, Lu Chun said, Brother Yi, actually, if you really want to find a rank 5 spirit beast, there are a few places on this map that you can definitely find. What places? Xiao Chen's interest was piqued. He still had to kill this rank 5 spirit beast. After all, he had made so many preparations. He could not return empty-handed. Lu Chun pointed to a spot on the map that was marked with a rank 5 herb. This is where the rank 5 herb, Yubing grass, is located. If you continue forward, you will find the rank 6 herb, ice crystal flower. There will definitely be rank 5 spirit beasts guarding this rank 6 herb. There are also here and here. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but smile. The highest ranked herb on this map was only rank 5. It looked like this Lu Chun was hiding something. Excuse me for being nosy. I wonder why Brother Xiao Chun wants to know about rank 5 spirit beasts? Lu Chun could clearly feel that Xiao Chun was only a superior grade martial master. If he met a rank 5 spirit beast, he would not have any chance of surviving. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Nothing much. I was just asking casually. How much is the map? I'll buy it. Seeing that Xiao Chun was unwilling to speak, Lu Chun tactfully did not continue asking. The map is very cheap, 200 silver taels. 200 silver taels for a map, and you call it not expensive? You must be treating me like a fool. With such a small amount of money, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to bargain. After he ransacked the Jiang clan's treasury, aside from the 20 million gold taels he spent on the Flying Snow Manor, there was still another 10 million gold taels and all sorts of spirit weapons and medicinal pills left in Xiao Chen's hands. Lu Chun took out a banknote worth 1,000 silver taels from the universe ring and took the map. When he saw the spatial ring on Xiao Chen's hand, an undetectable look of greed flashed in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. The smile on his face did not change as he returned the remaining money to Xiao Chun. He said enthusiastically, I wish Brother Xiao Chun a good harvest. Let's continue working together in the future. When Xiao Chun was far away, he looked at Xiao Chen's back and did not hide the greed in his eyes. He quickly put away his stall and smiled at the people who came to take a look. Everyone, I'm sorry. I will not be doing business today. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu Chun quickly left. He ran to the outskirts of Evil Wind Valley, to a desolate forest. In the forest, there were a few youths wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. There was a corpse lying in front of them. Boss, this fellow is a pauper. He only has 2,000 silver taels on him. Furthermore, it is broken silver. The medicinal pills he has are all trash rank 2 medicinal pills. Someone cursed. The person leading the group was called Zhang Tuesday. He was an inferior grade martial grand master. He had an unfriendly expression on his face as he said in a sullen voice, "There are still a few more months to the end of the year. If I do not advance to medial grade martial grand master, I will not be able to enter the inner sect." These people were all Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect disciples. They were loose cultivators. For the sake of cultivation resources, they would frequently ambush lone cultivators in Evil Wind Valley. Sometimes they would even attack their own sect members. When Zhang Tu saw Lu Chun running over in a panic, he said unhappily, "What are you doing? Running for your life? Why are you running so fast?" Lu Chun panicked and quickly told Zhang Tu what he had seen earlier. Zhang Tu revealed an expression of deep thought. He said, "Are you sure he is alone? There is a spatial ring on his hand. He should be the young master of a large clan. How can he be alone?" Lu Chun nodded and said, "I am absolutely sure. Furthermore, this person seems to be new. He does not know anything and asked a lot of strange questions. His cultivation seems to be only peak superior grade martial grandmaster. To be able to spend 1,000 silver taels on a whim, this person is definitely not poor. Furthermore, he does not care about the price of his items. He is definitely a spendthrift from a young age. Boss, let's do it," someone at the side said with a gleam in his eyes when he heard Lu Chen's words. "Indeed, he is a superior grade martial grandmaster. Boss, you can deal with him alone. Furthermore, the few of us are at least medial grade martial grandmasters. There will not be any problems. Indeed, it is not like boss has not done it before. This person might even have spirit stones on him. Boss, you still have to continue." Zhang Tu revealed an uncertain expression. His rationality told him that something was wrong. A superior grade martial grandmaster going to inquire about a rank 5 spirit beast was definitely not simple. However, the greed in his heart was like a flood, slowly breaking his rationality. When he heard the words spirit stones, the greed in Zhang Tu's heart overcame his rationality. He consoled himself by saying, "No matter what, he is only a superior grade martial grandmaster." After he made up his mind, he said, "Lu Chun, you should have left some medicinal powder on that person, right?" Lu Chun chuckled. "That is for sure. I have already smeared some medicinal powder on the map. I can find that person at any time." When one was outside, the human heart was unfathomable. One should not expose one's wealth. This was a very simple principle, especially in the Tianwu continent. The battles between humans were much more bloody than those between animals. One had to pay even more attention to it. It was not that Xiao Chun did not understand this principle. Unfortunately, he did not have much experience and accidentally exposed himself. He thought that it was not important. However, in this evil wind valley, the human heart was sinister. How could he judge others by his own standards? Evil Wind Valley was surrounded by tall mountains. It was not appropriate to call it a valley, as it was simply too big. Not only was there a forest in the valley, there was also a river flowing around it. There were strange rocks everywhere. It was vast and boundless. There were many cultivators coming and going in the valley. After they crossed a river, Xiao Chun entered the dense forest in front. The forest was very big. The crowd immediately dispersed. As Xiao Chun continued to walk forward, he saw very few people. Pooh! Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade with a joyful cry. Aside from being in the house, Xiao Chun had not let it out for the past few days. The main reason was that it was too eye-catching. Its snow-white fur was not tainted by any impurities. It also had a pair of watery eyes filled with spirituality. With one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Within the forest, Bai was very excited. The moment it landed on the ground, it immediately ran far away. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored it. With its speed, no spirit beast would be able to catch it. However, Xiao Chun still warned it not to run too far. It was not because it was afraid of those ferocious spirit beasts, but because he was afraid of being seen by other cultivators and attracting unnecessary trouble. Xiao Chun took out the map and looked at it carefully. In the end, he decided to go to the ice crystal flowers to take a look, one by one. Regardless of what Gu Binyun was thinking, he had already made so many preparations. He had to give it a try. If Gu Binyun were to play tricks on him, he would fall out with him. Within Evil Wind Valley, Zhang Tu's group was following the route that Xiao Chen took. They followed behind him unhurriedly. Occasionally, Lu Chun would sniff the air. Lu Chen's martial spirit was an ordinary dog. It was not very useful in battle, but it was very strong when it came to tracking people. This was not the first time they had used such a method. They all had relaxed expressions and did not seem to mind. "Boss, he might be going to the ice crystal flowers," Lu Chun said after sniffing the air for a while. Zhang Tu frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. He muttered, "Could it be that he is really going to find a rank 5 spirit beast? He is just a superior grade martial master. Where does he get his confidence from?" Lu Chun, who was at the side, heard Zhang Tu's muttering. He said, "He might have some kind of secret treasure. This time he might have really caught a big fish." When Zhang Tu heard this, he went into deep thought. After a while, he said solemnly, "This should be the only reason. This brat is definitely not an ordinary superior grade martial master. We cannot follow our usual plan. Fourth brother, how many more times can you use that thing of yours?" Zhang Tu turned around and said to a skinny cultivator. That skinny cultivator took out a very ordinary piece of metal. He said in astonishment, 2 or 3 times should not be a problem. However, is there a need to use this thing to deal with a superior grade martial master? Zhang Tu took the piece of metal and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He said, "This brat is definitely not an ordinary person. You will not go wrong listening to me. I will personally make a move later. We will take a shortcut and set up an ambush. We will try to deal with him in one move and not cause any other problems." Although this map was very expensive, the locations of the spirit beasts marked on it were very accurate. Xiao Chun followed the directions on the map and successfully avoided some of the spirit beasts that lived in groups. Along the way, he only met a few wandering spirit beasts and dealt with them easily. Xiao Chun dealt with another rank 3 spirit beast blocking his way. Following the principle that even the smallest mosquito was meat, Xiao Chun extracted its spirit core and placed it in his universe ring. After everything that had happened the previous night, Xiao Chun took out the map again and looked at it carefully. At this moment, Bai came out of nowhere and leaped gently onto Xiao Chen's shoulder. When it saw the map in Xiao Chen's hand, it went over to take a look out of curiosity. "Pussy." Before it got close, it sneezed. A layer of powder started to spread out from the map. Xiao Chen frowned and held his breath. He quickly threw the map in his hand to the ground. Xiao Chun took out a piece of white paper from the universe ring and collected all the dust particles one by one. The green spirit core in Xiao Chen's mind extended out along with his spiritual sense. It carefully analyzed the composition of the powder on the white paper. This green dot was a spirit core that only alchemists had. Xiao Chen had not used it for a long time already. At this moment it came in handy. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun casually tossed the white paper away. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was just some powder with a special smell. Fortunately, it was not poison. If it was, he would have fallen for it already. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He picked up the map again and said indifferently, "The human heart is something that no one can understand." He extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings. As he walked, everything within 800 meters appeared in his mind. Everything appeared in his mind. A flower, a tree, and some martial artists who were fighting with the spirit beasts. None of them could escape. After a while, Xiao Chun sensed something on the path to the ice crystal flower's birth. 6 figures were hiding in the surrounding trees with a clear purpose. Lu Chen's figure was among them. Chapter 143. When the 6 people on the tree saw Xiao Chun approaching, they all became cautious. They held their breaths and became extremely quiet. Zhang Tu held the mysterious piece of metal in his hand. His palm was actually sweating. He could not help but curse in his heart. It is just a superior grade martial master. There is no need to be so nervous. His expression slowly eased up. As he watched Xiao Chun get closer, he could not help but slowly count down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, go! When he counted to 10, he tossed the piece of metal in his hand forward. The piece of metal immediately expanded with the wind. After a while, it was the size of a small mountain. Pressed down on Xiao Chen's head. There was a loud rumbling sound as the piece of metal landed on the ground. The ground started to tremble, and some of the surrounding trees were toppled. Not good, Zhang Tu exclaimed. In the instant the piece of metal was about to be thrown, there was a flash of lightning. Xiao Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Ah! There was a loud, miserable cry. In the quiet forest, it was very horrifying. Lu Chen's body was chopped in half, and he fell from the tree. Xiao Chan stood on the tree branch and looked at the piece of metal on the ground. He was startled. Fortunately, he had sensed Lu Chen's killing intent in advance. Otherwise, if he was caught off guard, Xiao Chun would definitely fall for it. With such a big thing pressing down, even a martial saint would not feel good. Zhang Tu quickly landed on the ground and put away the piece of metal. He wanted to take it out again. However, Xiao Chun did not want to give him the chance. He leaped into the air and flew down from the tree. He turned into a blue dragon and roared angrily. A cold light flickered and a saber light appeared. Xiao Chen's figure landed in front of Zhang Tu's day. He did not hesitate to quickly draw his saber, drawing the saber. The saber created a strong wind. However, the saber light was faster than the wind. This startled Zhang Tuesday. He quickly gave up on taking out the piece of metal and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chun saw him retreat, the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. There was a clap of thunder behind him, and the electric light passed through the ground to Xiao Chen's feet. Finally, it gathered on the lunar shadow saber. In an instant, the purple light shone brightly. Xiao Chun did not even have to release the power of the demonic core in the lunar shadow saber. The electric light was already so resplendent that it was dazzling. He took a step forward, and his saber drew a long purple arc in the air. On the arc, countless electric arcs flickered, bewitching and beautiful. Zhang Tu knew that he could not avoid this arc, so he used up all his essence qi, forming an essence qi barrier around his body. He wanted to take it head-on. However, after Xiao Chun refined the Thunder Crash Saber technique, its might was much stronger than before. The essence barrier that he hastily gathered could not block it at all. Pucci! The essence barrier on Zhang Tu's chest was sliced open, and the purple light tore through his clothes. It left a long gash on the yellow ranked battle armor he was wearing. After that, it left a scarlet wound on his chest, and blood spurted out. The horrifying electric light quickly entered his body. It swept through the meridians in his body like breaking dead leaves. The essence in his body instantly turned chaotic, and he temporarily lost control of his body. Rushing heaven chop! Xiao Chen shouted, and his body soared into the sky. The saber pierced forward without any fancy moves, and in the next moment, it was going to pierce through Zhang Tu's chest. No! Zhang Tu revealed an expression of extreme horror in his eyes as he said in despair. In that instant, he thought of many things. He thought of the excitement he felt when he first came to Saber City. He thought of the oath he made when he entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect. One day, he would become the strongest bladesman in the world. However, all this was soon buried in the merciless reality. Those people with similar talent to him relied on the resources of their clans, and their cultivations quickly surpassed his. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. His hopes of entering the inner sect became slimmer and slimmer. He did not know when it started, but he forgot his oath and fell to his current state. Suddenly, Zhang Tu was dispirited to discover that he was about to die. In this final battle, he did not even draw his saber. He only wanted to rely on unorthodox methods to deal with a superior-grade martial master. He tried hard to control his right hand, wanting to pull out the long saber at his waist, but just as he touched the hilt. However, just as he touched the saber hilt, the lunar shadow saber pierced through the wound on Xiao Chen's chest. With a bang, his body shattered into countless pieces. The saber fell to the ground with a huangdang sound. Even when he died, he did not draw it. Xiao Chun turned around and quickly grabbed the piece of metal in the air. When the remaining 4 people saw that Xiao Chun dealt with them in an instant, the strongest among them, Zhang Tu, turned pale with fright. They turned around and ran. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chun shouted loudly and a huge black palm descended from the sky. With a loud bang, it smashed the 4 of them to the ground. Xiao Chun used the dragon seizing hand again. He did not move from his original position and controlled the huge black palm to form a fist with his right hand. Boom! A cultivator who was struggling to stand up was hammered down by the huge black fist. He cried out miserably and his body was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Boom! 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 There were another 3 loud sounds. The black fist carried an overwhelming force as it smashed down continuously. The huge force landed on the ground. The ground trembled continuously. The trees on both sides were swaying left and right. They swayed non-stop. After a long time, they slowly stopped swaying. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and looked coldly at the 5 corpses on the ground. He searched the corpses clean and quickly left the place. The commotion earlier was too big. Many cultivators were attracted by it and were rushing over. Xiao Chun did not dare to stay any longer. Not long after Xiao Chun left, a heavenly saber pavilion outer disciple rushed over. He carried a thick saber on his back and there was a long scar on the right side of his face. This made his originally young face look very sinister. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he did not seem too shocked. Zhang Tu's corpse had already been smashed into many pieces. It looked very disgusting. Blood dyed the ground red. It was impossible to make out this person's identity. He searched the ground for a while and found a black metal medallion. Zhang Tu's name was written on the front, and the words Heavenly Saber Pavilion was carved on the back. Zhang Tu was actually killed by someone in Evil Wind Valley. The scarred man read it out slowly. His eyes revealed an expression of extreme shock. There was an undetectable sorrow in the depths of his eyes. Pooh! 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 A series of footsteps could be heard. Many Heavenly Saber Pavilion outer disciples heard the commotion and rushed over. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were greatly shocked. It's Lu Chen's group. This is their metal medallion. Very soon, someone found their identity medallion. They were all outer disciples. Naturally, they recognized Lu Chen's group. When they saw their miserable deaths, they felt fear in their hearts. An outer disciple wearing embroidered robes walked over to the scarred man. When he saw the name carved on the metal medallion, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "I did not expect Zhang Tu to be dead as well. I thought he had escaped. Lu Mingfei and the others, were you the one who killed them? Zhang Tu was your biggest competitor when you entered the inner sect." He looked at the scarred man with a smile that was not a smile and asked in a mocking tone. He did not care about this person at all. Zhang Tu is actually dead. Out of the 10 spots to enter the inner sect, he was one of the hot favorites. It is such a pity that he died like that. I wonder who did it. They actually killed 6 outer disciples right under the nose of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They are too courageous. They do not care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at all. It is clear that the person who did it has a higher cultivation than Zhang Tuesday. This fellow must have met a tough opponent. He has been beating up a bird for a long time and finally got pecked by a bird. When the group of outer disciples heard the man in embroidered robes say Zhang Tu's name, they all burst into an uproar. Some shook their heads and sighed. Some rejoiced in their hearts. With this, they would have one less opponent for the year-end exam. The treatment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's inner disciples was much better than that of the outer disciples. Just the spirit stones they received every month was 10 times that of the outer disciples. Furthermore, they had the opportunity to receive personal guidance from a martial king. They could also choose all sorts of high-ranked martial techniques and superior-grade medicinal pills. The mountain range was filled with spiritual energy. It was not something that Saber City could compare to. However, there were only 10 outer disciples who could enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion every year. This resulted in intense competition in the outer sect. When the many cultivators present heard the news of Zhang Tu's death, They all rejoiced in their hearts. Lu Mingfei stood up and grasped the metal medallion tightly. He looked at the youth in embroidered robes beside him and said coldly, "Yan Tianzheng, you better pray that you are not in the same group as me during the year-end exam. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you." After Lu Mingfei said this, he left with large strides. Yan Tianzheng looked at Lu Mingfei's back and mocked, "Just a commoner's disciple and he wants to fight with me for the right to enter the inner sect? Wishful thinking." On the other side, in a forest, Xiao Chun casually laid down a small, one-time use illusion formation. Then, he carefully studied the metal medallion in his hand. This metal medallion could actually grow with the wind. It instantly became the size of a small mountain. It was very similar to the growing soil that Yu the Great used to control the flood in ancient times. Could this be a secret treasure? Xiao Chun asked suspiciously as he looked at the metal medallion in his hand. However, when he extended his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun could not feel any formation patterns or Taoist rhymes on it. There was no trace of a secret treasure at all. Just as Xiao Chun was feeling puzzled, an idea flashed in his mind. He remembered that there was an extremely precious refining material in the Compendium of Cultivation. Astral iron. This was a natural treasure. According to legend, it was made from polished meteorites that came from the outer realm. After these meteorites were polished, they would have all sorts of strange effects. Some could summon boundless flames, ice, and hurricanes. Some could even create a small world. Some could even summon creatures from the outer realm. It was very strange. These star irons had been wandering in the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. During such a long period of time, they had been exposed to the impurities in the universe and all kinds of strange rays. Therefore, it was not strange for them to have some strange special effects. This was definitely a piece of astral iron, Xiao Chun said joyfully. This was because there was a clear record of it in the Compendium of Cultivation. Although it was only briefly mentioned, it did indeed exist. Although the special effects of the astral iron were different, they all had a common use. That was to repair all sorts of divine weapons and secret treasures. Even the strongest divine weapons and emperor-grade secret treasures could be completely repaired. Chapter 144. Xiao Chun took out the exquisite copper bell from the universe ring. He looked at the severely damaged patterns on it and smiled faintly. These should be able to be repaired. As for the chaotic patterns inside, I can slowly sort them out in the future. He placed the copper bell beside his hand and his spiritual sense wrapped around the astral iron. The boundless purple flame in his right eye started to spin quickly. So, the purple flame leaped out from his right eye and burned the astral iron. The astral iron was extremely hard. Regular flames would not be able to melt it. Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire, which had formed its origin, needed to be extremely hot before it could barely melt it. Time slowly went by. For hours had passed unknowingly. The astral iron in the purple flame did not show any signs of melting. Sweat covered Xiao Chen's forehead. It dripped down continuously. The horrifying temperature of the flame made his face turn red. Bang! Xiao Chun tossed out another dull spirit stone. This was already the third inferior grade spirit stone that he had tossed out. The purple thunder true fire burned for a long time, exhausting a lot of essence. Actually, with Xiao Chen's current cultivation realm, he was too anxious to melt the astral iron. The ancient immortal cultivators on Earth only had the ability to melt the astral iron after they reached the Yuanying realm. After all, it was an item from the outside world. It was not an ordinary natural treasure. It was not that easy to refine. Xiao Chen gently wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was not too anxious in his heart. With his flushed face, he looked at the astral iron in the purple flame with a resolute gaze as it continued to burn. When Xiao Chun used up the 10th inferior grade spirit stone, the astral iron finally changed. A drop of scarlet liquid slowly dripped down into the jade bottle that Xiao Chun had prepared. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A faintly discernible evil spirit rushed out from the astral iron. It let out a horrifying wail and charged at Xiao Chun. This was a mysterious, ominous spirit in the universe. Almost every piece of astral iron had one. The ominous spirit did not have a physical body. It would only devour the souls of humans. No martial technique would have any effect on it. No one knew what was going on with the formation of the evil spirit. It was just like the strange special effects of the star iron. No one could understand it with common sense. Xiao Chen understood and did not panic too much. He had already expected the ferocious spirit to appear. Just as the ferocious spirit was about to charge into Xiao Chen's mind, his eyes suddenly shot out two rays of violet light that pierced through the ferocious spirit. A black mist spread out, and the ferocious spirit continuously howled before turning into nothingness. This purple light was something that Xiao Chen would shoot out every time he broke through a major realm. He had no idea what it was for. However, Xiao Chen had a feeling that this purple light could destroy the ominous spirit that specialized in devouring souls. This was because the same scene seemed to have appeared in his life before. When Xiao Chen was planning to melt the astral iron, he had already made up his mind. He would make use of this opportunity to advance to Martial Grandmaster and use the violet light to kill the ominous spirit. Although this was not the best time to advance, he had no other choice in order to eliminate this ominous spirit. The instant the ominous spirit disappeared, the astral iron had completely melted. Xiao Chen got up and stretched himself. He was not in a rush to check on the situation after his advancement. He picked up the porcelain bottle on the ground. After the astral iron, which was the size of a small mountain, was calcined, there were only 10-odd drops of scarlet liquid left behind. Ta! Xiao Chen slowly poured the liquid onto the copper bell. When the scarlet liquid landed on the copper bell, it instantly seeped in. It looked very strange. When the 10-odd drops of scarlet liquid entered the copper bell, it released a scarlet glow. With a schwa sound, it immediately flew into the air. Lines appeared on the surface of the copper bell. It was like an invisible hand was carving. The cracks and holes on the copper bell were slowly mended. A faint righteous qi came from the copper bell. When standing beside it, it made one feel very calm. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. He leaned against the copper bell in the air and said, "It is indeed a secret treasure used by the ancient sages. I did not waste 10-odd inferior grade spirit stones in vain." Dang! The last line of lines on the copper bell was completed. A complete ancient bell appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. With a schwa sound, the copper bell became as tall as a person. A drawn-out bell chime resounded. The sound was very calm. Xiao Chen stood below the copper bell. He felt that his inferior grade martial grand master cultivation had stabilized significantly under the influence of this melodious bell chime. Xiao Chen looked up. The interior of the copper bell was pitch black. It was boundlessly deep. He could not help but feel excited. There seemed to be a small world inside. A secret treasure that can automatically materialize a small world. Could it be an incomplete king-grade secret treasure? Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the deep space. He felt suspicious. A black banner flew out from Xiao Chen's eyes. The banner carried Xiao Chen's spiritual sense and flew into that black space. Boom! The world before Xiao Chen suddenly changed. A space of nothingness appeared before him. The black banner under his feet continued to descend. Bang! After descending for an unknown period of time, the black banner stabbed into the air with a schwa sound. A piece of land immediately materialized. A small world started to spread out from the ground below the banner. A strong wind blew, dust flew everywhere, and the roars were like thunder. The scene that the small world materialized was that of an ancient battlefield. Countless humanoid creatures stood densely in the air. Some of these creatures had 3 heads and 6 arms. They held all sorts of weapons in their hands. Black chi lingered around them as they stood in the air. Some of them had wings that looked like that of a bird. They floated in the air and formed hand seals with their hands. Streams of destructive energy descended from the sky. Even further away, there were 7 figures that were hundreds of meters tall. Their heads reached the sky and their feet touched the ground. Boundless black clouds gathered above their heads, stretching out for thousands of kilometers. There was no end in sight, layer upon layer, vast and boundless. Among them, a human laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with a heroic spirit, causing one's blood to surge uncontrollably. A huge copper bell floated above his head. The sound of the bell was like a divine sound spreading out in all directions. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared and spread out into the sky. The countless humanoid creatures standing in the air instantly dispersed like they were breaking dry weeds. He stomped his feet, causing the ground to shake, the sky to tremble, and the mountains to shatter. He stretched out his hand and his 5 fingers became infinitely large. When he pressed them together, the figures in the air were crushed like ants. Xiao Chen stood where he was. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He said in astonishment, "This is the dragon's seizing hand. Is this person the Yen clan's patriarch? What a horrifying power. He broke the laws of this space with just one palm strike." Standing in this battlefield, Xiao Chun was like a passerby. The demonic soldiers shrouded in black qi passed by him, as though they did not see him. They charged at the Yen clan's patriarch. However, the Yen clan's patriarch was like an undefeatable existence. The copper bell above his head shot down strands of yellow qi, blocking all the attacks. No one could get close to him. Finally, in the distance, among the 7 huge figures, a cold voice came. The strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race, the Eastern Emperor Bell? The moment the voice sounded out, the 7 huge black figures rushed over. As they moved, the ground seemed to shrink to an inch. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the Yen clan's patriarch. The surrounding people immediately retreated. There were loud explosions and large holes appeared in space. The Eastern Emperor Bell rang out continuously. Even though the Yen clan's patriarch was fighting 1 against 7, he did not fall into a disadvantage. However, as the battle dragged on, cracks appeared on the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the end, it could not hold on any longer, and the Tao patterns shattered. With a boom, it turned into a small copper bell and fell from the sky, landing at Xiao Chen's feet. The Yen clan's patriarch vomited a mouthful of blood and laughed loudly. Then his body exploded. He had actually chosen the most decisive way to die. The instant he exploded, the ancient battlefield disappeared without a trace. In the boundless, desolate land, there was only a small, damaged copper bell left. This proved that everything that had just happened was real. Xiao Chun picked up the broken copper bell and wiped off the dust on it. He sent a strand of his divine sense into the copper bell and discovered that there was no imprint left behind by the Yen clan's patriarch. This made things much easier. Xiao Chun left his divine sense inside and turned it into an imprint. Then he slowly merged it with the Eastern Emperor Bell. After that, he controlled the black flag and broke through this space to retreat. The black flag rushed into Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's divine sense returned to his body. He looked at the Eastern Emperor Bell in the sky again. Xiao Chen already had a strange connection with it. Xiao Chun waved his hand and the huge copper bell shrunk to the size of a thumb and landed in Xiao Chen's palm. He muttered, "Eastern Emperor Bell, the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. I wonder how much of its might I can bring out now." Xiao Chun placed the copper bell back into the universe ring and walked out of this illusion formation. If someone passed by, they would find it extremely strange. Xiao Chen's body seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "Hey!" An indistinct sigh entered Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and he extended out his divine sense. Earlier, he had felt that there was a figure following him after he left the city lord's residence. However, this feeling was very vague. Now that he had advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster, his senses were more than twice as strong as before. This feeling was even stronger. Xiao Chun carefully scanned the area with his spiritual sense a few times but did not discover anyone. Xiao Chun said doubtfully, "Could it be that I overreacted? If there really was someone, my spiritual sense should have discovered them long ago." Shaking his head, Xiao Chun recollected his thoughts. He kept an eye on this as he continued forward. Just at this moment, Bai's figure ran over from afar. There were a few stalks of herbs in his mouth. He leaped over to Xiao Chun like he was presenting a treasure. Xiao Chun received it and took a look. He could not help but smile. It was a few stalks of rank 5 yubing grass. Xiao Chen originally did not intend to pick them. He did not expect Bai to help him obtain them. Chapter 145. He had already obtained the yubing grass, so the ice crystal flower should be in front. Xiao Chen carried Bai in his embrace. He was almost at the location of the ice crystal flower, so he could not let it run around blindly. After a while, Xiao Chen walked out of the dense forest. He took out the map and looked at it. According to the markings on the map, the ice crystal flower grew on a cliff in front of him. Due to the protection of the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape, a regular outer disciple would not dare to come and snatch it even though they knew there was a rank 6 herb here. The instant he walked out of the forest, the sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body once again. When he looked up, he could already vaguely make out a tall cliff. This was the border of Evil Wind Valley. Xiao Chen patted Bai's head. Under its unwilling gaze, he placed it into the spirit blood jade. He extended his spiritual sense forward, but he did not see the rank 5 spirit beast, the ice ape. Instead, he saw a few young ice apes. They were only rank 4, resting in a corner. Looks like I made a wasted trip. There are no rank 5 spirit beasts here. Xiao Chen sighed slightly and prepared to leave. However, he changed his mind. Since he was already here, it would not be too late to take a look at the ice crystal flower. After all, it was a rank 6 herb. Even if he did not need it, he could still sell it for a good price. After he thought of this, Xiao Chen quickly ran towards the cliff. Just as he was about to reach it, he heard a startled cry. Xiao Chen stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a tall and sturdy youth. He was holding a huge axe in his hand, blocking the attacks of 3 ice apes. On the cliff behind him, there was a petite figure carrying a basket on her back. She was nimbly climbing up the cliff. In a crevice above her head, there was a flower petal that was flickering with a cold light. Xiao Chen could not help but feel puzzled. He had clearly swept this place with his divine sense and did not find any cultivators. How could there be 2 more people for no reason? Xiao Chen looked at the 2 again and was shocked to find that the 2 of them had not condensed their martial souls. They were only at the soul refinement stage and were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. No wonder he did not notice them earlier. These 2 people were not martial artists at all. There was no fluctuation of essence in their bodies, so he directly ignored them. 2 commoners coming to chill Wind Valley. If this isn't courting death, then what is? Xiao Chen said with some blame in his heart. They really didn't take their lives seriously. The girl on the mountain wall had already climbed to the bottom of the ice crystal flower. She was only 1 step away from plucking it. Pooh! However, at this moment, a young ice ape broke through the defense of the tall and sturdy youth. With a few leaps, it arrived behind the girl. No! The eyes of the tall and sturdy youth guarding below turned bloodshot as he shouted. He threw the huge axe in his hand at the ice ape. The ice ape nimbly dodged the huge axe. It stretched out its huge hand and smashed it at the girl. When the girl turned her head to look, she was frightened pale. She lost her balance and fell down. Because the tall and sturdy youth no longer had a weapon, he was smashed to the ground by the 2 ice apes. In an instant, his body was covered with bloody wounds. It was a tragic sight. Lightning evasion. With a flash of lightning, Xiao Chen instantly arrived beside the youth. The lunar shadow saber glowed with a 2-meter saber light. This was the first time Xiao Chen had truly condensed a saber light. This was a martial technique that only martial grandmasters could use. Pu Ci. The saber light hacked violently at the ice ape that was beating up the tall and sturdy youth. With a kasa sound, the ice ape's arm was chopped off. However, a layer of ice appeared on its body, preventing the saber from penetrating any further. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that he did not manage to chop it in half. The ice ape that had its arm chopped off let out a pained wail, just like the perfectly fine ice ape beside it. The ice ape gave up on attacking the youth lying on the ground. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes. The ice ape's sharp palm carried a cold wind as it ruthlessly smashed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a step back. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and gathered on the saber. The lunar shadow saber moved in a purple arc. The arc flickered with electricity. In an instant, the saber cut open the chests of the two ice apes. The electricity shook violently and the two ice apes were immediately knocked back. Xiao Chun did not continue chasing. He looked at the petite girl that had fallen into the air. A silver warship flew out from his eyes and caught the girl in an instant. The ice ape on the mountain wall roared and dived at Xiao Chun. With a huang dang sound, the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere. It carried an unparalleled force and smashed the ice ape into the mountain wall with a bang. Turning palm into fist, the huge black hand clenched tightly. It seemed like it had the force of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed violently at the ice ape on the mountain wall. There was a loud rumbling sound. The mountain wall trembled and many rocks fell off. A large hole appeared in the mountain wall. The ice ape was smashed in violently. Blood leaked out from the corner of its mouth. Unexpectedly, its body was not smashed into mush. It was still in perfect condition. "It is really hard," Xiao Chun said indifferently with a frown. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and took out the Soul Slayer bow and essence light arrow. There was a graceful flash and a surging aura. It was like a meteor tearing through the night sky. The arrow was as fast as lightning. It struck the ice ape that was struggling to climb out with a honk sound. The essence light arrow pierced through the ice ape's neck and pinned it to the ground. With this, the ice ape could not be any more dead. The ice ape's intelligence was very high. When the other two young ice apes saw the situation, they quickly turned and fled. Xiao Chun glanced at them indifferently and knocked two essence light arrows on his bow. The arrows moved like a beam of light, tearing through the air and arriving in an instant. They pierced through the chests of the two ice apes and left a large hole. Then, they fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." The stout youth on the ground, who was covered in wounds, got up and thanked Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stood beside him. Xiao Chun was 1.8 meters tall, but he was actually shorter than him by a head. Looking at his face, he looked very honest. He was also not much older than Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun had some misgivings about the two of them entering Evil Wind Valley. Two cultivators who had not even condensed a martial spirit. What were they doing here? Xiao Chun waved his hand and the small silver boat flew over and slowly landed on the ground. The little girl on the boat quickly jumped off. Xiao Chun looked at the bloody wounds on the youth's body. Although they were not fatal, if they were not treated, he would have to recuperate for a long time. Xiao Chun took out 2 blood-replenishing pills and handed them to him. He said, "One for external application and one for internal consumption. Can treat your injuries." The youth shook his head and said, "There is no need. This medicinal pill should be very expensive. My minor injuries are not a problem." However, the little girl behind him received it. She had a gentle and weak look on her face as she said softly, "Benefactor, don't listen to Xiao Yang's nonsense. With such severe external injuries, if they are not treated, they will have to recuperate for a long time before they can fully recover." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and entered the silver warship. He did not say anything and left directly. They had met by chance and it was just a small matter. There was no need to be overly stubborn about it. The youth called Xiao Yang wanted to chase after Xiao Chun. However, he was stopped by the girl behind him. "Don't chase. When Xiao Chun returns, it will be troublesome if he cannot find us." The youth was helpless. He could only watch as Xiao Chun left. The girl crushed the blood-replenishing pill and slowly applied it to the wounds of the stout youth. Not long after Xiao Chun left, a youth in blue quickly arrived before them. When he saw Xiao Yang's injuries, he quickly asked what was going on. After he understood, he immediately chased after Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt a figure rushing towards him quickly. The aura of the figure was very dense. He was at least a superior grade martial grand master. Xiao Chun raised his guard and stopped. He slowly turned around. When the youth in blue saw Xiao Chun stop, he quickly went forward and said, "I am Lu Suifeng. I have not asked for your great name yet. You saved my 2 friends. I will definitely repay this favor in the future." This youth had regular features and an imposing appearance. He had a righteous expression on his face. His sincere words dispelled Xiao Chen's guard. He smiled faintly and said, "Yi Chun, it was just a small matter. There is no need to pay so much attention to it." While Xiao Chun was sizing up Lu Suifeng was also carefully observing Xiao Chun. After a while, Lu Suifeng was astonished. He was merely an inferior-grade martial master, yet he was able to chase away 3 infant ice apes so easily. This person was definitely not simple. "Brother Yi, are you from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's outer sect? I don't think I have heard of this name before," Lu Suifeng asked. Xiao Chun glanced at Lu Suifeng's waist. He saw the silver identity token and understood. This person was an inner disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder he asked if he was from the outer sect. "No, I just came to Saber City not long ago." Xiao Chun felt there was no need to hide anything, so he answered honestly. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Xiao Chun finally understood why those 2 ordinary people wanted to enter Evil Wind Valley. The ice crystal flower bloomed once every 3 months. If it did not bloom, the 3 of them would come and pick the petals. All along, after Lu Suifeng lured away the adult ice apes, he would leave the 2 of them behind to pick the petals. In the past, there were only 2 infant ice apes. Xiao Yang was able to last until Lu Suifeng returned. However, he did not know why there were 3 this time. Xiao Chun obtained an important piece of information. There really was a rank 5 spirit beast here. Furthermore, Lu Suifeng did not injure him. He only lured him away. He could not help but rejoice. Before they parted, Lu Suifeng wanted to give Xiao Chun 3 inferior-grade spirit stones. Originally, he thought Xiao Chun would gladly accept it. Who knew he would reject it? To Xiao Chun, this was just a small matter. He could not accept such a huge favor. Furthermore, he wanted to befriend this person. In the future, if he entered the inner sect, he might have to interact with this person. Seeing that Xiao Chun insisted on not accepting it, Lu Suifeng did not argue. He took his leave and said that if Xiao Chun had any problems in the future, he would do his best to help. After knowing the information about the rank 5 spirit beast, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. After the 3 of them picked all the petals of the ice crystal flower, Xiao Chun revealed himself. Seeing the ice ape nailed to the entrance of the cave, Xiao Chun thought for a while. First, he took out the spirit cores of the 2 ice apes on the ground and burned them to ashes. After doing all this, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and flew to the entrance of the cave on the mountain wall. He carried out the infant ice ape's corpse and carefully stuck several rank 3 lightning-attributed talismans on the back of the corpse. After that, he jumped into the cave and found a bush. He withdrew his aura and hid. Chapter 146. After a long time, heavy footsteps came from the distance. The cold qi in the air became even more horrifying. "It's here." Xiao Chun felt somewhat nervous. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, lowering his own aura to its limits. A 10-meter-tall ice ape appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. It had long white fur covering its body. It looked like a human walking upright. From a distance, one might mistake it for a white-haired old man. Roar! The adult ice ape quickly saw the young ice ape that had died a miserable death on the mountain wall. It roared angrily and its eyes turned bloodshot. It pushed off the ground and arrived at the cave in the mountain wall in the blink of an eye. What fast speed! Xiao Chun was secretly startled. The speed of this adult ice ape completely surpassed his imagination. Unexpectedly, he only saw a blurry white light. "I can't wait any longer." Xiao Chun jumped out of the bush and quickly formed a hand seal. Then he shouted, "Explode!" The instant that Ice Ape saw Xiao Chun appear, it immediately turned its head. Its heart burned with rage, and a baleful aura filled the air. However, just as it was about to make a move, a boundlessly resplendent light suddenly lit up the cave. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. More than 10 rank 3 lightning-attributed talismans exploded together. The might was already comparable to a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, the destructive power was even more horrifying. The Ice Ape's corpse was blasted into smithereens. An intense shockwave instantly tossed the Ice Ape high into the sky. The tall cliff collapsed with a loud rumble, and the ground trembled continuously. Countless rocks fell from the sky and shot out. Xiao Chun quickly retreated, dodging these extremely powerful rocks. Shua! A white figure descended from the sky and quickly landed beside Xiao Chun. It opened its palms and a boundless cold chi spread out. Its 5 sharp claws carried a dense cold chi as they swiped at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw the white figure, he was startled. He saw the layers of ice on its body slowly peeling off. More than 10 rank 3 talismans did not cause any substantial damage to it. Clang! Xiao Chun drew his saber and released the energy of the rank 6 demonic core in the lunar shadow saber without holding anything back. Boundless electricity flickered non-stop. Xiao Chun brandished his saber and the electricity crackled in the booth, blocking the sharp claws of the ice ape. Clang clang! The ice ape used its long arms and legs, jumping up and down. Its speed was extremely fast, turning into a blurry white blur as it continuously attacked Xiao Chun. The more Xiao Chun blocked, the more strenuous it became. Gradually, he felt that something was wrong. The surrounding cold air was getting heavier and heavier. Every step he took was incomparably difficult, as if his legs were stiff. Poochie! The ice ape let out a strange cry, and the surrounding cold air suddenly dropped by a lot. Xiao Chun was immediately hit, and both his legs were directly frozen. The ice ape took advantage of this opportunity to grab the lunar shadow saber with its right hand, ignoring the electricity flickering on the lunar shadow saber. Its other sharp palm tried to grab Xiao Chen's head. When that palm with cold chi spread out, it was about the size of a wash basin. In its eyes, Xiao Chen's head was like a baby's. With just a gentle pinch, his brain would burst. Pu ci! Just as that sharp palm was about to grab Xiao Chen's head, a boundless flame gathered in Xiao Chen's right eye and gushed out. The flame immediately followed the ice ape's arm and spread to its entire body. In an instant, the ice ape cried out in pain, and the surrounding cold chi was instantly dispersed. The hot chi in Xiao Chen's body surged, and his body returned to normal. He quickly retreated. Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared from nowhere and grabbed the fiery ice ape. In the instant he clenched his fist, Xiao Chun met with an extremely strong resistance, causing him to be unable to clench his fist. Xiao Chun immediately let go. He knew that the ice ape's body was incomparably hard, and there was no need to waste time with it. The huge black hand turned into a fist and hammered down with a rumbling sound. The sound did not stop, and the ground trembled. The ice ape was hammered into the ground. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. The consumption of this inherited martial technique was much greater than a regular martial technique. Although he managed to injure the ice ape by surprise, Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrow, drew the bowstring, and concentrated. There was a ka-sie sound coming from the ground. It was the sound of ice breaking. Xiao Chun was horrified. Could it be that the purple thunder true fire is unable to break the layer of ice on the ice ape's body? There was a flash of white light, and the ice ape stood up again. It felt the aura of the Soul Slayer bow, and in the instant it stood up, it quickly turned around, creating a strong wind as it moved in an S-shaped trajectory. So, Xiao Chun released his hand, and the first thing he did was to mark the ice ape's chest with his spiritual sense. No matter how fast it would not be able to avoid being hit. The Essence Light arrow flashed like a meteor, piercing through the strong wind created by the ice ape and striking its chest. Ka-sie! A layer of ice appeared on the ice ape's chest, blocking the arrow. The Essence Light arrow shattered the ice, but it could not advance any further. The ice fell with a dang-dang sound. The arrow carried a huge force, knocking the ice ape back by 5 steps. Xiao Chun looked at the ice on the ground, and he made up his mind. I don't believe you can create an unlimited amount of ice. After he made up his mind, he fired the Essence Light arrows without caring about the exhaustion. For a moment, the air was filled with the buzzing of the arrows. Regardless of whether the ice ape leaped from the sky or charged from the front or the side, there would always be an arrow knocking it back like a sudden clap of thunder. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen had shot out more than 100 essence light arrows. Even with Xiao Chen's strong physical body, he still found it hard to draw the Soul Slayer bow, which he could only rely on his physical body. As for the ice ape, it seemed like nothing had happened to it. The ground was filled with ice fragments and essence light arrows, but the ice ape still charged at Xiao Chen with a high morale. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Xiao Chen had already used up all the essence light arrows. He put away the Soul Slayer bow and shouted. The light on his saber was withdrawn, and he sent a simple saber strike at the ice ape. Bang! The human and the beast both retreated a few steps. Xiao Chen was mildly astonished, and then he rejoiced. The force of the ice ape's palm strike was no longer as ferocious as before. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen took a step forward and leaped into the air. His figure moved rapidly in the air, and in an instant his speed reached its peak. Countless saber lights flashed. The wind howled as the ice ape's palms struck out continuously. One human and one beast, one in the air and one on the ground, moved very quickly. Metallic sounds rang out continuously. The instant the saber and the palm clashed, they created a huge shockwave. The shockwave was accompanied by the sound of the wind, forming a huge shockwave in the surroundings. Kicked up dust and made it dance around chaotically. By the time Xiao Chen landed, he had already sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Ice continued to fall from the ice ape's body. When all the ice fell to the ground, there were bright red wounds on the ice ape's chest, arms, and back. The wounds were not deep, but they tore through the ice ape's flesh and dyed its snow-white fur red. Xiao Chen felt gratified. As long as he was fast enough, there would be places that the ice ape could not take care of. After fighting for so long, the ice that appeared on the ice ape's body was like a cheat, could block all sorts of attacks. When Xiao Chen saw that it was injured, his fighting spirit soared. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. Xiao Chen did not give the ice ape a chance to catch its breath. He quickly used an inferior grade spirit stone and replenished his essence in an instant. Then, he did not hesitate to execute flight on wings, the strongest move that he knew. The pitch-black night covered the sky, and a full moon slowly rose. A human figure holding a saber flew over from the horizon. Under the full moon, he arrived gracefully, as though he was a celestial being. Although Xiao Chen could not understand the state of the sword, he had been using the changing character formula to simulate the dragon seizing hand for the past few days. He had already comprehended some things. Today he finally perfected moon bright like fire. Retreat! Xiao Chen shouted, and the human figure in the sky followed suit. The celestial voice was indistinct and vast. It resonated in the sky and on the ground, reverberating in the surroundings. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand pointed at the ice ape attacking him from the sky. The human figure in the sky did the same action. It was like a boundless energy tore through space and time. The ice ape in the sky paused for a moment. Then, it was blasted away by a strange energy, rolling on the ground. It stabbed its claws into the ground violently, but it still could not stop. Its sharp claws made a zzz sound, creating a few long marks on the ground. It only stopped after a long time. Before it could stand up, a horrifying pressure descended from the sky. This aura was like an immortal descending. Mortals were like ants trembling in fear. Immortal might was unfathomable. Immortal might could not be blocked. The sword of an immortal could break mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers. There was an earth-shattering sound. The human figure in the sky hacked at the ice ape. The ice ape crossed its palms and released a boundless cold chi, trying to block this saber strike. However, it was hacked into the ground with a loud boom. It sank for an unknown amount of meters, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the ground. The night disappeared, and the sunlight shone on Evil Wind Valley again. Xiao Chen took deep breaths and slowly walked to the hole. He felt a headache. If the ice ape died like this, how was he going to get its corpse out? Chi! Chi! Suddenly, layers of cold chi appeared on the ground, instantly freezing it and forming a smooth ice surface. Seeing the ice spreading under his feet, Xiao Chen frowned and retreated. He thought in astonishment, could it be that this ice ape is not dead yet? Bang! 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 Countless cracks appeared on the ice surface before it exploded. Countless pieces of frozen soil flew in all directions. When they landed, they immediately shattered into a pile of ice shards. A huge pit appeared on the flat ground. The adult ice ape stood in the pit. Its originally snow-white fur was now covered in blood. It was in a sorry state. It roared angrily and pushed off the ground with its 4 limbs. Quickly crawled out. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent as it looked at Xiao Chun. The baleful aura on Xiao Chen's body rushed to the sky. He opened his huge mouth and a boundless cold chi poured into his mouth like a hurricane. A strong wind howled and a cold wind blew. Under the illumination of the sun, snowflakes drifted down. Chapter 147. The cold wind and snowflakes were like knives, cutting into Xiao Chen's face. It was incomparably painful. He had to squint his eyes to prevent the snowflakes from entering his eyes. Pu Si. A sharp killing intent locked onto Xiao Chen. The ice ape shot out a piercing ice line from its huge mouth. The ice line was extremely condensed. It was as thin as a needle. Xiao Chen felt the threat of death. In that instant, he wanted to take out the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, when he thought of his earlier apprehensions, he did not do so in the end. Heavenly Lightning Shield. Electricity flickered around Xiao Chen. The lightning evasion wrapped around Xiao Chen. However, the needle-sized ice line pierced through the Heavenly Lightning Shield, leaving a tiny hole that the naked eye could not see. The Heavenly Lightning Shield slowly disappeared and blood spurted out from Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen looked at the wound strangely. That ice line was too small. When it pierced through his body, he did not even feel any pain. The wound on his chest was very small. However, the blood that flowed out was like a faucet, gushing out violently. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale. He used the lunar shadow saber to support his body and knelt on one knee. He took out a blood-replenishing pill with his left hand and instantly swallowed it. After that, he took out another blood-replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on the wound. However, the blood-replenishing pill that had worked every time lost its effect this time. There was a cold chi lingering around the wound on his chest, preventing the flesh from closing up. When the ice ape shot out the ice line, it was like it had used up all its strength. It rested for a long time. Only then did it recover. It landed on all fours and leaped into the air, pouncing towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun revealed a determined expression on his pale face. He tossed out a golden wooden sculpture. The Golden Lion King appeared from nowhere. Its mountain-like body stomped heavily on the ice ape, crushing it to the ground. The Golden Lion King's thick front limbs trampled on the huge ice ape violently, twisting it around. After a long time, the ice ape finally stopped struggling. Xiao Chun sent out a strand of his divine sense and felt that the ice ape was indeed dead. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The wound on Xiao Chen's chest was still slowly bleeding. The blood-replenishing pill alleviated the bleeding, and it was not as turbulent as before. Tearing off a piece of cloth from his clothes, Xiao Chun wrapped it around the wound and went to the frost ape's side. Seeing the frost ape covered in wounds, Zhao Fu took out a sharp knife and cut open its body from the side. He found that the frost ape's internal organs had been badly damaged, and there were still traces of electricity in them. Looks like the dozen or so grade 3 lightning attribute talismans were the cause of its death, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Then he took out the top grade ice attribute inner core. At this moment, there was a piercing sound in the air as a dazzling sword chi shot over. Xiao Chun unhurriedly placed the spirit core into the universe ring. He smiled faintly to himself. He finally could not resist making a move. Earlier, although he had scanned the area with his spiritual sense many times, he did not find anyone following him. However, Xiao Chen had kept an eye on him. He knew that someone was following him. Thus, even at the most crucial moment of the battle with the ice ape, he did not use some killing moves. If it were not for the situation being dire, the Golden Lion King would not have used them. Dang! The Eastern Emperor bell rang softly and flew out of Xiao Chen's body. It floated above his head, and strands of mysterious yellow qi fell from his head. The sword qi that flew behind him was blocked by the heaven and earth qi, disappearing without a trace. Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground and leaped onto the Golden Lion King's head. He looked quietly at the person who arrived. An old man slowly walked out with waning steps. This was the martial saint that the Zhang clan head had ordered around. His name was Chang Xiyuan, and he was the top guest of Yunyang City's Zhang clan. He was already a consummation medial grade martial saint. After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, their strength would increase exponentially. A medial grade martial saint could fight against 10 inferior grade martial saints. Chang Xiyuan looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiaochen's head. Then he looked at the huge Golden Lion King under his feet. His expression was somewhat cautious. Along the way, the youth in front of him had given him too many surprises. If Chang Xiyuan had not cultivated a martial technique to hide his aura, he would have been discovered by this person several times. Chang Xiyuan was already very shocked when he saw Xiaochen take out the Golden Lion King. He did not expect Xiaochen to take out a strong defensive secret treasure. "Is this where your confidence comes from?" Chang Xiyuan's voice was very soft but very clear. As he stood there quietly, he had an overwhelming aura. This aura spread out involuntarily. Even with the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Golden Lion King, Xiaochen did not dare to be careless. Hu Qi. In terms of aura, Xiaochen was at an absolute disadvantage. He did not want to waste time with him. With a thought, the Golden Lion King spat out a golden flame at Chang Xiyuan. Qi! A sword qi streaked across and the golden flame was sliced in half, flying to the sides. Shua! Chang Xiyuan's figure flashed. He was like a ghost, flying to Xiaochen's side. A sword light flashed, and his sword appeared before Xiaochen. Dang! Another strand of yellow qi slid down from the Eastern Emperor bell like glass. Before Xiaochen could react, it automatically blocked this sword strike. Dang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Chang Xiyuan sent out several hundred sword strikes. His speed was extremely fast. However, every time he did so, he was blocked by the yellow qi from the Eastern Emperor bell. The Eastern Emperor bell was indeed the strongest defensive secret treasure of the human race. Even though its Tao patterns were completely shattered, it still had such might. Xiaochen revealed a calm expression as he shouted, "Dang! Dang! Dang!" The Eastern Emperor bell gave off a long chime, and a ripple spread out in all directions. Chang Xiyuan bore the brunt of it and was immediately knocked back. When the bell chime spread out, Xiaochen felt dizzy. He could not help but feel astonished. He quickly stopped the bell chime. In the end, he could not use an incomplete secret treasure. Xiaochen controlled the Golden Lion King and leaped into the air, causing the ground to tremble. This mountain-like body pressed down on Chang Xiyuan. Chang Xiyuan's figure spun rapidly, changing his position very quickly. As he dodged the attacks, he sent out strands of resplendent sword qi at Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen, who had the Eastern Emperor bell, was in an invincible position. Streams of yellow qi descended from above, blocking all the attacks. Mountain-breaking chop! Suddenly, Chang Xiyuan shouted. The light on his sword was withdrawn. An earth-ranked martial technique, a peak strike, struck the yellow qi violently. The might of an earth-ranked martial technique executed by a medial-grade martial saint was much stronger than Xiaochen's dragon-seizing hand. Furthermore, all the attacks were focused on one point. A ripple appeared on the yellow qi, and a huge force was transmitted. Xiaochen, who was on the back of the Golden Lion King, was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiaochen was startled. A fiery light flashed in his right eye, and a purple flame spewed out at Chang Xiyuan. The flame turned into a whirlpool, spinning continuously. Chang Xiyuan spread his arms wide and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the spinning purple thunder true fire. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at the Eastern Emperor bell above Xiaochen's head. He was deep in thought, but he could not figure it out. Xiaochen controlled the Eastern Emperor bell and the Golden Lion King at the same time. The essence in his body was like an open dam, leaking out. He could not help but feel very anxious. Shua! Just at this moment, for some unknown reason, the Eastern Emperor bell above his head made a dang-dang sound and turned back into a small, exquisite bell. It fell into Xiao Chen's hands. What's going on? Xiao Chun was dumbfounded. It was clearly repaired, it was just that the Dao patterns were not complete. I also placed my imprint on it. Why can't I use it now? A bright light flashed in Chang Xiyuan's eyes. His figure moved again, and a sword light soared into the sky, hacking down at Xiao Chun. The situation was critical. There was no time to think. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts, and a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. He executed the rushing thunder saber techniques, drawing the saber. The saber gave off a bright light as it clashed with this sword strike. Bang! Xiao Chen's body was knocked flying, and he landed heavily on the ground. He rolled back continuously, and the wound on his chest reopened again. It was incomparably painful. It looks like there is no more chance. An inferior grade martial master challenging a medial grade martial saint is simply seeking death. Xiao Chun, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly to himself. He originally thought that by relying on the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Golden Lion King, he might have a chance. Only when he truly fought did he realize how wrong he was. His opponent's speed and strength were much higher than his. The Golden Lion King could not even touch him. Just like that, he was already in an undefeatable position. However, now that I know someone is following me, I have achieved my goal. Xiao Chun thought to himself. This person does not have a Saber City identity token on him. The most important thing is that this person uses a sword. That is to say, this person was not sent by Gu Yunbin. At the very least, it is not the worst-case scenario. Berserk! Xiao Chun gave an order in his heart. The Golden Lion King on the ground immediately gave off a boundless baleful aura. Its speed increased significantly, and it entangled Chang Xiyuan, preventing him from chasing after Xiao Chun. Lightning Descend. Xiao Chun used another inferior grade spirit stone. His essence was immediately replenished. Before he left, he summoned out bolts of lightning, continuously annoying Chang Xiyuan. To a medial grade martial saint, the might of this lightning descend was negligible. However, when it struck the body, it was hard to avoid pain. At this moment, he was entangled by the berserk Golden Lion King. Xiao Chun did not have the time to dodge the bolts of lightning. Not long after, he was struck by a few bolts of lightning. His skin was charred black, and all his hair was standing on end. He was in an extremely sorry state. Chang Xiyuan was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. However, he could not do anything to Xiao Chun. At this moment, the speed of this Golden Lion King, which was the size of a small mountain, had increased significantly. It entangled Chang Xiyuan, and he had no way to deal with Xiao Chun. It's about time. The berserk Golden Lion King will not be able to last much longer. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. A silver warship appeared, and he leaped off gently, drifting away. Before he left, he gave the Golden Lion King a deep look. He felt that it was a pity. After the Golden Lion King went berserk, there was no way to use it a second time. It would be very difficult to find good materials for it. Back in Saber City, Xiao Chun returned to his courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. There was a small wound on his chest that could not be healed. There was always a cold qi lingering on the wound. If he could not expel the cold qi, Xiao Chun would die from blood loss sooner or later. Chapter 148. After Xiao Chun advanced to Martial Grand Master, the clear spring in his body had turned into a gushing river. The tiny blue dragon had also grown significantly larger and was churning in the river. Xiao Chun could clearly feel that the gushing river had not only much more essence than before, but it was also more ferocious, surging, and purer. The essence in his body circulated for a great cycle. Finally, under Xiao Chen's control, he carefully washed the wound on his chest. A trace of cold qi drifted out from the wound. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. This cold qi could be expelled. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not be able to do anything about it. He might even bleed to death. However, what Xiao Chun did not expect was that the cold qi contained in this tiny wound was much more than he had imagined. Xiao Chun did not eat or drink. He circulated his essence for 2 days and 2 nights before the cold qi was completely expelled. Xiao Chun got up and felt like his entire body was about to collapse. He walked to the wooden bed step by step and collapsed on his back, falling unconscious. Xiao Chun slept for 20 hours. When he woke up, he felt much more refreshed. Xiao Chen's stomach was rumbling from hunger. After he washed up, he quickly found a restaurant to satisfy his craving for good food. Inside the restaurant, Xiao Chun started to think about the details of this mission. Firstly, this mission did not make sense. Furthermore, he was sure that the mysterious martial saint was not one of Gu Bingyun's men. When Xiao Chun thought of the intense competition for spots in the intersect, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that, because the spots were limited, Gu Bingyun wanted Xiao Chun to back off? However, some people could not hold back and wanted to deal with Xiao Chun once and for all. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Xiao Chun smacked the table heavily and smiled coldly in his heart. I want to see who is playing tricks behind my back. After settling the bill, Xiao Chun walked quickly to the city lord's residence. The cultivator guarding the door recognized Xiao Chen's appearance. After he reported his arrival, he brought Xiao Chen in. The city lord was still receiving guests and could not see him for the time being. He could only ask him to wait in the side hall. Xiao Chun smiled indifferently and did not say anything. After that person left, he immediately took out a small bird sculpture from the universe ring. After executing the life bestowal spell, the little bird flapped its wings and flew out the door. Xiao Chun attached his spiritual sense to it, controlling the bird to fly around the city lord's mansion. He finally found Gu Bingyun in the main hall. In the great hall, Gu Bingyun was speaking with the Yunyang city's Zhang clan head. The Zhang clan head smiled faintly. City Lord Gu, this immortal cloud life extending pill of mine is not an ordinary immortal cloud life extending pill. It contains the extremely rare yellow springs grass. Can extend one's lifespan by 40 years. My cultivation has long been stuck at the peak of the martial highness realm. However, City Lord Gu, you are at the peak of the martial king realm. With another 40 years to live, your chances of becoming a martial emperor will increase by leaps and bounds. Once you become a martial emperor, your lifespan will increase by another 100 years. Zhang clan. Xiao Chun frowned. Could it be that Yunyang City's Zhang clan? With a thought, Zhang Xian carefully controlled the bird to fly a little further forward. When Gu Bingyun heard this, he smiled faintly and said, Old Zhang, don't worry. He will know when to retreat. With his strength, he will not be able to complete the mission I gave him. The Zhang clan head muttered to himself for a while before saying, I received news that that person has already completed the mission City Lord gave him. Gu Yunbin's expression changed. He placed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table and said sullenly, Old Zhang, you have to be clear about this. This is someone that Miss Feng recommended. Do you dare to mess around with him? Old Zhang smiled gently. City Lord, don't worry. Naturally, I would not dare to mess around with someone that Miss Feng recommended. Many of my Yunyang City's businesses have dealings with the Feng clan. How could I dare to ruin my own livelihood? Gu Yunbin's expression relaxed and he slowly said, It's good that you know. However, this makes things difficult for me. The inner sect has always been very strict. This is because the distribution of resources is very standard. If it were not for Lang Tianyue's mistake, there would not be a spot for Tianyue Peak. Gu Yunbin's eyes lit up as he looked at the peak-grade immortal cloud life extending pill on the table. He was already 120 years old and did not have much lifespan left. This immortal cloud life extending pill held a fatal attraction for him. He had been stuck at peak martial king for many years. If he could not advance to martial monarch, he would turn into a pile of dust and stop advancing on the path of cultivation. To the people of the world, a martial king was an existence that they could only look up to. If a regular person could become a martial saint in their lifetime, they would already be praying to Buddha and the gods. However, Gu Yunbin knew that this was nothing. The higher one stood, the more insignificant one would feel. The more one was reluctant to part with this world, the more stubborn one was on the path of cultivation. They were not willing to turn into a pile of dust and be forgotten by the world after 100 years. Go Yunbin's face sank. After thinking for a long time, he sighed and finally said, I can only let this person enter Qingyun Peak. I will leave the spot for Tianyue Peak for your grandson. When the Zhang clan head heard this, he revealed an expression of joy. He smiled and said, In that case, I will have to trouble City Lord. I will take my leave first and wait for your news. After the Zhang clan head left, Gu Yunbin picked up the jade bottle containing the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill. He rubbed it repeatedly with a smile on his face. He stood up and left the hall. Xiao Chun quickly controlled the small bird to follow behind him silently. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived at his own bedroom. He opened the jade bottle and examined it carefully. City Lord, the person that Miss Feng introduced has been waiting in the side hall for a long time. A cultivator's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. So I have been waiting here for so long. To think that I only report this now. When he thought about how long it took the previous time, he could not help but feel even angrier. Go Yunbin frowned slightly. I just started appraising it. To think that he picked this time to come. I can only appraise it later. He placed the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill on the table and opened the door. Let's go. After Gu Yunbin left, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill in the room. Perhaps it was because Gu Bingyun was in a hurry to leave, he did not bring it with him. Should I just take it away? Damn it, this fellow nearly caused me to die. Why should I be polite to him? Xiao Chun made up his mind. He did not hesitate and controlled the small bird to fly into the room through the ventilation hole. After the small bird entered, it immediately grabbed the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill on the table and flew out. Xiao Chun was somewhat nervous. He was afraid that someone would see him, so he controlled the small bird to fly high. After a while, the small bird flew safely into Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chun quickly withdrew his spell and placed the wooden bird and the Immortal Cloud Life Extending Pill into his universe ring. Just as he finished doing all this, the door to the side hall opened. Go Yunbin walked in with a smile on his face. He said, Nephew Yi-chun, have you completed your mission? Xiao Chun was mildly astonished, but his expression did not change. He stood up and bowed. Greetings, Senior City Lord. This junior was fortunate enough to not fail the mission and managed to kill a rank 5 ice ape. After Xiao Chun spoke, he took out the corpse of the ice ape. Go Binyun's expression changed slightly. Although he had heard this news from the Zhang clan head, he still could not believe it when he saw it for himself. A superior grade martial master actually killed a rank 5 spirit beast. This was unbelievable. He looked at Xiao Chun again and his eyes lit up. Xiao Chun had actually advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster. My eyes were actually blind. Only now did I discover that nephew has advanced to martial grandmaster. Congratulations. Gu Yunbin looked at Xiao Chun and smiled faintly. However, he felt it was a pity in his heart. This person might really be a talent. Xiao Chen's etiquette was not bad. He said humbly, I still have to thank Senior City Lord. If it were not for the battle with this rank 5 spirit beast, I would not have been able to advance to martial grandmaster so smoothly. Gu Yunbin's expression froze. Even for someone as smart as him, when he saw Xiao Chen's serious expression, he could not tell if Xiao Chun was mocking him or if he was sincerely thanking him. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. There is no need to thank me. Being able to advance is your own good fortune. You can continue keeping the corpse of this spirit beast. Later, I will send someone to bring you to Lingyun Mountain Range. Xiao Chen's emotions were somewhat complicated. He did not inspect the spirit beast's corpse carefully. He called someone over and said, Bring this little brother to Lingyun Mountain Range and send him to Qingyun Peak. Bring my identity token there. When this person heard the words Qingyun Peak, his expression was clearly stunned. His eyes were filled with astonishment. After he received Go Yunbin's pure gold identity token, he reacted and said, All right, Brother Yi, please follow me. This was the second time Xiao Chen had heard of Qingyun Peak. Previously, he had guessed it in his heart. Now that he saw this person's expression, He was sure that this Qingyun Peak was not a good place to go. However, it was not convenient for Xiao Chun to question him. He followed that person and started chatting along the way. Xiao Chun knew that this person's surname was Tang and his given name was Ding Tian. He was the deputy chief steward of the city lord's residence. He had a lot of authority in Saber City. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was below only one person and above tens of thousands. However, he was very humble. Along the way, he explained to Xiao Chun the things to take note of in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's intersect. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's intersect was split into 7 branches. There were 7 main peaks in the Lingyun mountain range. These 7 branches were stationed on top of them. Every main peak had different requirements for their disciples. The saber techniques and movement techniques they learned were also different. Aside from the pavilion master, who had the most authority in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the peak masters of the various main peaks were next. Aside from them, there was also the Law Enforcement Hall, the Elders' Assembly, and various other organizations. Tang Dingtian made it clear that there were many forbidden areas in the intersect. Xiao Chun should never enter them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. No matter how powerful one's background was, the Law Enforcement Hall would not show any mercy. Xiao Chun saw that the two of them were somewhat familiar with each other. So, he asked the question in his heart, "Chief Manager Tang, can you tell me more about Qingyun Peak?" This was because Xiao Chun discovered that Tang Dingtian spoke a lot. However, he intentionally or unintentionally avoided the topic of where Xiao Chun was going next. Qingyun Peak. Tang Dingtian suddenly stopped speaking. After a while, he smiled awkwardly and said, "The city lord probably did not tell you. It is not convenient for me to tell you directly. Let's put it this way. Qingyun Peak is the weakest of the 7 main peaks. However, the competition there is less." "The weakest?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly in his heart. "That is nothing much. Looking at the situation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Peak Master should be at least a martial king. He should be more than capable of giving pointers to Xiao Chun." Chapter 149. What about Tianyue Peak? How strong is it? Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity. Tang Dingtian answered without hesitation. Among the 7 peaks, Tianyue Peak should be the strongest. Furthermore, the competition is also the most intense. As expected, Xiao Chun smiled to himself. Otherwise, it would not be worth an Immortal Cloud life-extending pill. However, now that this life-extending pill is in my hands, I wonder what expression Gu Yunbin will have. In the backyard of the city lord's residence, Tang Dingtian slowly stopped. He took out Gu Yunbin's identity token and shone it at the empty ground. After a while, under Xiao Chen's surprised gaze, a sparkling and translucent jade ship appeared on the ground. Layers of mist spread out, and spiritual energy assaulted the nose. Ceremonial music rang out, and the sound of celestial music lingered in the ears. This was actually an ancient secret treasure that had its hull and dais preserved in perfect condition. Although it was not an offensive secret treasure, it was still very shocking. The ancient secret treasure was over 20,000 years ago. For it to be preserved in such perfect condition, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a miracle. When Xiao Chun thought about his Eastern Emperor bell, he felt very depressed. Even now, he still did not know what went wrong with it. Tang Dingtian was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's surprised expression. He said, "Let's go." The two of them boarded the jade ship. Tang Dingtian casually threw the golden identity token in his hand. The identity token floated above the jade ship. After that, it stopped quietly and started spinning in the air. A golden aura was emitted from it. The jade ship was not Gu Yunbin's personal possession. Hence, it was not as convenient to control as Xiao Chen's silver warship. After a while, the formation on the jade ship activated. The body of the ship flashed with a multicolored light. The melodious sounds of various musical instruments rang out once again. The jade ship soared into the sky with a so sound. Tang Dingtian brought Xiao Chun into the interior of the ship. The rooms inside were all made of white jade. The tables and stools were all made of white jade. There were already prepared dishes and wine inside. Xiao Chun picked up the jade wine cup and thought of walking into the barren silver warship. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This difference was not ordinary. The two of them drank and chatted. After flying for a long time, Xiao Chun suddenly felt as though he had passed through a restriction. A massive pressure came over and he quickly circulated his energy to resist it. Seeing this, Tang Dingtian quickly stopped him and said, "Relax. Don't resist. This is only the first restriction. There are still 19 more and each one is stronger than the last. If you resist, you will be shocked to death." Xiao Chun was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly stopped resisting. After a while, he finally felt a little better. After passing through a dozen more restrictions, Tang Dingtian stood up and said, "Let's go. We're here." The two of them walked out of the cabin and stood on the bow of the ship, surrounded by fluttering white clouds. Xiao Chun looked down, and a magnificent scene appeared before his eyes, causing him to exclaim in admiration. The surroundings were filled with towering mountain ranges. Occasionally, birds would fly by in the clouds. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he noticed that many of the birds were carrying people. Those who recognized Tang Dingtian would smile and greet him when they passed by. When Xiao Chun looked around, there were mountains and forests on the majestic peaks of the clouds. The mountains were filled with lush greenery, and there were exquisite ancient buildings. There were also lone peaks that rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. It was unknown how tall they were. It was a very magnificent sight. There was a smooth platform directly below the jade warship. It was a huge mountain that looked like it had been shaved off by someone. There were countless palaces on the platform. The size of this place was comparable to a small city. Tang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, "This is the heaven viewing platform of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall is here as well. It can be considered the core of the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I will go and register your information now." The jade warship slowly descended, bringing the two of them towards the west side of the heaven viewing platform. The scene on the platform was very lively. When they got closer, Xiao Chun could clearly feel how huge the heaven viewing platform was. The jade warship stopped in front of a pavilion. Xiao Chun looked forward and saw an ancient wooden sign above the pavilion. There were 3 bold words on it, "Returning Cloud Hall." The two of them jumped off the jade warship. After Tang Dingtian showed Xiao Chun Go Yunbin's golden identity token, he led Xiao Chun in without any obstructions. The people inside all recognized Tang Dingtian. Tang Dingtian had a gentle smile on his face as he greeted everyone. The pavilion was very spacious. The crowd was sparse. It was very cold and cheerless. Xiao Chun followed behind Tang Dingtian. He curiously looked at the layout of the returning cloud hall. There were many martial scriptures carved on the surrounding wooden walls. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun. There were many superior-grade profound ranked martial techniques carved on the wooden walls. There were even a few earth-ranked martial techniques. "Brother Tang, are you here to spar with me again? You lost the last time and have yet to pay for the wine you owe me." A carefree voice came from the front. A man dressed in green walked over slowly. Tang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Lu Chen's memory is really good. I am here on official business. City Lord Gu is here to recommend someone." After Tang Dingtian spoke, he handed Gu Yunbin's golden identity token to Lu Chun. In Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the identity token not only represented a person's identity but also their status. The ordinary people of Saber City had a wooden identity token. The outer disciples had an iron identity token, the inner disciples had a silver identity token, and the inner core disciples had a platinum identity token. As for the golden identity token, only people of the peak master level would have one. The effect of the identity token was very big. Many times it would even recognize the identity token and not the person. When Gu Yunbin handed his identity token to Tang Dingtian, it was equivalent to him coming personally. Tang Dingtian's words could be considered his words. "Oh!" Lu Chun received the golden identity token and looked at it carefully. After a while, he looked at Xiao Chun, who was behind Tang Dingtian, and said, "Is this the little brother I am recommending?" Tang Dingtian nodded and introduced, "This is Lu Chun." the hall master of this place. He is also the youngest hall master in the history of the returning Cloud Hall. This is Yi Chun, a cultivator recommended by the Feng clan. Xiao Chun stepped forward and looked at Lu Chun. He was somewhat astonished. Lu Chen's handsome appearance did not look more than 30 years old. However, the feeling he gave Xiao Chun was very terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. Yi Chun greets Hall Master. Lu Chen smiled and nodded gently. He asked, City Lord is recommending him to Tianyue Peak, right? It seems like only Tianyue Peak has a vacancy recently. Come over here and register with me. Tang Dingtian's expression froze for a while. He said somewhat embarrassedly, This, City Lord Guo is recommending Qingyun Peak, not Tianyue Peak. When Lu Chun heard this, the smile on his face froze. However, he immediately reacted and said, Qingyun Peak? That's not bad. Senior Sister Ruyue came to me a few days ago to rush me. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he followed behind the two of them. They arrived at a room filled with rows of bookshelves. These bookshelves were much taller than ordinary bookshelves. They were at least 4 meters tall. There were all sorts of numbers carved on the bookshelves. Lu Chen walked inside and casually opened a book. A black book slowly floated down. Tang Dingtian handed over Xiao Chen's information. Lu Chun took a look and smiled. To be able to become an inferior grade martial grandmaster at the age of 16, your talent is pretty good. I believe Senior Sister Yueru will be satisfied this time. After they finished registering, Lu Chun led the two of them to the top floor of the returning Cloud Hall. He said to Xiao Chun, The creation of the identity token will take another 2 days. I will send someone to deliver it to Qingyun Peak. On the top floor, Lu Chun sent out a messenger pigeon. Tang Dingtian explained to the side that this was to inform the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak to send someone to receive Xiao Chun. The three of them were very patient. They waited quietly. After a while, a green bird flew over from the horizon. On it was a graceful girl. As Xiao Chun stood below, he could only see a blurry figure. However, he could feel the beauty of the girl. Lu Chen looked at the sky and smiled faintly. They're here. There was a melodious bird cry and the green bird slowly stopped at the top of the building. A girl wearing green, tight-fitting robes nimbly jumped down from the green bird. The tight-fitting cultivator's robes made the girl's fiery figure and exquisite figure very obvious. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was as warm as jade. She had the charm of a mature girl, without any hint of the inexperience of a young girl. When Xiao Chun saw the girl walking over leisurely, he praised her in his heart. Based on her figure and face, she would definitely be a top-tier older sister in the hearts of the otakus in his previous life. What astonished Xiao Chun was the identity token on the girl's waist. It was an eye-catching golden identity token. However, based on her age, she was definitely not more than 20 years old. Although she was a medial-grade martial saint, she was still far from being a peak master. However, no one dared to wear an identity token in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Could this girl really be the peak master of Qingyun Peak? Just as Xiao Chun was feeling suspicious, the girl had already walked over quickly. After she glanced at Xiao Chun, she went to Lu Chen's side and took a look at Xiao Chen's information. Yi Chun, 16 years old, inferior grade martial grandmaster. The girl's melodious voice read out slowly. After that, she said to Lu Chun, Junior brother Lu Chun, are you trying to deceive me? Every time I come to you to ask for someone, you try to fool me. Lu Chun smiled. No, Senior Sister Rue definitely did not do that this time. This time, he is someone recommended by the Feng clan. City Lord Gu arranged for him to be in Qingyun Peak. Recommended by Feng Feishue? Lu Ruyue said softly. A light flashed in her clear eyes as she carefully sized up Xiao Chun. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sharp killing chi heading towards him. This killing chi was very straightforward and direct as it rushed towards him. Shwa! There was a flash of saber light. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, Lu Ruyue's 2-finger-wide, 1-meter-long saber was suddenly unsheathed. It gave off a cold light as it quickly chopped towards him. Lu Rui's speed was very fast. Xiao Chun only saw a flash of a cold light and the saber was already in front of him. Without any time to think, Xiao Chun did an iron plank bridge stance. He bent his legs and leaned back. The saber moved in front of Xiao Chun's face, and a few strands of his hair were easily cut off. Then they slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Chun pushed his feet off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body flew backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly pulled out the lunar shadow saber. When Lu Rui saw Xiao Chun's quick reaction, a trace of astonishment flashed in the depths of her eyes. She shouted softly and the small saber in her hand gave off a buzzing sound. The sound was extremely joyful, reverberating in the air. Chapter 150. On the roof, everyone's weapons could not help but shake. Xiao Chun grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly, trying to struggle free. Xiao Chun thought to himself in astonishment, listening to the sword and communicating with it. It's listening to the sword and communicating with it again. This was the second person that Xiao Chun met who grasped this state since he came to Shiha province. However, it was clear that Lu Rui's listening to the sword and communicating with it was much stronger than Lung Liusu's. Back when he fought with Lung Liusu, his weapon did not have such a reaction. While Xiao Chun was astonished, Lu Rui's figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Chun. The saber in her hand chopped mercilessly at Xiao Chun. Dang! 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 Xiao Chun brandished his saber to block. When the weapons clashed, it gave off a metallic sound. Lu Rui's speed became faster and faster. Soon, Xiao Chun could only see a blurry saber image. He could only rely on his intuition and continuously execute drawing the saber. What a fast saber! Xiao Chun was astonished. This should be the result of Lu Rui suppressing her strength. The force of the saber was controlled to a level that Xiao Chun could endure. Xiao Chun had never seen such a fast saber before. The other party was not using any exquisite saber techniques. It was just a simple sweep, hack, push, slice, skim, chop, chop and pierce. These were the 8 movements of the basic saber techniques. However, they caused Xiao Chun to be unable to retaliate. He could only continuously execute drawing the saber to block. However, to continuously execute drawing the saber required constant concentration. Furthermore, every time he executed drawing the saber, it would be blocked. Before the momentum of the rushing thunder saber could rise, it would be extinguished. This was a great taboo in the rushing thunder saber technique. Like this, Xiao Chun's stamina was depleting quickly. On the other hand, Lu Rui did not seem to know fatigue. She did not stop her saber for even a moment. Huang! After a while, Lu Rui sheathed her saber. Her charming face revealed a satisfied smile. She said, "Your reaction is not bad. However, your fundamentals are not solid enough. I can tell that you have not practiced for long enough." After she spoke, she walked over to Xiao Chun. Her lily-white hands pinched Xiao Chun's face. Xiao Chun was already very tired. When he saw this, he was startled. He did not know where he got the strength to take a big step back. He was so fast that he did not seem exhausted at all. Lu Chun and Tang Ding Tian, who were next to him, could not help but laugh out loud when they saw that. They said immediately, "Little brother Yi Chun, don't worry. I'm just testing your bone age." Testing one's bone age was something that many sects would do. It was mainly to prevent people from falsely reporting their age and practicing fraud. Xiao Xiao from Xiao 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 Chen to Chen to say, from Xiao Xiao Chen, Chen, Chun to Chun Chun, started to test his age from to his Chens to Xiao Xiao. They started to test Xiao Chen's bone age. This time, Xiao Chun did not dare to move. He just stood where he was. Lu Rui started to rub her hands rhythmically. The bones in Xiao Chen's upper body were so close. The faint fragrance from the girl entered Xiao Chen's nose. It caused Xiao Chen's heart to be in a mess. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Lu Rui withdrew her hands. She revealed a faint smile and said, "You are indeed 16 years old. A 16-year-old inferior grade martial grandmaster. You are slightly weaker than me back then, but still passable. You are Yi Chun, right? Call me master." Xiao Chun sweated profusely. He felt a headache coming. Since he came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he must have thought of taking a master. However, even if Xiao Chun was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that his master would be such a girl who did not look much older than him. Seeing Xiao Chun remain silent, Lu Ruyue raised her eyebrows. She said fiercely, "Are you not willing? Since you are not willing, then don't choose my Qingyun Peak. If I make a wasted trip, the consequences will be severe. Even Feng Feishue will not be able to protect you." Lu Ruyue's right hand grasped her saber hilt. Her face revealed a murderous intent. She was prepared to draw her saber at any moment. Xiao Chun was speechless. This girl is too intrepid. Lu Chun had a gentle smile on his handsome face. He slowly walked over and said, "Yi Chun, you don't have to worry. If you enter Qingyun Peak, your stipend will not be lower than that of the other peaks. Furthermore, with senior sister Yulan's strength, it should not be a problem for her to teach you. In the future, if you become a core disciple, you can enter the Divine Saber Camp as well. The most important thing is that senior sister Yulan is now the acting peak master. If you become her disciple, your seniority will be the same as Brother Tang." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. There were quite a lot of benefits. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. This Lu Ruyue was only a few years older than him. It was hard for him to get over this hurdle in his heart. He could not help but lower his head. He glanced at the lunar shadow saber in his hand from the corner of his eye. His heart could not help but tighten. It had been almost half a year since he left Mo City. Didn't he come out to undo the seal on Ao Jiao in advance? This was a great opportunity. Coincidentally, Lu Ruyue had grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it. Taking her as his master was clearly the best choice. After thinking this through, Xiao Chun knelt on one knee and said decisively, "Disciple Yi Chun, today, I sincerely come to take Qingyun Peak's peak master, Lu Ruyue, as my master. I hope master will grant me this wish." Actually, Xiao Chun already had a plan in his heart. After all, he was currently using an alias. Furthermore, he had changed his appearance. He could just fall out with her at any time. The murderous intent on Lu Ruyue's face slowly disappeared. Her charming face revealed a gentle smile. She said seriously, "Qingyun Peak's Ru Generation's peak master, Lu Ruyue, will accept Yi Chun as my disciple today. I will do my best to teach him seriously." After Lu Ruyue spoke, she helped Xiao Chun up. She said to Lu Chun and Tang Dingtian, "The two of you have to be my Qingyun Peak's witnesses." Lu Chun smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I will immediately change Yi Chen's identity. I will also make a new identity token." Tang Dingtian took out a short saber from the universe ring and handed it to Xiao Chun. "Congratulations, Brother Yi, on becoming a disciple of Qingyun Peak. Take this short saber as my gift to you for taking you in as my disciple." Xiao Chun received the short saber and slowly pulled it out. A cold light flickered on the saber. It was actually an Earth-ranked spirit weapon. This Tang Dingtian was really willing to part with it. Lu Ruyue smiled at Lu Chun. "Junior Brother Lu, shouldn't you do something as well? Chief Steward Tang gave you an Earth-ranked spirit weapon." Lu Chun took out a book and smiled faintly. "I can see that the aura in your body is unstable and abnormally chaotic. You must have learned too many things and are unable to unify them. When you have time, read this flowing cloud scripture. It will be beneficial to you." Xiao Chun quickly gave his thanks and received it. This flowing cloud scripture was really good stuff. He had heard of it before. It was derived from the ancient martial scriptures and Taoist scriptures. It was very famous. Xiao Chun did not expect that he would be able to obtain a handwritten copy of the flowing cloud scripture from Lu Chun after taking Lu Yueru as his master. This was a pleasant surprise. Lu Yueru brought Xiao Chun onto the green bird and bid farewell to the two of them. After that, the green bird flapped its wings and created a huge shockwave, bringing the two of them into the air. Tang Dingtian watched the two of them leave and said, "I say, Brother Lu, you are really generous. Normally, when I ask you to borrow the flowing cloud scripture, I have to spend a lot of effort. Today, you are very straightforward, directly giving it away." Lu Chun turned around and smiled at him. You are not much better off than me. That dagger is called Magatama. It came from the hands of a Haotian. It is not an ordinary earth-ranked spirit weapon. Tang Dingtian sighed. I feel pity for this youth's talent. He had Miss Feng's recommendation letter and even hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast before he could obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Gu Yunbin allowed him to enter Qingyun Peak. I really don't know what he was thinking. It is very strange. Lu Chun revealed an astonished expression. He hunted down a rank 5 spirit beast by himself? He is only an inferior grade martial master. How is this possible? Tang Dingtian withdrew his gaze and said, I'm afraid you will be even more astonished. When he hunted down the rank 5 spirit beast, he was only a peak superior grade martial master. He only advanced after that. Lu Chen's expression immediately changed. However, after a while he laughed carefree. Tang Dingtian did not understand. Lu Chen replied, Let's go and have a drink later. My treat today. High up in the sky, the green bird soared in the sky. Xiao Chun sat behind Lu Ruiyue and asked, Master, can I ask you a question? Lu Ruiyue smiled gently. When there is no one around, just call me Elder Sister Ruiyue like Feng Feishue does. I am not that much older than you, so I cannot bully you. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why Lu Ruiyue dared to accept him as her disciple the first time they met. A large part of the reason was probably because he was acquainted with Feng Feishue. I would like to ask, how many inner disciples does our Qingyun Peak have? How many elders are there? And how many disciples does Elder Sister Ruiyue have? Xiao Chun had been curious about this question for a long time. Now that he had an opportunity, he could not help but ask in one breath. Lu Ruiyue turned her head and asked in a strange tone, Don't you know? Don't tell me that you came to Qingyun Peak without knowing anything? Suddenly, Xiao Chun had a bad feeling in his heart. He smiled bitterly. I really did not know anything before I entered Qingyun Peak. Lu Ruiyue felt a headache coming on. She said in a very grave tone, Before you came, the answers were all zeros. After you came, they were all ones. Xiao Chun felt dizzy. Although he already knew that Qingyun Peak was the weakest, he did not expect it to be so weak that there was not a single person there. Lu Ruiyue smiled. This is also the reason why I accepted you as my disciple. In this Qingyun Peak, there is no one to teach you. However, you don't have to think so much. There are benefits to having fewer people. With this peak master giving you special treatment, not many people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion have such treatment. A peak master who is not even a martial king? It had to be known that the strength of the outer sect master, Gu Yunbin, was already a peak martial king. How could the strength of the inner sect's peak master be low? However, Xiao Chun did not mind in the end. After all, he was here to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it. Listening to the sword and communicating with it was not related to strength. It did not mean that one would be able to grasp it just because they were strong. In the end, it was still about talent and comprehension. To Xiao Chun, having a master who knew listening to the sword and communicating with it was enough to make up for all of Lu Ruiyue's disadvantages. After a while, a sharp, lonely peak appeared in front of Xiao Chun, pierced the sky. There were clouds surrounding the peak. It was boundlessly hazy, making it hard to see clearly. Chapter 151. The forest on the peak was lush and verdant. Occasionally, there would be groups of buildings hidden in the greenery. The green bird carried the two of them and landed halfway up the mountain. Lu Ruiyue was the first to jump down. Then, she said to Xiao Chun, This is Qingyun Peak. In the future, you will be one of my Qingyun Peak's people. Later, I will find someone to bring you around. Xiao Chun nodded his head and started to size up his surroundings carefully. There were tall trees all around him. There was a small platform in front of him, and there was a stretch of buildings. A young man quickly floated over from the front. His figure was strangely fast and soon, he arrived before the two of them. Lu Suifeng, why are you here? Xiao Chun exclaimed in astonishment when he saw this person's face. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chun, he was astonished as well. Yi Chun, why are you here? When Lu Ruiyue saw that the two of them knew each other, she was stunned for a moment. Then, She smiled and said, "It's great that you know each other. Suifeng, bring Yichun around Qingyun Peak. At the same time, help him find a place to stay. This is the disciple that I just accepted." Lu Suifeng had an expression of disbelief in his eyes. "That can't be. Sis, you can actually accept a disciple? This is too illogical. Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and do something for me." Lu Rua frowned and scolded jokingly. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Never mind, Brother Yi. Let me bring you around first. There are very few people on this Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, if you get lost, you might not even be able to find your way back." Lu Suifeng did not expect Lu Rue and Lu Suifeng to be siblings. It was such a coincidence. Lu Suifeng brought Xiaochun and started to wander around. The two of them chatted along the way. Lu Suifeng did not hide anything about Qingyun Peak and told Xiaochun everything honestly. 20 years ago, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion suffered a calamity. Even the pavilion master at that time died in that calamity. Among the 7 peaks, Qingyun Peak suffered the greatest loss. Almost all the elders of the previous generation of Qingyun Peak died. Furthermore, the peak master, who was Lu Suifeng's father, lost his martial spirit in the calamity and became a cripple. Just like that, the entire Qingyun sect had completely declined. Without the older generation to hold down the fort, the younger disciples had almost all left in recent years. The disciples that joined the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all knew about Qingyun Peak. Naturally, no one would choose to go to a peak that did not even have a martial king. Some of the weaker cultivators wanted to fish in troubled waters and get close to Qingyun sect. As for Lu Ruyue, she did not think much of them. This resulted in the number of Qingyun Peak guests dwindling over the past 20-odd years. There was not a single official disciple. Xiaochun felt suspicious as he asked, "What kind of calamity is it?" All the older generation of Qingyun Peak died. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master passed away. This is too horrifying. Lu Suifeng hesitated for a while before saying, "There is no harm in telling you. After all, it is not a secret. Every big sect in the Great Qin Nation has a large spatial crack sealed within. Originally, these seals were unbreakable. However, 1,000 years ago, the Thunder King, Sang Mu, came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and fought with the Pavilion Master at that time. At that time, the two of them, Sang Mu and the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Pavilion Master, were peak martial sages. The shock waves from their battle could easily flatten a peak. The shock waves from their battle affected the seal left by the 3 holy masters. The seal was damaged. Every once in a while, we have to invite the people of the 3 holy masters to repair it. However, 20 years ago, it was the divine martial gate's turn to repair it. In the end, something unexpected happened and they arrived late. Lu Suifeng paused for a while before continuing. "You should be able to guess what happened after that. All sorts of demons from the demonic world came out. There was even a demon master. I heard from the older generation that the sky of the entire Lingyun mountain range was covered in demonic qi. After the battle, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion became like this." Actually, Lu Suifeng did not know much. 20 years ago, he was not even born yet. All this was what he heard from the older generation. Hence, there were some parts that he was not clear about. Xiaochun looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand and his heart tightened. No wonder the old man outside the city said that if people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion knew that he was the successor of the Thunder King, he would not have a good ending. So that was the reason. If it were not for the Thunder King's arrival, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have suffered such a calamity. Suddenly, Xiaochun thought of something. He said, "That's right. Where is your father now? Is he not at Qingyun Peak anymore?" Lu Suifeng pointed to the summit and said, "He spends most of his time at the summit of Qingyun Peak. They say he is in closed-door training. I only see him a few times a year." Xiaochun heaved a sigh of relief. The old man outside the city also did not have a martial spirit. It was easy for people to associate him with that. However, it seemed like that was not the case now. After the two of them walked for a distance, a loud shout came from the front. Xiaochun looked forward and discovered that it was the tall and sturdy youth that he had seen before. His arms and legs were bound with metal blocks, and he was practicing his fist techniques. Beside him, there was a delicate-looking girl practicing some kind of interesting fist technique. Her speed was very slow, but it looked very charming. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he discovered that it was similar to the Wing Chun fist of his previous life. Lu Suifeng explained, "This is Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. They are the descendants of an old friend of my father. They grew up with me. However, their physiques are special. They are unable to condense a martial spirit." "What martial technique are they practicing? I don't think I have seen it before," Xiao Chun asked suspiciously. Without a martial spirit, one was equivalent to a cripple. Back then, he was mocked by the Xiao clan for many years because he was unable to condense a martial spirit. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "It is passed down in the family. Don't underestimate them. Even if that Xiao Yang was a regular martial master, he would not be a match for him." When Xiao Yang heard the voices of the two of them, he took a careful look. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. He removed the metal from his arms and legs and quickly ran over. "Elder brother Suifeng, has our benefactor already entered the inner sect?" Xiao Chun felt a little uncomfortable. He smiled gently and said, "It is just a small matter. Xiao Yang, you really don't have to take it to heart. Just call me Yi Chun. We are all of the same age. There is no need to be so reserved." Xiao Yang's honest face revealed a simple smile. He said seriously, "You saved my life and Xiao Meng's. It is definitely not a small matter." Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, said, "Yi Chun has already been accepted as a disciple by my elder sister. In the future, he will be staying at Qingyun Peak." When Xiao Yang heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. He said, "Is that so? In that case, Xiao Meng and I will go help out and tidy up the room. In the future, if elder brother Chun has any matters, you can instruct us at any time." After Xiao Yang spoke, he brought Xiao Meng and rushed forward. Lu Suifeng could not stop them at all. He could not help but smile bitterly. "Why do I not feel that these two fellows are usually so hard-working?" The two of them continued to walk towards the peak. Along the way, they saw many tall buildings. However, they were all empty. There was not a single person in them. Finally, Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Chun to a pavilion halfway up the mountain. There was a small stream flowing slowly beside the pavilion. The stream was boundlessly green, and there was the sound of splashing water. There was a cool breeze in the pavilion. After walking for a long time, the two of them were already sweating. When the cool breeze blew, it was very refreshing. Lu Suifeng said softly, "If we go further up, we will reach the important places of Qingyun Peak. Some of the library halls and Qingyun Pavilion are up there. There are people from the main hall standing guard there. If there is nothing important, it is best not to go there." "That's right, Yi Chun. I feel something is strange. Of the 7 inner sects, why did you choose Qingyun Peak? With your talent, you should be able to enter the other sections." Xiao Chun thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. "I came to Qingyun Peak mainly for the sake of learning listening to the sword and communicating with it." "Listening to the sword and communicating with it? You chose the right place. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only my elder sister and Lang Liusu know listening to the sword and communicating with it. However, listening to the sword and communicating with it is somewhat ethereal. It is too much of a test of comprehension and talent." Lu Suifeng said in astonishment. He did not expect Xiao Chun to come to Qingyun Peak for this reason. Xiao Chun thought, Lu Suifeng is Lu Ryue's younger brother. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it would definitely be better than others. So he asked, "I heard people say that listening to the sword and communicating with it is innate. If you are not born with it, no matter how talented you are, you will not be able to learn it. Is that true?" Lu Suifeng smiled gently. "Nonsense. My elder sister grasped it on her own. However, no one knows how she learned it." A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Ryue's listening to the sword and communicating with it was actually grasped by herself. However, he felt that it was much stronger than Lang Liusu's. However, Listening to the sword and communicating with it is something that can only be chanced upon. If you focus on it, you will not be able to comprehend anything in your entire life. It is best not to be too stubborn about it. Otherwise, it will delay your cultivation. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, indicating that he understood. If he grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be of great help to the weapons he learned in the future. A normal person might need to learn a martial technique for a few days or even a few months. However, a person who grasped listening to the sword and communicating with it might be able to learn it in a day. Furthermore, they would be able to understand it more thoroughly. However, this kind of state was too ethereal. Many people pursued it bitterly. In the end, not only did they not learn it, they even delayed their cultivation. There were many such examples. Xiao Chun grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. He did not know if he would end up like these people, obtaining nothing in the end. However, for the sake of his oath, he had to give it a try. If he did not even have the courage to try, he would seem too weak. After that, Lu Suifeng brought Xiao Chun back to his residence. There were very few people in Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chun was allocated a large courtyard. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were helping him clear up the rubbish and dust in the courtyard. By the time everyone left, it was already dusk. As the sun set, it looked very different from the mountain. Xiao Chun did not rest for long. After he returned to his room, he immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a mist, pouring into his body in an endless stream. What a dense spiritual energy! Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. The spiritual energy here was at least twice as dense as at the foot of the mountain. It was even denser than the strange cave at the source of the Zhuang River at the edge of Savage Forest. No wonder the competition between the outer sect and the inner sect was so intense. Cultivating here, the environment was much better than at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 152. Xiao Chun had just advanced to inferior grade martial grandmaster not long ago. He needed to stabilize his cultivation. The surging spiritual energy circulated in his body for a great cycle. Finally, it all flowed into his dantian. It was like a surging flood. The river instantly swelled up. The tiny blue dragon swam freely in the river, occasionally creating splashes. These splashes were the purest essence. With just a thought from Xiao Chun, the river immediately surged with a huge wave. A huge amount of essence poured out from his dantian and flowed into the various meridians in his body. The essence permeated his meridians and entered his skin, flesh, and bones, nourishing Xiao Chen's strong physical body. When the essence was exhausted, the spiritual energy that he absorbed from the surroundings flowed back into his dantian, repeating this process over and over again. Time passed very quickly while Xiao Chun was cultivating. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. After stretching his legs, Xiao Chun felt refreshed, filled with boundless energy. Knock! 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 There was a series of knocks on the door. Lu Ruyue's melodious voice could be heard. Little disciple, stop sleeping in. It's time to wake up. Just as Lu Ruyue was about to continue knocking, the door to Xiao Chen's room suddenly opened. Lu Ruyue looked at the energetic Xiao Chun and said, "You are in good spirits. Let's go. In the future, remember to go to the dueling grounds punctually at this time. If you don't go, you will be punished." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "It seems like I have not eaten breakfast yet. It's best not to. Otherwise, your stomach will spoil." Lu Ruyue said casually with a smile on her face. "That's serious?" Xiao Chun had a bad feeling in his heart. He followed Lu Ruyue and arrived at a vast dueling ground. This dueling ground was very large. It was completely made of the hard heavenly mountain stone. Just the ceiling alone was 100 meters tall. When standing in the middle, one would feel very small. The area of the dueling ground was very obvious. There were all sorts of equipment. However, there was only Lu Suifeng in the huge dueling ground, practicing his saber alone. It seemed very spacious. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chun, he smiled faintly as a greeting. "Elder sister Ruyue, do you have any powerful saber techniques to impart to me?" When they arrived at the dueling grounds, Xiao Chun felt much more relaxed. He said with a smile on his face. Lu Ruyue mocked. You want to learn a powerful saber technique with your foundation? Not to mention a heaven-ranked saber technique, even if it was an earth-ranked saber technique, you would not be able to learn its essence. This was not the first time Lu Ruyue said that Xiao Chen's foundation was weak. Xiao Chun was not convinced, even though he only learned saber techniques halfway through. However, ever since he started cultivating, he had been diligent and had never slacked off. Why did he always say that his foundation was weak? When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Chen's expression, she was not convinced. She smiled. If you are not convinced, then show me your most powerful saber technique. I guarantee that it will not exceed the strength of a martial grandmaster. Xiao Chun also wanted to test Lu Ruyue's strength. Back in the returning Cloud Hall, because of Lu Ruyue's sudden attack, he was not convinced in his heart. Could be said that he was waiting for this opportunity. Holding the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, Xiao Chun smiled faintly. In that case, watch carefully. I will only execute the fastest saber technique in the world once. I will definitely convince you. Kasie. A cold light flashed and the lunar shadow saber was instantly drawn from its scabbard. The instant the saber light was drawn, there was a clap of thunder behind Xiao Chun. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electricity. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chen's aura slowly rose. The saber light was extremely fast as it hacked at Lu Ruyue. At such a close distance and making the first move, Xiao Chun was absolutely confident that he could force Lu Ruyue back. As long as Lu Ruyue retreated, the rushing thunder saber technique would instantly unleash a chain of attacks. His aura would slowly rise to the peak. Even if he could not defeat her, she would not dare to underestimate him. Dang! A melodious metallic sound rang out. Xiao Chun did not even see how Lu Ruyue drew her small saber. He discovered that the small saber in Lu Ruyue's hand was even faster. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first and hacked at the lunar shadow saber. A huge force came from the saber. Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the saber, felt numb. He felt an urge to throw the lunar shadow saber away. The huge force was transmitted into Xiao Chen's body. He took 2 steps back before he could stand stably. Lu Ruyue's swift saber strike was still in his mind. That was just an ordinary saber strike. It was not like drawing the saber, which was a martial technique. However, its speed was boundlessly fast. However, Xiao Chun was still unconvinced. He had not executed the rushing thunder saber technique yet. If he had the opportunity to execute it, Lu Ruyue would definitely look at him in a different light. Xiao Chun shouted and took a ferocious step forward. Thunder roared again, and the gushing river in his dantian splashed up. It turned into a strand of vast essence and poured into the saber. Saber lights appeared everywhere as Xiao Chun executed drawing the saber again. However, the result did not change. Lu Ruyue did not move from her original position. The small saber in her hand arrived first and easily broke the saber strike. Seeing Xiao Chun flying back, the corner of Lu Ruyue's lips curled up. A faint smile appeared on her charming face. This is the fastest saber technique in the world? It is merely SOSO. After being ridiculed by a girl who was only a few years older than him, Xiao Chun became anxious. He executed drawing the saber again, but the result did not change. Xiao Chun moved back again and waved his hand. No way, you cannot block this move of mine. Otherwise, I will not be able to execute the more powerful moves. Lu Ruyue burst out in laughter. A rare, mischievous expression appeared on her face as she said, As you wish, let me experience the fastest saber technique in the world. A gleam flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The moment Lu Ruyue said that, he immediately executed drawing the saber. Lu Ruyue flew back and Xiao Chun quickly executed the arclight chop. Dang! Xiao Chen's hand was still in the stance of the arclight chop. However, a cold light flashed and struck the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. This saber strike was fast and accurate. It struck the hilt of the saber. The space between Xiao Chen's fingers and the hilt of the saber did not injure Xiao Chen's fingers at all. Lu Ruyue sheathed her saber. Her pretty face was solemn and she emitted a killing intent from her body. the fastest saber technique in the world. I will only use one saber strike. I will show you what is the true drawing the saber." Right after she spoke, Lu Ruye had already drawn the small saber in her hand. The instant the saber left the scabbard, a strong wind appeared out of nowhere. The saber light was extremely resplendent and dazzling. The dazzling saber light caused Xiao Chen's eyes to hurt. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the strong wind had already stopped. Lu Ruye sheathed her saber and stood there motionlessly, as if everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. However, Xiao Chen felt a chill on his neck. He extended his hand to touch it and felt a faint pain. It was unknown when a small wound had appeared on his neck. He could not help but be startled. If this wound was any deeper, he would have died. However, he did not react at all. The resplendent saber light lit up, and in the blink of an eye, he was struck. Furthermore, in the instant she drew her saber, Lu Ruye had controlled her strength to the extreme. The so-called withdrawing and releasing as one wished, killing in the blink of an eye, was a description of Lu Ruye's current state. Xiao Chun could not help but find it funny. In the past, he thought that he was already very fast when he drew his saber. Today, he was completely convinced. Lu Ruye smiled faintly. "Little Yi Chun, do you still dare to doubt master strength?" Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. "I don't dare anymore. I will listen to elder sister Ruye in the future. Can you start teaching me now?" A beautiful smile appeared on Lu Ruye's face. However, when Xiao Chun saw this, he trembled in fear. "There are some training blocks over there. Tie 100 kilograms of metal to me and run 20 laps around the dueling ground. You are not allowed to use essence. If I discover you using essence, I will seal your acupoints and double the punishment." Xiao Chun looked at the huge dueling ground. If he ran one lap around it, it would be at least 1,000 meters. He could not help but feel a headache. "This, elder sister Ruye, isn't this a little too much?" Lu Ruye smiled faintly. "First, you tease master. Now, you contradict me. Add another 10 laps. Damn!" Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. "This Lu Ruye looks like a gentle big sister. I did not expect her to be so heartless when she becomes ruthless." When one was under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their head. Xiao Chun helplessly walked to the side of the dueling ground and slowly tied the metal to his body. Then he started to jog. Fortunately, his physical body was not weak, so he did not find it too difficult. Lu Suifeng looked at the jogging Xiao Chun with a smile on his face. He walked to Lu Ruye's side and said, "Sis, this rushing thunder saber technique has been used by Xiao Chun to create thunder with every saber strike. It is very imposing and can be said to be pretty good. Why do you still want to deal a blow to him?" Lu Ruye revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. "This fellow is too arrogant. He should have a lot of combat experience. If you do not deal a blow to him, he will not be convinced by you. Furthermore, his foundations are indeed too weak. He needs to be trained properly. The potential of the rushing thunder saber technique can still be dug out." Lu Suifeng thought of something and said, "That's right. Sis, what do you think about the matter I told you yesterday? Listening to the sword and communicating with it?" Lu Ruye revealed a contemplative expression. Since Yi Chun was recommended by Feng Feishue, and he saved Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng earlier, there should not be any problems with his character. If he wants to learn, there is no harm in teaching him. However, this listening to the sword and communicating with it is too vague. I will temporarily suppress him. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen's back and said, "I feel that Qingyun Peak might have a chance in this year's end-of-year competition." When Lu Ruye heard this, there was a trace of melancholy in her eyes. She said indifferently, "All these years, I have always wanted to prove myself. However, there has never been a suitable successor for Qingyun Peak. I hope you will not disappoint me this time." Xiao Chun ran 30 laps for 4 hours before he finished. The first few laps were nothing much. After all, he had the strength of his physical body. Even if he did not use his essence, there was no pressure. However, after running for a while, Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. There was definitely some special material under the dueling ground. He felt that his stamina was being depleted very quickly. Chapter 153. In the end, with every step he took, his bones felt like they were going to fall apart. He breathed like a bull, and every step he took was extremely arduous. There were a few times when Xiao Chun felt like lying down and not running anymore. However, when he looked at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field and saw the expression in her eyes, he could not help but feel proud. I must not collapse in front of her. That would be too embarrassing. When the final lap was over, Xiao Chun finally heaved a sigh of relief. He did his best to suppress the urge to collapse. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. When a person was tired and their body reached its limits, entering a state of cultivation would allow them to bring out their full potential. In the past, Xiao Chun understood this principle. However, there was no one to supervise him, so he had never entered such a state. Now that he had this opportunity, there was naturally no reason for him to give it up. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated in his body. When the essence circulated once in his body, it seeped into his skin, flesh, and bones. Xiao Chun felt a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. His body felt extremely comfortable. The sweat on his body slowly evaporated into white smoke. Lu Ruyue stood at the side and saw all this. She revealed an apologetic smile, and a look of reminiscence flashed in the depths of her eyes. It was like she was looking at herself from the past. After a while, Xiao Chun slowly stopped circulating the essence in his body. He opened his eyes and happened to meet Lu Ruyue's gaze. He smiled gently and stood up. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Elder Sister Ruyue, you can teach me now, right?" Lu Ruyue smiled gently. "Not bad. The saber technique you used earlier should be the rushing thunder saber technique. I practiced this saber technique when I was young. However, it did not suit my style, so I gave up on it." A look of doubt flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. Lu Ruyue practiced the rushing thunder saber technique before? This was very strange. Didn't Feng Feishue say that the saber technique came from the Heavenly Qin school? Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chun's heart, Lu Ruyue explained, "Don't be too surprised. Aside from some inherited martial techniques, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has most of the saber techniques in their collection. I once gave up on this saber technique because of its style. Let me ask you now, what do you think the style of the rushing thunder saber technique is? Do you think it suits you? What is the style of the rushing thunder saber technique?" Xiao Chun had never considered this question before. Even more so, he did not consider whether this saber technique was suitable for him. However, after practicing the rushing thunder saber technique for so long, Xiao Chun had some understanding of the style of the rushing thunder saber technique. After thinking for a while, it was not difficult for him to answer. Fierce and fast, imposing and forceful, it is like a gushing river. After it is unleashed, it will flow unceasingly, advancing forward with an indomitable will. Lu Ruyue nodded and said, "It looks like your understanding is pretty good. However, the words you used earlier were to describe the characteristics of the rushing thunder saber technique and not its style. Style is the last sentence. Move forward with indomitable will and never retreat. Taking a step back is the difference between life and death. Putting yourself on the edge of death to fight and forcing yourself into a dead end. Do you think you are suited for this style?" Hearing this, Xiao Chun felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. It was as if he had been enlightened. Some of the problems that he had been unable to figure out in the past suddenly became clear. In the past, he always felt that his understanding of the rushing thunder saber technique was lacking something. Today, he finally understood what he was lacking. What he was lacking was that kind of decisiveness, that kind of overwhelming decisiveness, to not retreat even in the face of death. However, am I really suited for this style? Xiao Chun could not help but ponder this question. After a while, a resolute look flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. He thought of the past and said seriously, "I understand now. I am suited for this style. Even though I am still lacking now, I will not give up on it in the future." Lu Ruyue smiled faintly. "I feel that you are not suited for it. When we exchanged moves earlier, you actually wanted me to let you have one move first. You wanted to take advantage of the situation. That is definitely not the style of the rushing thunder saber technique. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, however, you have already broken my saber technique. How can I not retreat? That is impossible. If I were to face an opponent of equal strength or a similar cultivation realm, I would definitely not retreat. You are really stubborn. The strength I used earlier definitely did not exceed that of a martial grandmaster. If you don't believe me, you can try again. Lu Rui's pretty face was filled with smiles. She had an eager look on her face. When Xiao Chun thought of the situation earlier, he smiled embarrassedly. I think it's better not. I'll just believe you. Lu Rui felt it was a pity as she said, never mind. I will not tease you anymore. It is too early to tell you all this. It is normal that you do not understand. You should practice the 8 basic saber techniques first. Let me see. Xiao Chun revealed an embarrassed expression. I don't think I have learned the basic saber techniques before. When I was young, my family only required me to learn the basic palm techniques and fist techniques. The basics of the saber and the sword were optional. At that time, I did not think of practicing the saber, so I did not practice them. When he was young, Xiao Chun was unable to condense his martial spirit. He focused all his attention on it and did not have the time to practice the basic saber techniques. Later on, after Xiao Chun successfully condensed his martial spirit, he did not pay attention to the basic saber techniques because he learned too many things. Although he did not dare to slack off when he cultivated, he did not practice the basic saber techniques. Lu Rui felt a headache coming on. Sui Feng, come and die. Lu Sui Feng, who was practicing the saber at the side, stopped what he was doing. He quickly walked over and asked, Sis, what's the matter? I was defeated by this fellow. Come and teach him the 8 basic saber techniques. I will give you 1 day. I will check on him tomorrow. Lu Rui rubbed her head, feeling a headache coming on. I will take my leave first. I will check on him tomorrow. That's right, don't remove the metal block in his hand. After Lu Rui spoke, she left the place. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chun and asked in disbelief, Yi Chun, have you really not practiced the basic saber techniques before? Xiao Chun countered with a question. Is that important? I really have not practiced it before. Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly. I really have to hand it to you. Fortunately, you did not enter from the outer sect. The basic saber techniques are the foundation of all saber techniques. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a rule long ago. If one has not practiced the basic saber techniques to the small perfection, one cannot learn any martial techniques. Thus, people like us, as well as those cultivators who want to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, have to practice the basic saber techniques to the small perfection at the very least. Most of them would practice it to the medial perfection. Only a few people would persevere and practice it to the great perfection, like my sister. Xiao Chun did not expect the basic saber techniques to be so important. He could not help but ask, in that case, what realm have you practiced the basic saber techniques to? Lu Suifeng smiled helplessly. I do not have the perseverance. I just reached the small perfection, so I stopped practicing it. Let's not talk about this anymore. It is not too late for you to practice it now. Xiao Chun nodded. As he spoke, he was about to remove the piece of metal in his hand. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he quickly stopped him. Xiao Chun could not help but say, Don't tell me you are really making things difficult for this brother. Lu Suifeng had a serious expression as he said, I am really not making things difficult for you. You are able to practice the rushing thunder saber technique to the point where it sounds like thunder. This proves that you have put in a lot of effort. Even in the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not many people have been able to do this. My sister thinks very highly of you. Otherwise, she would not have given you pointers on some of the styles of the rushing thunder saber technique. The rushing thunder saber technique was created by a saber emperor. Although it is only a superior grade profound ranked martial technique, its potential is limitless. If you really want to improve further, you have to practice the basic saber techniques to the great perfection. If you want to learn it in a short period of time, aside from putting in a lot of effort, there is no shortcut. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could only stop what he was doing. Lu Suifeng started to explain and demonstrate the basic saber techniques. The basic saber techniques only had 8 moves: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, and pierce. They were also known as the 8 basic saber techniques. Since it was a basic saber technique, it was naturally easy to understand. Xiao Chun only needed to look at it once to understand it. After that, he started to practice by himself. Because he had 100 kilograms of metal strapped to his body, every movement was very difficult. Lu Suifeng shook his head continuously at the side. Do not move your feet carelessly. You have to raise your arms higher. Do not stop when you are sheathing your saber. When Xiao Chun started to practice, he discovered that there were a lot of rules and regulations. There were clearly 8 simple movements, but he kept making mistakes. The morning slowly went by like this. During this period, Lu Suifeng continuously gave pointers. Occasionally, he would demonstrate it himself. He did not show any signs of impatience, causing Xiao Chun to feel very touched. It is time to eat. Elder brother Suifeng and elder brother Yi Chun. Xiao Meng's sweet voice came from the dueling grounds. Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng were carrying food in their hands as they slowly walked over. When Lu Suifeng saw this, he smiled faintly. Let's stop here for the morning. Don't listen to my sis. Back then, I spent 2 years practicing the basic saber techniques to the small perfection. It is impossible to grasp it in one day. Xiao Chun wiped the sweat off his forehead and nodded to indicate that he understood. The 8 moves of the saber were the foundation of all saber techniques in the world. As the saying goes, no matter how it changed, it would not deviate from the original. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion stipulated that one had to learn it to the small perfection, there would naturally be a reason for it. Xiao Chun was able to understand this point. Xiao Meng personally made lunch. First, she took out 2 bowls of porridge and placed them in front of Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng. Afraid that Xiao Chun would not understand, she said, "This is the rule set by elder sister Rue. After a large amount of exercise, you have to drink a bowl of porridge first. It will nourish your stomach before you can eat the main course." When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled faintly. He thought to himself, this girl is quite meticulous. According to the diet of earth, there is such a saying. Pu Tong. Just at this moment, Bai suddenly leaped out of the spirit blood jade on Xiao Chen's chest. After it came out, it looked at Xiao Meng with its large, watery eyes. What a cute little fox! Xiao Meng revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Lu Suifeng glanced at the red jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest and revealed a strange expression. He said, "Is this the spirit blood jade?" Xiao Chen nodded. He had not let the little fellow out for the past few days. Earlier, when Bai smelled the food, it strongly requested to come out. After Xiao Chun interacted with the people here, he found them to be kind-hearted. So Xiao Chen did not stop it. "Is there any more porridge? This little fellow is hungry," Xiao Chun said as he looked at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng smiled and nodded. She took out a small bowl and filled it with porridge before handing it to Bai. Bai revealed a cute smile on its face. It rubbed its head happily against Xiao Meng, causing her to laugh gently. Chapter 154. After they finished their porridge and had lunch, Lu Suifeng pulled Xiao Chun to the side. "If I am not wrong, your little spirit fox should have the bloodline of a 6-tailed spirit fox." Xiao Chun nodded. "Is there a problem?" Lu Suifeng said seriously. "If there is no need, do not bring this little fellow out of Qingyun Peak. As the saying goes, do not reveal your wealth. Yi Chun, you should understand this." Xiao Chun felt it was strange. Could it be that there are no rules in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Suifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Naturally, this Qingyun Peak is a pure land. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with all sorts of people. It is not the pure land that you think it is. The strong preys on the weak. This happens every day." Xiao Chun frowned slightly and could not help but think about Lu Chun and the other outer disciples. If the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is filled with such people, then Lu Suifeng's words are really thought-provoking. After lunch, Bai left the dueling grounds with Xiao Meng without any conscience. Xiao Chen knew it did not like to stay in the spirit blood jade. Since there was no danger in Qingyun Peak, he did not bother with it. Yichen, I have something to do in the afternoon. I cannot accompany you. Sorry. Lu Suifeng said apologetically to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded. Lu Suifeng did not impatiently guide him for the entire morning. He was already very grateful. There was no need to force him to continue guiding him in the afternoon. Furthermore, the 8 basic movements of the saber did not require any guidance. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chun nod, he smiled and said, "You are a good friend. I will take my leave first. Remember not to remove the metal bars on your body. If my sister sees it, I will be in trouble." Seeing Lu Suifeng leave, Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He was not in a rush to practice the basic saber techniques. He warmed up his body and waited for the food in his body to be completely digested. Xiao Chun started to run along the dueling grounds. He relied on the strength of his physical body to slowly run. After jogging in the morning, Xiao Chun had already felt the benefits of cultivating after his body reached its limit. The effect was several times better than usual. After a while, Xiao Chun slowly ran 5 or 6 laps. This time, he could clearly feel that the rocks on the ground seemed to have a mysterious suction force. With every step he took, he would expend a lot of energy. This feeling was a little familiar. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun finally remembered where he had encountered this feeling before. Back in the sage remnant in Savage Forest, Xiao Chun had exhausted a lot of essence with every step he took toward the stone platform that towered into the sky. There was a huge difference between the two. One absorbed physical strength while the other absorbed vitality. However, they both achieved the same result through different means. With every step he took, he would immediately consume a bit of energy. It was just that he did not know if the two were related. Sweat slowly covered his forehead. Xiao Chun wiped it away. He could feel his stamina being depleted. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chun continued to run forward. Round after round, Xiao Chun ran tirelessly step by step. Relying on his tenacious willpower, he endured the boundless loneliness. In the vast dueling grounds, he ran forward courageously. Run, run, run. I have not reached my limit yet. I have to continue persevering. After running 30 laps, Xiao Chun felt slightly dizzy. However, he knew that this was not his limit. Just like that, Xiao Chun ran 50 laps before he slowly stopped. He resisted the urge to lie down immediately. He slowly sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Essence slowly flowed through the various meridians in his body. It was unknown when, but Lu Ruyue was already standing there quietly, watching Xiao Chun silently. When she saw Xiao Chen's desperate appearance, it was like she saw her younger self in his eyes. Because the older generation had left, the originally bustling dueling grounds became very quiet. However, she still dragged her young body and ran continuously, step by step, just like Xiao Chun was doing today. Enduring the boundless loneliness and relying on his tenacious willpower, he finally made it to this stage step by step. The essence passed through the meridians and entered Xiao Chen's flesh and bones. That numbing feeling came again. The sweat on his body evaporated continuously, giving off white smoke. The cells in his bones, skin, and flesh started to undergo this intense activity. Under this extreme state, his physical body was continuously tempered by the essence, becoming stronger. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and got up to stretch himself. A series of crackling sounds came from all the bones in his body. Every crisp sound made him feel energized. Elder Sister Rua, why are you here? Xiao Chun heard footsteps and turned his head to take a look. He discovered Lu Ruyue, who was still wearing her tight-fitting long robes, slowly walking towards him. Lu Ruyue smiled faintly, revealing a gentle smile. She perfectly displayed the charm of a mature woman. That brat Suifeng always goes to Jade Maiden Peak in the afternoon. I was worried, so I came to take a look. You should have learned the 8 basic movements of the saber, right? Show me now. Xiao Chun nodded and drew the lunar shadow saber with a huang-dang sound. He focused and calmed himself down. Xiao Chun took a step forward with his right foot, and the saber created a strong wind as it swept through the air. This was the first move of the basic saber technique, sweep. The saber paused in the air for a moment. Xiao Chun stepped forward with his left foot and brought his legs together. He shouted and chopped down with the saber. This was the second move, chop. The instant the saber descended, when it reached the bottom, Xiao Chun did not take a step back. Instead, he pulled the saber up. This was the third move of the basic saber technique, drawl chop, sweep, hold, chop, and pierce. Xiao Chun executed the remaining 5 moves together with his footwork without stopping. Although it was somewhat shaky, he managed to do it in one breath. Lu Ruyue nodded gently at the side. She smiled and said, "Not bad. At least your basic movements and footwork are correct. However, you still lack some momentum and consistency. However, you just have to take it slow. You can use the 8 basic movements of the saber to exchange moves with me. I will slowly guide you and you will understand in the future." This basic saber technique was refined by our ancestors after tens of thousands of years. It is very important to a bladesman. When Xiao Chun heard that Lu Ruyue wanted to use the basic saber technique to exchange moves with him, he was overwhelmed by the favor. A medial-grade martial saint was willing to exchange moves with him and teach him the basic saber technique step by step. No one had ever received such treatment before. "Elder Sister Ruyue, this is not appropriate. It is just a basic saber technique. I can practice it myself. There is no need to waste your time," Xiao Chun rejected. An impatient expression flashed on Lu Ruyue's pretty face. She said, "Stop wasting time. As a man, can you be more direct? Being so wishy-washy is even more annoying than a woman." Xiao Chun did not dare to disobey. He sheathed his saber and stood opposite of Lu Ruyue. Only then did Lu Ruyue reveal a smile. "That's more like it. I will make the first move." Right after Lu Ruyue spoke, a cold light flashed. The small saber in Lu Ruyue's hand moved forward and pierced towards Xiao Chen's chest. This was the basic saber technique's pierce formula. It was a simple stab, but Lu Ruyue's aura was like a rainbow. No one dared to underestimate it. Xiao Chun remembered their agreement. He could only use the 8 basic saber techniques to break this move. He quickly executed the pull formula and swung his saber upwards, blocking Lu Ruyue's move. This was not a true battle. They were just exchanging moves. Thus, there was no killing intent. During the exchange, Lu Ruyue would occasionally give Xiao Chun pointers, telling him of his mistakes. Then, she would make her own move and demonstrate the correct saber technique to him. Her expression was extremely serious. Xiao Chen's talent was high in the first place. After exchanging moves, he improved very quickly. Slowly, he found the feeling. The days of Qingyun Peak passed peacefully like this. Lu Ruyue insisted on coming every afternoon to exchange moves with Xiao Chun. Aside from practicing the basic saber techniques, Xiao Chun would take time out during the day to run a few laps around the dueling grounds. Every day, he would push his body to its limits. Then, he would immediately start cultivating, tempering his body at his limits. Now, Xiao Chun could easily run 100 laps around the dueling grounds. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chun would lie on his bed and read the flowing cloud scripture that Lu Chun gave him. He would sort out the meridians in his body that were in a mess due to cultivating the battle sage origins. This was one of the rare peaceful days he had since he left Mo City. He could systematically sort out the martial techniques and knowledge that he had learned. Normally, if he had any questions regarding martial techniques, he could ask Lu Ruyue for guidance. She would always give him a satisfactory answer. Although his cultivation realm did not increase by much in the past few days, his combat prowess had reached an unprecedented peak. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed just like that. Xiao Chen's basic saber techniques had made great progress. He had already reached the peak of small perfection. After practicing the basic saber techniques to this level, Xiao Chun could clearly feel that when he used the rushing thunder saber technique again, its might was much stronger than before. Furthermore, he was able to integrate it better. He was just one step away from the fusion that he had not completed in the past, and he would be able to reach a perfect state. In the end, there were still some unfortunate matters. Even when he tried to ask her about learning listening to the sword and communicating with it, he was rejected by Lu Ruyue. She said that it was not the right time yet. Since he had a favor to ask, Xiao Chun could not be too forceful. The most important thing was that Lu Riyue had treated him very well in the past 2 months. On this particular day, Xiao Chun woke up very early as usual, preparing to rush to the dueling grounds. The instant he opened the door, he discovered Lu Riyue, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng standing outside with smiles on their faces. Xiao Chun asked with some doubts, "What day is it today? Don't we have to go to the dueling grounds? Why are you all here?" Lu Suifeng giggled. "You are right. There is no need to go to the dueling grounds today. I was afraid that you would not be able to meet anyone and miss us, so I came to tell you this news in advance." Lu Riyue smiled warmly and continued the topic. "Today is the day the Supreme Elder of the Divine Saber Camp is giving a lecture at the Heaven Ascending Platform. That is a true Supreme Elder. He is a martial monarch. So I decided to go with all of us." A martial monarch Supreme Elder. A fervent light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His calm heart actually started to fluctuate. However, this was not surprising. Martial monarchs were already the strongest cultivators in the great Qin nation. Chapter 155. There were 10 known martial monarchs, each of them guarding an area. It was impossible for an ordinary person to listen to his lecture. Xiao Chun had not expected a martial monarch to personally lecture everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Although it was not a one-on-one lecture, listening to his words or watching from afar might be of great help to his cultivation in the future. Lu Riyue whistled softly and a green bird slowly flew in front of the group. Lu Riyue took the lead and leaped onto it. After that, she said to Xiao Chun, "Yi Chun, come on, come with me." Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Sis, can you not be so biased? No matter what, I am still your biological younger brother. Don't give me that. If you had half of Yi Chen's willpower, you would not go to Jade Maiden Peak and fool around with those female disciples. Naturally, I would not let you walk to the Heaven Ascending Platform." Lu Riyue lectured him from the green bird. When Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng heard this, they could not help but laugh gently. Under Lu Suifeng's envious gaze, Xiao Chun sat on the green bird and followed Lu Riyue to the horizon. High up in the sky, clouds lingered. Xiao Chun sat behind Lu Riyue, riding the green bird as they traveled through the clouds. Occasionally, flying beasts flew by. The people on them were cultivators heading to the Heaven Ascending Platform. The green bird was only so big. It was unavoidable for Xiao Chun to bump into Lu Riyue from time to time, causing him to feel restless. A gentle breeze blew, and Lu Riyue's hair occasionally hit Xiao Chen's face. The unique fragrance of a girl flowed into his nose from her hair. As a novice in certain areas, Xiao Chun did his best to control his body's normal reactions. This was something that made one's heart beat faster and was incomparably exciting. However, one had to do their best to control it. This made Xiao Chun feel very uncomfortable. The fire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, a magnificent ship flew over from behind the two of them. The hull of the ship was covered with all sorts of golden decorations, making it look extremely majestic. A black flag fluttered on the hull of the ship. The word "Song" was written on the flag in a flamboyant style. This was a warship belonging to the Lingyun Mountain Range's Biyun Peak. On the bow of the ship, the youngest son of the Biyun Peak's peakmaster, Song Chenhe, was dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked very handsome, and his hands were placed on the railing. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an indescribable elegance. There were also a few men and women on the deck. They were all disciples of Biyun Peak. They were like stars surrounding the moon, standing behind Song Chenhe, making him look even more noble. "Senior Sister Lu, the Heaven Ascending Platform is still some distance away. Why don't you board my ship?" that youth said loudly as he looked at Lu Riyue's figure. Xiao Chen turned his head back to take a look. He felt that the scene in front of him was very familiar. After a while, he thought about it. This was exactly the same situation as the rich second generation who drove Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, and wore branded clothes. He could not help but smile to himself. Tall, rich, and handsome people exist everywhere. Lu Ruyue acted like she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head back as she continued to control the green bird to fly forward. That youth could not help but feel anxious. He thought that Lu Ruyue did not hear him, so he raised his voice and shouted again. However, Lu Ruyue was even more direct this time. She controlled the green bird to double its speed, leaving this person in the dust. When Song Qianhe saw the situation, he smacked the railing violently. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was behind Lu Ruyue, and revealed a murderous intent in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Who is that brat behind Lu Ruyue? Why have I not seen him before?" The person beside him replied, "That is the disciple that Lu Ruyue recently accepted. His name seems to be Yichun. He is 16 years old and is already an inferior grade martial grandmaster." The person who replied was called Zhang Jin. He had the nickname of Know-It-All in Biyun Peak. His personal strength was not much, but he loved to listen to gossip. Thus, he was very clear about these matters. Song Qianhe frowned slightly. He was somewhat astonished in his heart. Lu Ruyue actually accepted a disciple. Is she still not going to give up? This brat is actually so close to Lu Ruyue. She even let him ride the green bird with her. He had been eyeing this position for a long time. However, Lu Ruyue did not care about him at all. She did not care about him at all. When she saw Xiao Chun sitting on his seat, she wanted to kick him down immediately. Does this brat have any background? How did he enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Song Qianhe continued to ask. Zhang Jin quickly said, he used Feng Feishua's recommendation letter to enter Qingyun Peak. However, this person does not seem to have any background. If he did, he would not have entered Qingyun Peak. A gleam flashed in Song Qianhe's eyes. He smiled coldly. It is easy to deal with him if he does not have any background. Lu Ruyue, I will make you give up. No matter what, Qingyun Peak will become history. On the green bird, Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, Elder Sister Rue, that person invited you to board. Why did you ignore him? A cold light flashed on Lu Ruyue's face. She said in a cold voice, don't mention that person. He is just scum, the same as his father. If I board his ship, I am afraid I will not be able to resist killing him. Xiao Chun quickly shut his mouth. He knew he asked something he should not have asked. Suddenly, a melodious bird cry came from above. Lu Chun was also riding a green bird, slowly descending from above. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the blue dragon he was riding was exactly the same as Lu Ruyue's green bird, be it its size or color. Senior Sister Rue, are you going to the heaven ascending platform? How about we make a bet to see who gets there first? The loser will give the other party 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Lu Ruyue rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, cut the crap. Can't you see that I am carrying another person? Lu Chun smiled gently and did not mind. He said, never mind, let's get down to business. A few days ago, I went to Saber Prison to see Lung Tianyue. He specifically said that he wanted to see your disciple. Xiao Chun was startled. His expression was somewhat unnatural. Back then, he had saved Lung Liusu from Lung Tianyue's hands. After he was locked up, he did not change his appearance. Lu Rue smiled coldly. Lung Tianyue, who does he think he is? Wait until he comes out. Is my disciple someone he can meet whenever he wants? I have conveyed the message. Whether you want to go or not will depend on little brother Yichen. I will take my leave first. After Lu Chun spoke, he rode on the green bird and soared into the sky, disappearing from the two of them. Xiao Chun was very surprised at Lu Rue's reply. He did not expect her to be so straightforward. Especially the last sentence, it made Xiao Chun feel touched. The green bird rode on the two of them for a while. Soon, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain peak was like the heaven viewing platform. It looked like it had been chopped in half by someone, revealing a huge platform. That was the heaven ascending platform. The heaven ascending platform was different from the heaven viewing platform. It was completely bare. There were no buildings at all. There was only a tall stone platform. On the empty ground below the stone platform, There was a sparse crowd of people who had arrived earlier. As they were about to arrive, Xiao Chun could not help but ask, "Elder Sister Rue, don't you want to know why Lang Tanue wants me to meet him?" Lu Rue smiled gently. "I don't care what your identity was in the past. You just have to remember that you are my disciple now. Lung Tianyue made a huge mistake and is locked up in Saber Prison. He will never be able to come out in this lifetime. If he wants to meet you, it is definitely not a good thing. Curiosity kills the cat. Don't let me know that you are secretly going to meet him." As the two of them spoke, Lu Rue had already controlled the green bird and slowly landed on the empty ground of the heaven ascending platform. Lu Rue took the lead and jumped down. Then, she brought Xiao Chun to a secluded corner to rest. Most of the people on the platform were like Xiao Chun, riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. There were even more people below the mountain peak, rushing over quickly. At this moment, a sparkling and translucent jade ship slowly flew over from the horizon. There was the sound of ceremonial music coming from the jade ship. There were faint clouds surrounding it. It was like the legendary Immortal ship. The moment the ship appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the platform, and they all looked up. They looked up and saw all sorts of girls standing on the bow of the ship. They were all as beautiful as flowers and had graceful figures. Melodious laughter resounded continuously. "The Jade Maiden Peak ship is here. I heard that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyun, will be coming as well." "Is that true? This Chu Xinyun usually stays in Jade Maiden Peak. Although she is famous, I have never had the chance to see her in person. I wonder if she is as beautiful as the rumors say. She is one of the 3 golden flowers of our heavenly saber pavilion. Aside from Lu Rue and Lang Liusu, there is no other girl in Heavenly Saber Pavilion who can compare to her." Xiao Chen's ears were very sharp. He heard everything that these people said. He looked at Lu Rue's charming face, which was filled with the charm of a mature woman. Jade Maiden Peak's Chu Xinyun could not help but look forward to this girl who was as famous as her. The jade ship slowly descended. One by one, beautiful women slowly walked down from the bow of the ship. In the Lingyun mountain range that was filled with spiritual qi, these women were all extremely beautiful. At first glance, they were extremely pleasing to the eyes. After a while, a girl dressed in white walked down under everyone's gazes of anticipation. Her eyes were intelligent. They were as deep as the stars. Her hands were soft. Her skin was smooth. Her collar was smooth. Her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like that of a moth. There was a faint smile on her delicate face. With just one glance, Xiao Chun felt like his soul was being hooked away. "Is she smiling at me?" All the men on the platform had the same question as Xiao Chun. They felt their heartbeats speed up. "Is Chu Xinyun pretty?" Suddenly, Lu Rue's smiling question came from the side. Xiao Chun answered subconsciously, "Pretty. Is she as pretty as me?" "Pretty much. Pretty much your head." Lu Rue ruthlessly smacked Xiao Chen's head. "This little vixen has already hooked away Sui Feng's soul. If you get hooked away by her again, I will throw you off Qingyun Peak." Xiao Chun recovered his wits and rubbed his slightly swollen head. He cried out in pain and sighed in his heart. What an undeserved calamity. It looks like no matter where I am, I should not talk about another girl in front of a beauty. This was especially so when that girl was even more beautiful than her. All the more reason not to talk about it. Her current state was the best proof. Chapter 156. Lu Ruyue. Just as Xiao Chun was letting his imagination run wild, a delicate voice entered his ears. He looked towards the figure and was startled. The person who came was Lang Liusu. He subconsciously hid behind Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue also saw Lang Liusu. She frowned slightly and a cold expression filled her face. When she saw Lang Liusu in a red dress walking over quickly, she smiled coldly. "I thought you were killed by Lang Tanue. I did not expect you to appear in front of me alive and kicking. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, I even advanced to Martial Saint." Lang Liusu retorted, not backing down at all. "What a strong smell of gunpowder. Could it be that all the pretty girls in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are not on good terms with Lu Riyue? Xiao Chun thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Furthermore, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Indeed, Lung Liusu saw Xiao Chun hiding behind Lu Riyue. He looked familiar and she said, "Who is the one hiding behind you? Is he your new disciple? Don't tell me you are too ashamed to face others." When Lu Riyue heard this, she looked at Xiao Chun with a strange expression. She casually pushed him to the front and said, "What is there to be ashamed of? What are you afraid of?" Xiao Chun wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What he was afraid of had happened. He originally thought that he did not have to see Lung Tianyue and everything would be fine. He did not expect to meet Lung Liusu, who he did not want to meet even more than Lung Tianyue. "Turn around and let me see." Lung Liusu found him more and more familiar as she stared at Xiao Chun. "Damn it, I'm throwing caution to the wind." Xiao Chun turned around and smiled faintly. "Miss Lung, we meet again. It's you." Lung Liusu paused for a while and said simply, just when Xiao Chun thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, "Damn pervert. You dare to appear in front of me again. I'll chop you to death." Lung Liusu drew her saber with a huangdang sound and quickly chopped at Xiao Chun. The saber lit up with a resplendent light and a saber chi left the saber. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly dodged. The saber chi flew towards Lu Riyue, who was behind him. Lu Riyue snorted coldly and drew the small saber in her hand. With a schwa sound, she chopped the saber chi into nothing. When Lung Liusu saw Xiao Chun dodge, the saber in her hand buzzed, reverberating in the air. Xiao Chun felt like the lunar shadow saber was going to run away by itself. Buzz! The small saber in Lu Riyue's hand started to buzz continuously. She flew forward and blocked in front of Xiao Chun, blocking Lung Liusu's attack. Bang! When the two sabers clashed, there was a clanging sound. Lu Riyue did not move at all, but Lung Liusu took 3 steps back before she slowly neutralized the force from the saber. The swords in their hands buzzed continuously. Lu Riyue and Lung Liusu executed listening to the sword and communicating with it at the same time. Instantly, the shock waves spread out in all directions. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everyone's weapons started to tremble. The sabers of some of the weaker cultivators flew out and stabbed into the ground in front of Lu Riyue and Lung Liusu. Very quickly, hundreds of sabers appeared on the ground. The surrounding cultivators all surrounded them. However, the identities of the two people fighting were not simple. For a moment, no one dared to stop them. "Lu Riyue, are you going to stop me from killing this perverted thief?" Lung Liusu said aggressively as she looked at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue smiled coldly and did not give in. "You keep saying that my disciple is a perverted thief. Do you think I will believe you just because you say so? I can even say that you are a perverted thief. Since you say that, then tell me, what did he do to you?" Lu Riyue's words were very ruthless. Lung Liusu stammered for a long time. Her face turned red. However, how could she say such an embarrassing thing in front of everyone? Lung Liusu stomped her foot and said angrily, "Don't let me see you again. Otherwise I will kill you." After she spoke, she glared at Xiao Chun before quickly leaving the place. The commotion died down just like that. When the surrounding people saw that there was no more commotion to watch, they picked up their weapons and left. Before they left, they all gave Xiao Chun a meaningful look. Their meaning was clear. How powerful. He even dares to molest the daughter of the previous pavilion master. Xiao Chun would not be able to defend himself. Even if he wanted to explain himself, he would not be able to do so. It looked like the reputation of this perverted thief was going to spread throughout the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Riyue sheathed her saber and circled around Xiao Chun a few times. She sized him up with a faint smile on her face, making it hard for people to understand her intentions. Xiao Chun felt uncomfortable from being stared at like that. He explained, "Elder Sister Rue, actually, this is all a misunderstanding. I really did not do anything." Lu Riyue smiled gently, like a flower blooming. It was very beautiful. She patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "There is no need to explain. Little Yi Chun, I understand." I really could not tell that a refined person like you had such capabilities. Xiao Chun was very depressed. He finally understood the difficulties that Fatso faced back then. Just as he was about to explain, another warship flew over from the horizon. This was a warship made entirely of black mysterious iron. A flag with the word Zhong on it was fluttering on the bow of the ship. A man dressed in black stood at the bow of the warship. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the platform. The people that he looked at felt like their hearts were pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely unbearable. Qianduan Peak's Zhongxian is here. There is going to be a good show to watch. I wonder what expression he would have if he knew what happened earlier. He has been chasing after Lung Liusu for many years. He has not even touched her hand yet. This is going to be interesting. The people below discussed. There were many gazes directed at Xiao Chun. Their expressions were filled with schadenfreude. This made Xiao Chun feel extremely uncomfortable. The black warship shook for a while and stopped. Zhongxian led the Qianduan Peak disciples to a corner. There were people in the crowd that Zhongxian was familiar with. They quickly went over and told him what happened earlier. Zhongxian stopped and his face immediately turned gloomy. He took heavy steps and led the Qianduan Peak disciples towards Xiao Chun. He was filled with killing intent. Yichen, right? Zhongxian stopped about 3 meters away from Xiao Chun. He released all his aura and locked onto Xiao Chun with killing intent. He enunciated every word clearly. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was standing behind Lu Rue, and said indifferently, "Do you dare to take a step forward?" His words were filled with killing intent. He did not hide it at all. As long as Xiao Chun took a step forward, a sharp attack would immediately be launched at him. This is undisguised mockery. We have not even started yet, and you already want to kill me. Xiao Chun was enraged. A strand of killing intent slowly appeared in his heart. His right hand quickly grasped the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. Do you dare to say that again? Just as Xiao Chun was about to make a move, Lu Ruyue suddenly spoke. There was a cold look on her pretty face. It was as cold as ice. Zhongxian thought about Lu Ruyue's deeds and could not help but curse in his heart. I was too rash today. With my strength as a superior grade martial saint, I am not strong enough in front of Lu Ruyue. However, at this moment, if he retreated miserably in front of everyone, he would become a laughingstock. Furthermore, there were many Qianduan Peak disciples behind him. If they fought, he might not be a match for Lu Ruyue. Thinking of this, Zhongxian could not help but smile coldly. Why not? Dang. A cold light appeared and a saber light flickered. Just as Zhongxian spoke, the saber was already right in front of him. A few strands of hair on his forehead were all cut off and slowly fell to the ground. Zhongxian was greatly startled. He pushed off the ground and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ruyue was faster than him. Lu Ruyue swung her saber downwards and a crack immediately appeared on the battle armor on his chest. Blood spurted out from the crack. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the battle armor, Zhongxian might have been chopped in half. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lu Ruyue's move was the chop character formula of the basic saber techniques. He did not expect it to be able to display such might in her hands. Blood spurted out from his chest. It was incomparably painful. Zhongxian was infuriated. He stretched his right hand to his waist, wanting to draw his saber. However, when he drew his saber halfway, it was blocked by Lu Ruyue's left hand. Lu Ruyue's right leg carried the sound of the wind as she kicked at Zhongxian's chest with lightning speed. There was a loud bang as her foot landed on his chest. Lu Ruyue controlled the force of this kick very well. Zhongxian did not get sent flying. Instead, he fell to the ground. There were kasa-kasa sounds coming from his back. It was unknown how many of his bones were broken. Zhongxian struggled to stand up. Lu Ruyue mercilessly continued to stomp on his chest. Zhongxian groaned in pain and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as he lay back down. Although all this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, it actually happened within a few breaths. The two of them had only exchanged one move. The Qianduan Peak disciples did not even have the time to react. By the time they reacted, Zhongxian was already severely injured by Lu Riyue. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Zhongxian's position in Qianduan Peak was no lower than the grandson of the first elder, the Peak Master. He was also a true inheritor of Qianduan Peak. If anything happened to him in front of everyone, no one would have a good time. The Qianduan Peak disciples drew their sabers and rushed at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue smiled coldly and her aura soared. The surrounding people could not help but tremble. This is the aura of a superior grade martial saint. She actually reached the strength of a superior grade martial saint. This is too horrifying. No wonder she only used one move to defeat Zhongxian. The difference in strength is too great. Under this horrifying aura, the Qianduan Peak disciples all stopped in their tracks. They looked at Lu Riyue in horror, not daring to move even half a step. Zhongxian, who was on the ground, was also shocked. He could not believe it. How can this be? 2 months ago you were only a medial grade martial saint. How did you improve so quickly? After a cultivator became a martial saint, every time they advanced by a grade, there would be a world of difference in their strength. It was extremely difficult to advance further. Some people with poor talent might not even be able to take a step forward even after 10 years. Lu Riyue reached superior grade martial saint at the age of 24. There were probably not many people with such talent in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Riyue withdrew her foot and looked at Zhongxian on the ground. She said coldly, "Scram. Don't put on such airs in front of me in the future. Otherwise, even if I kill you, your father would not dare to say anything." Chapter 157. The disciples of Qianduan Peak quickly helped Zhongxian up and applied medicine on him. Then, they lifted him up and left in a hurry, as though they were fleeing for their lives. At this moment, 3 more warships flew over from the horizon. The banners on the bows had the words Lu, Yu, and Feng written on them. The people from Wanren Peak, Beichen Peak, and Gongyu Peak are here. What a coincidence! The true inheritors of these 3 peaks are also pursuing Lung Liusu. I wonder how they will react, someone below said with a smile. Damn, I almost have a personal guard already. Xiao Qin felt a headache coming on. He finally understood the saying of Confucius, women should not be offended. He could not bear it. How many pursuers does this woman have? I wonder if there is no end. When Lu Riyue saw Xiao Qin's frustrated expression, she smiled gently and said, "If you were the young pavilion master of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, these men might come and pursue you." Xiao Qin's face darkened. He said, "This joke is not funny. Speaking of which, elder sister Riyue, a natural beauty like you, do you not have many pursuers? If there are, they can help me block them." Lu Riyue's pretty face did not show any expression. She said casually, "If I had such a brainless pursuer, I would just kill him with my saber. I would not be able to afford to lose face." The 3 warships slowly landed. Someone immediately told them what happened earlier. The true inheritors of the 3 peaks glanced at Xiao Qin. In the end, they feared Lu Riyue and did not come over. After a while, the cultivators from the foot of the mountain rushed to the platform. The huge platform was quickly filled with people. It looked like the teachings of a martial monarch had a fatal attraction to cultivators. When Lu Suifeng and the others saw Xiao Qin, they quickly went over. However, Lu Suifeng only greeted Xiao Qin before he rushed over to where the Jade Maiden Peak disciples were. Lu Riyue snorted coldly, "Useless." Oh! Just at this moment, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared in the surroundings. Ripples could be seen spreading out in the air. This was a sign that a martial monarch was coming. When a cultivator reached the realm of martial monarch, they would have a basic grasp of the laws of space. Traveling 1,000 kilometers in an instant was not a difficult task for them. They would be able to evolve their own laws and become a martial sage in 1 step, possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, in the past 1,000 years, there had been very few martial sages in the great Qin nation. Suddenly, the ripples moved quickly and a tiny spatial crack appeared on the high platform of the heaven ascending platform. An old man's figure appeared out of nowhere. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and his body was very lethargic. However, his eyes were as bright as the stars, deep and distant, as if they contained a boundless universe. A powerful aura instantly spread throughout the entire mountain peak. Everyone felt a huge pressure, and the noisy heaven ascending platform instantly fell silent. Xiao Chun looked at the cultivator on the platform and felt astonished. This was probably the strength of a peak martial monarch. He was just one step away from becoming a martial sage. That was if the old man could last that long. I have not come out for a long time. I do not know if I will have the chance to in the future. I will not speak too much nonsense. I will only speak about my past experiences. However, everyone has their own style. Do not blindly follow others. You have to consider your own situation and not bite off more than you can chew. The old man's somewhat hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. It was not loud, but it seemed to imprint itself in their minds, making it impossible to forget. When I was young, I harbored a dream. I brought my beloved saber to the heavenly saber pavilion. I wanted to become the strongest bladesman in the world. I wanted to learn the unblockable saber techniques, the fastest saber techniques in the world. When I grew old, I realized how laughable I was back then. There was the saying, biting off more than you can chew, wanting to reach the heavens in one step. This was the principle. By the time I understood, I had already wasted several decades. Everyone thinks that the saber is tyrannical and ferocious. However, they do not know that every saber has its own emotions. It can be gentle like water, free and unrestrained, or direct. Every bladesman has their own personality. I remember that in the past I met a few demonic geniuses. The saber that accompanied me for many years broke on the spot. I switched to a few sabers and trained bitterly for many years, but I was still no match for those geniuses. Some people are blessed by the heavens. Everyone will meet such geniuses. No matter what, you can change your saber, but the heart of the bladesman cannot be shaken. This old man spoke very slowly. The content of his speech was very different from what Xiao Chun expected. Xiao Chun originally thought that the old man would be talking about a powerful martial technique. Who knew? He only talked about some of the old man's comprehensions and experiences. The old man's tone was extremely calm. He did not cite any classics or make up a long story. The old man only spoke about the problems he faced in every cultivation realm back then. The old man's ordinary experiences, coupled with his ordinary speaking speed, were very calm. However, everyone present had some sort of comprehension. This was because the experiences the old man spoke about were experienced by all the cultivators of different cultivation realms. Many of the problems they had were answered by the old man's words. When the old man spoke about the problems and setbacks he faced when he was a martial grandmaster, Xiao Chun listened very carefully. After that, he combined it with his current situation. Many of the problems he faced were suddenly cleared up. After that, when the old man spoke about the martial saint realm, it was like a beacon for Xiao Chun. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours. Not only did the old man talk about his experiences, he also talked about some of his unique understandings of saber techniques. Every understanding he had would be combined with his own experiences, using practical examples to illustrate. It did not make anyone feel empty. Everyone present could easily understand it. Xiao Chun could not help but admire the old man. This was what a true grandmaster was. He was not pretentious, not talking about big but empty things, not deliberately mystifying things. This was because even if he said it, no one would understand it. It would only confuse the people listening. A person's talent determines how fast they can go. As for a person's perseverance, it determines how far they can go. One cannot give up on oneself because of talent, belittling oneself. Perseverance is the most important thing. After saying this, the old man silently left. His voice was still echoing in everyone's ears, so no one noticed the old man's departure. After a long time, everyone came to their senses. Only then did they realize that the old man had already left for a long time. The stone platform returned to its bustling state. Cultivators walked in groups of 2s and 3s, heading down the mountain and discussing their earlier experiences. Xiao Yang said somewhat excitedly, "As long as I have perseverance, I will become a martial monarch one day. Earlier, the old man talked about how he once met a strong cultivator who cultivated the physical body. That cultivator was as strong as a martial monarch and was extremely strong. Hence, Xiao Yang was very encouraged. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything. He agreed with the old man's last sentence. No matter how talented one was, without perseverance, one would not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. Lu Ruyue looked into the distance at Lu Suifeng, who was smiling as he followed Chu Xinyun. She shook her head and said, Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, don't go to pick the ice crystal flowers today. Leave it to Yi Chun and Suifeng. I already spoke to Suifeng this morning. You just have to wait for him. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, Elder sister Ruyue, I feel a fire burning in my heart. Let me go. Burning your head. Lu Ruyue used the scabbard and knocked heavily on the stout Xiao Yang. Do you really think that you are an expert after listening to a few words? Calm down first. Xiao Yang felt the pain and immediately shut up. He did not say anything else about his blood burning. He followed Lu Ruyue to the bottom of the mountain. Xiao Chun did not leave. He stood where he was and waited for Lu Suifeng. After a while, Lu Suifeng walked over to Xiao Chun. What made Xiao Chun surprised was that the top beauty of Jade Maiden Peak, Chu Xinyun, also followed. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. What is this? This brat Lu Suifeng is too reckless. He is going out to do proper business, but he still brings a girl with him. Lu Suifeng quickly walked over. His handsome face was filled with smiles as he introduced her to Xiao Chun. This is Miss Xinyun from Jade Maiden Peak. This time, she is going to Evil Wind Valley with us. Hello, I am Chu Xinyun. Suifeng mentioned you to me before. Chu Xinyun smiled faintly and took the initiative to greet Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun stood so close to Chu Xinyun, that kind of unforgettable beauty nearly suffocated him. However, Xiao Chun had seen many beauties. He was somewhat immune to them. His expression did not change as he smiled gently. I wonder why Miss Chu is going to Evil Wind Valley with us? Before Chu Xinyun could say anything, Lu Suifeng spoke first. Aside from being a cultivator, Xinyun is also an alchemist. Although she can obtain some herbs in the sect, it is very taxing on her contribution points. Thus, she picks most of them herself. Chu Xinyun nodded, tacitly agreeing with Lu Suifeng's words. Xiao Chun was speechless. Looking at their attitudes, Xiao Chun was sure that Lu Suifeng had never even held Chu Xinyun's hand before. Never mind, as long as I can obtain the ice crystal flower, it will be fine. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Chun thought helplessly. The three of them started to descend the mountain. Along the way, Lu Suifeng was very lively. He talked about all sorts of topics. Occasionally, Chu Xinyun would smile gently. She was extremely beautiful, making Lu Suifeng feel very satisfied. Xiao Chun shook his head, but there was nothing he could do. After the three of them descended the mountain, they did not leave Lingyun Mountain Range. Instead, they went to the Spirit Beast workshop of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The journey to Evil Wind Valley was very long. Although the three of them were not slow, they did not want to waste their essence on the journey. Thus, they planned to rent a few fast horses. Using their inner disciple identity medallions, the three of them could rent the lowest-ranked horses for free. If they wanted to rent spirit beasts, they would have to pay extra money. There were all sorts of spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast workshop. If you had enough spirit stones, you could rent some high-ranked spirit beasts to fight for you. However, the three of them could only look at these spirit beasts. Renting them was very expensive. Although Xiao Chun was not lacking in money, it was not good for him to expose himself. Chapter 158. After choosing their horses and registering them, a discordant voice came from behind them. Brother Lu, stop. Xiao Chun turned his head to take a look. It was indeed Song Chinha riding a 3-meter-tall flame cloud colt towards the crowd. A few Biyun Peak disciples were riding flame cloud colts behind him, slowly following behind him. This flame cloud colt was a rank 3 horse-type spirit beast. Its fur was like a red cloud of fire. It looked very beautiful. Furthermore, when it galloped, it was very fast, like a cloud of fire. When Lu Suifeng saw Song Chenhe, the smile on his face disappeared. He immediately turned his head and said, Ignore him. Let's go. After he spoke, he rode off on his horse. Xiao Chun and Chu Xinyun followed behind. Soon, they disappeared from Song Qianhe's vision. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and stroked the horse he was sitting on. He said, "Wait until I take care of your sister. Let's see how angry you are then." Zhang Jin, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Senior brother Song, it was not easy for that brat to leave Qingyun Peak. This is an opportunity. If we are fast, we will be able to catch up to them quickly." Song Qianhe smiled faintly. "I'm free to make my own decisions. Today is the day the ice crystal flower blooms. That sickly man on Qingyun Peak needs to use the ice crystal flower as medicine to prolong his life." It seemed like there was a big conflict between Biyun Peak and Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, the expressions of the Lu sisters would not change immediately when they saw Song Qianhe. Although Xiao Chun was curious, it was obvious that Lu Suifeng did not want to talk about this topic. Thus, Xiao Chun did not ask for a rebuff. The three of them galloped on their horses, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although they were not riding horses like the Flame Cloud colts, they were still much faster than ordinary horses. After traveling for 4 hours, the three of them finally arrived at Evil Wind Valley. Like before, the area outside of Evil Wind Valley was bustling. This might be the first time Chu Xinyun came to such a place. She was very curious and looked around. However, for an absolute beauty like her, if she did not keep a low profile when she went out, she was destined to be the center of attention. Soon, she attracted the attention of all the cultivators outside the valley. Xiao Chun could even hear some people swallowing their saliva. It was as wretched as one could imagine. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart, hoping that there would not be any trouble. Fortunately, the silver tokens on their waists clearly indicated their identities. These outer sect disciples could only look at them and did not dare to do anything improper. Even the most ordinary disciple in the inner sect could easily crush 3 outer sect disciples. This was caused by the strict elimination system of the last place. At this moment, Lu Suifeng's complexion had already recovered. He familiarly found a place to store the horses. Then the three of them quickly entered Evil Wind Valley. "Xinyun, I'm afraid something might happen. How about we go pick the ice crystal flower first?" Lu Suifeng asked Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun smiled faintly. "I have no objections. After all, I am not in a rush for my medicinal pill. Just treat it as going down the mountain to take in the scenery." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he smiled. He quickly walked towards the place where the ice crystal flower was. There was a senior in Qingyun Peak who needed the ice crystal flower as an ingredient to prolong his life. Thus, every once in a while, Lu Suifeng would come to pick it. Fortunately, that senior was almost fully recovered. After picking it this time, he should be able to make a complete recovery. There would not be any more trouble in the future. Lu Suifeng led the way in front. He had come to this place more than once or twice. He was much more familiar with it than Xiao Chun. As they walked, they passed through the river and the forest. They did not meet any spirit beasts before they arrived at the cliff. "Something's wrong. There's a problem." The three of them had just walked out of the forest when a strong smell of blood came with the cool breeze. Lu Suifeng's expression turned cold as he rushed forward. Below the tall cliff lay the corpses of 2 young ice apes. Their chests were torn open and the valuable internal organs and spirit cores had all been taken away. Looking at the cliff, the place where the ice crystal flower used to be was now empty. The ice crystal flower, even its leaves, had been pulled out by someone. This was a medicine that could be used to save lives. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by someone. Lu Suifeng revealed a blank expression as he muttered, "How can this be? Who is so wicked to pull out the roots?" Xiao Chun looked at the corpses of the young ice apes on the ground. The blood had yet to coagulate and the jagged teeth on the wounds were still very clear. This meant that this group of people had not left for long. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and spread it out continuously. In an instant, the surrounding 2,000 meters was imprinted in Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chun eliminated the cultivators one by one. Finally, 2 medial-grade martial grandmasters were stared at by Xiao Chun. The silver medallions on their waists were very eye-catching. Retracting his spiritual sense, he turned it into a line and scanned the two of them. Indeed, he saw that one of them had an entire ice crystal flower wrapped in his bosom. After the two of them walked for a long time, they stopped in a dense forest. A group of cultivators riding on flame cloud colts had been waiting there for a long time. The person leading them was Song Qianhe. He received the ice crystal flower and revealed a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Lu Ruwe, let's see how you are going to reject me this time. When I completely subdue you, Qingyun Peak will naturally be annexed by my Biyun Peak." Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He felt a rage in his heart for no reason. He revealed a heavy killing qi on his face and his expression became very sharp. Beside this group of people, there was an outer sect cultivator dressed in luxurious robes. It was the man with the scar, Yan Tianjing, who had mocked Xiao Chun previously. Yan Tianjing smiled faintly. "Elder brother Song, I did a pretty good job, right? I have the most spies in the outer sect. If you want me to keep an eye on someone, I will definitely be able to find out everything about them." This Yan Tianjing was the second young master of the Shihe province's Yan clan. He had a very strong background. Song Qianhe did not dare to slight him. He smiled slowly and said, "Brother Yan, you must be joking. How can you say that you are doing me a favor? I Song owe you a favor. I can give you a spot in Biyun Peak at any time." Yan Tianjing smiled in satisfaction. He had worked so hard for Song Qianhe for this result. If he could enter Biyun Peak, his position in the clan would immediately rise. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to continue listening. He placed a spiritual mark on Song Qianhe's body before quickly withdrawing his spiritual sense. Lu Suifeng still had a confused expression. Chu Xinyun, who was beside him, did not know how to persuade him. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "This ice crystal flower was taken by Song Qianhe." "Song Qianhe?" Lu Suifeng was stunned when he heard this. He immediately said, "Yi Chun, how did you know?" Of course, Xiao Chun could not tell him this. He could only lie. "I have a secret treasure that can sense things very strongly. Earlier, I saw two inner disciples hand the ice crystal flower over to Song Qianhe." "How hateful!" Lu Suifeng said angrily. His right hand hammered down on the mountain wall violently. Cracks appeared on the stone wall and pieces of rock fell down. "This Lu Suifeng must be trying to use the ice crystal flower to threaten my sister. Previously, his father wanted to use the excuse of marriage to invade my Qingyun Peak. After my sister rejected him, he did not give up. Now he is using this despicable method." Chu Xinyun's thoughts were more meticulous. She said to Xiao Chun, "Yi Chun, how many people did Song Qianhe bring? What are their cultivations like?" Xiao Chun replied, "Including him, there is a total of 10 inner disciples. The one with the highest cultivation is Song Qianhe, a peak martial grand master. Aside from that, there is an outer disciple, Yan Tianjing, an inferior grade martial grand master. He was the one who found out Lu Suifeng's whereabouts and reported it to Song Qianhe." When Chu Xinyun heard this, her pretty face revealed a worried expression. The weakest inner disciple was a medial grade martial grand master. Adding in Yan Tianjing, they had a total of 11 martial grand masters. On her side, there were only 3 people. The difference in strength was too great. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Suifeng's eyes. He said coldly, "I don't care about anything else. We have to obtain the ice crystal flower. Otherwise, my sister might really fall into that bastard's hands. Yichen, lead the way. We have to intercept them before they leave the valley." Xiao Chun nodded his head and felt for the spiritual imprint he had obtained. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and circled around the small path towards that group of people. His figure leaped across the ground, moving as fast as lightning. Along the way, Xiao Chun kept thinking of countermeasures. The inner disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion were all elites. Within the same cultivation realm, ordinary cultivators were far from being a match for them. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped and said, "The distance is too far. Furthermore, they are riding flame cloud colts. We will not be able to catch up to them." After Xiao Chun spoke, He did not care about the two's shock. A silver warship shot out from his eyes, and he quickly said, "Quickly get on." The situation was urgent. Although Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng were shocked, they did not have the chance to ask. They jumped on without saying anything else. After the two of them got on, Xiao Chun activated the formations on the silver warship with all his might. He turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flew forward. After a short while, Xiao Chun arrived in front of Song Qianhe and the others. Xiao Chun quickly descended and leaped onto a big tree. "They should be passing by here. Don't show any mercy. Kill them all." Xiao Chen's words did not contain any emotions. They were incomparably cold. Chu Xinyun and Lu Suifeng trembled in fear. Chu Xinyun said, "Yi Chun, killing a fellow disciple is a huge crime in Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If you are discovered, you will be tortured to death. We can discuss this with Song Qianhe." "How naive," Xiao Chun smiled coldly. "Do you think everyone is as pure as you? If you are afraid, you don't have to participate. Being soft-hearted will only ruin things. This matter has nothing to do with you in the first place." When Chu Xinyun heard this, she was stunned. She frowned slightly. She was so angered by Xiao Chun that she choked. She did not expect Xiao Chun to be so direct. There was no man in Heavenly Saber Pavilion who dared to speak to her like that. Lu Suifeng also advised from the side, "This time, it might really be a fight to the death. Xinyun, you better stay back." Dong, dong, dong. The sound of horses galloping came from the front. There were slight tremors on the ground. Xiao Chun was hidden on top of a tree, and he could feel the tree shaking slightly. He took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrow. He focused and drew the bowstring. There was nothing else in his eyes. He just stared straight ahead. Chapter 159. So, when Song Qianhe and the others appeared in Xiao Chen's vision, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to release the Essence Light arrow. The Essence Light arrow turned into a beam of light, carrying a boundless killing chi as it flew forward rapidly. This arrow was not aimed at Song Qianhe. This battle was too dangerous. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless and wanted to kill him in one strike. This arrow was aimed at the weakest person in the group, Zhang Jin. As the horses galloped, dust billowed. Suddenly, Song Qianhe, who was on horseback, felt a killing chi. When he saw a cold light flying in front of him, he quickly jumped off his horse and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly dismount!" Xiao Chun was astonished in his heart. Fortunately, he did not aim the Essence Light arrow at this person. Looking at his reaction speed, this arrow might not be able to do anything. Zhang Jin was preparing to dismount when the Essence Light arrow pierced his throat with a so sound. The arrow carried a huge force and instantly pulled him off his horse. His body flew backwards and knocked into a cultivator. The flame cloud colt he was riding on was startled and jumped around frantically. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Amidst the chaos, another Essence Light arrow flew by gracefully. The flame cloud colt under him was immediately startled and jumped around wildly. The scene instantly turned chaotic. In the midst of the chaos, another Essence Light arrow flew by gracefully. A Biyun Peak disciple was pierced through the throat and pinned to the ground. When Xiao Chun saw that there were no more opportunities, he put away the Soul Slayer bow and took out the Lunar Shadow Saber. He said, "Make your move. Remember to help me delay Song Qianhe." Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chun kill two people from Biyun Peak in the blink of an eye. After all, these were fellow disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were in disbelief when they saw Xiao Chun attack as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, he had killed two Biyun Peak disciples. After all, these were fellow disciples of Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They had some reservations in their hearts. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Xiao Chun descended from the sky and landed beside Song Qianhe. Behind the flame cloud colt, Song Qianhe saw Xiao Chen's appearance clearly. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "It's you, Lu Rui's disciple. You actually dare to kill the people of my Biyun Peak. You are truly seeking death." The moment he spoke, the remaining 8 cultivators all poked their heads out. When they saw that Xiao Chun was alone, their initial fear instantly vanished. They surrounded Xiao Chun aggressively. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being merciful. Kill him, Song Qianhe said with a cold expression. Clank, clank. The sound of a saber being unsheathed could be heard. The saber light rose up and the wind howled. 8 silhouettes rushed towards Xiao Chun quickly. Boundless killing intent swept towards Xiao Chun. Song Qianhe did not make a move. In his eyes, Xiao Chun was already a dead man. There was no need to pay any attention to him. He looked into the distance and saw 2 figures rushing over quickly. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. That's good as well. It gives me an excuse to make my move on you. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A strong gust of wind rose from his body. His figure was already in the air, continuously changing his position. Saber lights shot out in all directions and energy flew everywhere. There were clanging sounds. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, left behind a series of afterimages. In an instant, he sent out countless saber strikes. Even though he moved later, he arrived first, attacking the 8 people first. His figure flickered. It was hard to tell which was the real one. The people of Biyun Peak looked at Xiao Chun, who was in the air. They could not figure out his figure at all. They could only passively block when the saber light flashed by. In an instant, Xiao Chun single-handedly dealt with these 8 people. Furthermore, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Xiao Chun even held the upper hand. The boundless saber lights seemed endless. Combined with the afterimages in the air, it was dazzling. After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was executed, Xiao Chen's body paused in the air. The blue dragon in the river in his body leaped up ferociously. Xiao Chen's feet pushed off the air as though he was on flat ground. His body quickly flipped backward. When they landed, the 8 cultivators all had a few wounds on their bodies. Yan Tianjing, who was in the crowd, suddenly shouted angrily, "I'll smack you to death!" Dragon seizing hand. A huge black hand appeared above Xiao Chen's head. It covered the sun, as though it covered the sky and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect this Yan Tianjing to be a Yan clan disciple with an inherited martial spirit. He pushed off the ground and quickly dodged. The remaining 7 people did not stop moving. They quickly rushed at Xiao Chen. Saber lights flashed wantonly. The 7 of them used their martial techniques, taking turns to attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chun did not panic in the face of danger. He brought out all the comprehensions he had gained in the past few days. Using only the basic saber techniques, he broke the martial techniques of these people one by one. There were 8 saber techniques: sweep, hack, push, scrape, sweep, chop, chop, and pierce. Xiao Chun made use of every opportunity he had. He continuously executed them as he fought with the 7 people. Occasionally, he dodged the huge black palm descending from above. The heaven-ranked movement technique, Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, allowed Xiao Chen's body to be as nimble as a flood dragon. Although the situation was dangerous, he was not injured at all. These 7 people were Biyun Peak disciples. Normally, they trained together. Now that they worked together, their movements were perfect. Xiao Chun could not find any openings in a short period of time. Both sides could only fight in a stalemate. On the other side, Lu Suifeng knew that they had shed all pretense of cordiality. He did not hesitate to draw his saber and fight with Song Qianhe. The 2 of them had grasped the martial techniques of Qingyun Peak and Biyun Peak. Their fight was very intense. However, Song Qianhe's cultivation realm was higher than Lu Suifeng's. He had the upper hand. If it were not for Chu Xinyun helping him, he would have been in danger. Chu Xinyun, have you forgotten the rules of Heavenly Saber Pavilion? They dared to attack their fellow sect members. They have already committed a capital offense. If you continue to fight, you will be considered an accomplice. Song Qianhe saw that the fight was not going to end, so he used psychological tactics and shouted at Chu Xinyun. These words struck Chu Xinyun's weak point. Her hands could not help but pause for a moment. Song Qianhe smiled coldly and took advantage of the opportunity. 3 saber lights appeared in the air. His body was like flowing water, and his speed doubled. This was Biyun Peak's 3 flowing cloud images. Lu Suifeng, who had been working together with Chu Xinyun, was caught off guard. He was struck by 3 saber lights, and 3 bloody wounds appeared on his chest. Blood immediately flowed out. Seeing Lu Suifeng injured, Chu Xinyun quickly recovered and blocked Song Qianhe's killing move. The 2 of them worked together to block Song Qianhe's attack once again. However, it was clear that they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Chun easily dealt with the saber lights of the 7 people. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh to himself. At the crucial moment of life and death, Chu Xinyun is still in a daze. This little girl is unreliable. Shua! Noticing that Xiao Chun was distracted, one of them took the opportunity to increase his speed. The saber in his hand left a small wound on Xiao Chen's arm. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. After fighting for so long, they finally managed to injure Xiao Chun. Their morale could not help but increase. The cold light on their sabers became even sharper. Xiao Chun smiled faintly to himself. When he saw the huge black hand descending on him again, he purposely slowed down his pace. Xiao Chun was struck by the shockwave from the huge black hand. He stumbled and fell to the ground. After that, he quickly got up in a sorry state. Xiao Chen's back was facing the crowd, and he immediately revealed an opening. A few more saber lights landed on Xiao Chen's body. By the time Xiao Chun turned around, his body was already covered in wounds. He had a pained expression on his face. He looked very miserable. There is no need to waste time. Everyone, put in more effort and kill him quickly. Yan Tanzheng, who was at the side, sent out another black hand image as he said excitedly. The 7 Biyun Peak disciples became excited as well. Whoever killed Xiao Chen first would be rewarded greatly. At that time, Song Qianhe would definitely reward them handsomely. Their essence was rapidly depleting as they continuously executed all sorts of killing moves. Their originally well-coordinated footwork was now in disarray. They only wanted to kill Xiao Chen quickly. However, these people did not notice that although there were many wounds on Xiao Chen's body, they were not fatal. Furthermore, the wounds were not deep. They were only superficial wounds. Although it looked like a bloody mess, it was actually all superficial wounds on his body. For the past 2 months, Xiao Chun had been tempering his body every day. Regular attacks could no longer leave behind any fatal wounds on his body. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely unsightly as he quickly retreated. His footsteps were very disorderly. Facing the attacks of the torrential rain, he was like a floating leaf swaying left and right. He was surrounded by danger. It seemed like as long as there was one final strike, Xiao Chun would immediately die without a complete corpse. Just at this moment, a Biyun Peak disciple had already left the group far behind because he was in too much of a hurry. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He stopped moving and a boundless flame started to burn in the depths of his right eye. When that person saw that Xiao Chun did not move, he rejoiced. He leaped into the air and hacked at Xiao Chen's head with his saber, creating a strong wind. When the saber was only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Chen's forehead, a flame as thick as a pinky suddenly spewed out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Its speed was extremely fast and it pierced through that person's chest. A hole appeared in that person's chest. He revealed an incredulous expression. When he saw the hole in his chest rapidly expanding, he was incomparably horrified. That person wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing he could do to stop the spread of the flame. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of ashes and fell to the ground. Xiao Jiu. The sudden turn of events caught the Biyun Peak disciples off guard. 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were on good terms with Xiao Jiu lost their rationality. They roared angrily and leaped into the air. 3 saber lights, each about 6 meters long, hacked down at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun revealed a disdainful smile. Although this irrational attack looked ferocious, it was actually full of openings. If he used some skill, he could easily receive it. He took a small step back with his right foot and tilted his body slightly, using the 8 steps of the pull formula. He executed the 8 moves of the saber technique, and with a huang-dang sound, the lunar shadow saber easily blocked the 3 saber strikes. The huge black hand in the sky condensed again. It wanted to make use of this opportunity to smash down on Xiao Chun. "You are really never-ending." Xiao Chun snorted coldly and pointed his left hand to the sky. Using his fingers as a sword, a similarly huge black hand appeared. The 2 fingers of the huge hand were like a sharp sword, instantly breaking Yan Tianjing's dragon-seizing hand. Chapter 160. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He opened his left hand and the huge black hand turned into a huge mountain with 5 fingers. "How can this be? My Yan clan's dragon-seizing hand does not have an inherited martial spirit. It is impossible to execute it. How could he learn it?" Under Yan Tianjing's disbelieving gaze, the huge hand smashed down and pushed him to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and the blue dragon martial spirit in his body roared ferociously. A boundless essence poured into his right hand. Xiao Chun swung the lunar shadow saber ferociously, creating a strong wind. He flung away the 3 people in the air. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The saber lit up with a resplendent electric light. He quickly executed drawing the saber. This was the rushing thunder saber technique that was close to great perfection. This saber strike was as fast as lightning. It brought with it a bone-chilling cold wind. It directly chopped the person who was preparing to sneak attack him in half. When the 3 Biyun Peak disciples who were flung to the ground saw their companion chopped in half at the waist by Xiao Chun, the huge visual impact caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. They stood there blankly for a moment before rushing over again. Xiao Chun smiled gently and took a step forward. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Xiao Chen's aura slowly rose. Facing the 3 Biyun Peak disciples charging at him, Xiao Chun grasped the saber hilt tightly with his right hand. He casually pulled and drew a resplendent arc in the air. The arc flickered with electric light. "Explode!" Xiao Chun shouted, and the electric light on the arc trembled violently, giving off a loud sound. Created a sharp shockwave. The air exploded like flowing water and the 3 people were immediately knocked back. Footsteps came from behind. The remaining 3 people had already surrounded him from behind. Xiao Chun ignored them. Accompanied by a bolt of lightning, his body soared into the sky. This rushing heaven chop had already been executed to perfection by Xiao Chun. His body seemed to tear through space as he streaked across the sky like a beam of light. The rainbow light disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a long distance, there was a loud explosion. A cultivator's body was pierced through, exploding into pieces. Hovering in the air, Xiao Chen's body strangely paused in the air. Thunderclaps continued to explode behind him. The sound waves shook the surroundings, causing the leaves in the dense forest to fall. Because he was afraid of being distracted, Song Qianhe had not been paying attention to the battle at the side. Now that Xiao Chun had caused such a huge commotion, he had no choice but to look. In the end, Song Qianhe turned pale with fright. Originally, he thought he could easily take down Xiao Chun. However, he had already killed 3 Biyun Peak disciples. Furthermore, he held the upper hand. Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun were astonished at Xiao Chen's strength. They quickly delayed Song Qianhe, preventing him from helping. The battle between the 3 of them became even more intense. Song Qianhe was very anxious. His attacks became heavier and heavier, forcing the 2 of them to retreat. However, after Chu Xinyun used her true strength, the 2 of them had no problem blocking Song Qianhe's attacks. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chun shouted and his saber gave off a bright glow. It was like lightning descending from the sky. Xiao Chun landed on the head of a Biyun Peak disciple. The lunar shadow saber quickly chopped down, and a kasa sound rang out. The spirit weapon that person used to block was instantly split in half. The lunar shadow saber did not stop as it continued to descend, chopping that person in half from head to toe. Looking at the 2 people at the side, Xiao Chun did not stop at all. His movements were like flowing water as he executed the rushing thunder second chain chop, taking advantage of the situation. Xiao Chen's aura rose to its peak. The feeling he gave off now was like the god of thunder. The rushing thunder second chain chop that he had accumulated energy for 4 moves was executed. The force contained in the saber had reached its peak. Its speed was also at its peak, making it impossible for anyone to block it. Shwa! The 2 people at the side were cleanly cut into 2 halves. The flickering electric light on the blade charred the 2 corpses black from the electric shock. There are still 3 left. Xiao Chun withdrew his saber and stood upright. The aura on his body slowly dissipated. At this moment, the 3 people were already scared out of their wits. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They were afraid that Song Chenhe would settle the score with them later. If that happened, they would not have a good time in Biyun Peak. His essence should be almost exhausted. There is no need to be afraid. The 3 of them comforted each other and rushed at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and his body suddenly became blurry like flowing water. The lunar shadow saber in his hand split into 3 afterimages, and his speed instantly doubled. This is the 3 flowing cloud images. How does he know it? This was a secret technique that only the true inheritors of Biyun Peak could learn. After it reached great perfection, it had the might of an Earth-ranked martial technique. Now that Xiao Chun executed it, the 3 of them could not understand. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun moved like flowing water. He left a horrifying wound on each of them, causing blood to flow. Interesting, Xiao Chun thought to himself. He did not expect the 3 flowing cloud images to have such might when imitating it with the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. It was as gentle and silent as flowing water, but it had the momentum of a surging river. It flowed without end and could move at will, making it hard to grasp. This was the essence of the 3 flowing cloud images. After executing the 3 flowing cloud images, Xiao Chun suddenly comprehended something. Sudden comprehension was a wondrous state that could only be discovered and not sought. Xiao Chun completely forgot about the situation in his surroundings. He was immersed in the state of the 3 flowing cloud images. Using the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, Xiao Chun continuously simulated the 3 flowing cloud images. His entire body seemed to have turned into a small trickling river, flowing continuously. The river water slowly became turbulent, turning into a gushing river. It surged forward and created countless waves. That's not right, this is not the feeling that the 3 flowing cloud images want. Xiao Chun shook his head and his footwork started to change. The gushing river slowly calmed down, turning into a pool of calm seawater. There were no ripples on the surface of the sea. It was as smooth as a mirror. The clouds in the sky moved quickly in the sea. It was like there was another sky here. The water under the sea flowed slowly. The huge rocks that were as tall as mountains were silently eroded by the water, turning into small depressions. Xiao Chun suddenly woke up. When he looked at his surroundings, he could not help but be startled. He had actually walked 100 meters without realizing it. The 3 Biyun Peak disciples were also dragged over by Xiao Chun. There was not a single part of their skin that was unscathed. They were covered in wounds of varying depths. They could not be any more dead. Wherever Xiao Chun passed by, a 1-meter-wide gully appeared. It was like flowing water had flowed through it. It was so smooth that there were no ripples at all. Song Chenhe looked at all this in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered, "This is the state of perfection like water. Even my father has not reached this state." Taking advantage of the moment Song Chenhe was distracted, Lu Suifeng shouted and the saber light on his saber sword. As the saber light approached, Song Chenhe felt a dangerous aura. He quickly recovered his wits and swung his saber to block this attack. Xiao Chun took a step forward and stared at Song Chenhe, who was fighting. Yan Tianzheng, who was beside him, had already recovered and was struggling to stand up. Dragon seizing hand. Xiao Chun did not even bother looking at him. A huge black palm appeared from nowhere. He clenched his fingers and turned them into a huge fist. The ground trembled and Yan Tianjing was smashed into meat paste. Xiao Chun had a faint smile on his face as he walked towards Song Chenhe. He used his spiritual sense to form a huge deity in the air. That deity opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a torch as it tore through the air and stared at Song Chenhe. This was a deity that was once imitated by an ancient sage. Naturally, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was not as strong as a sage's. However, it was more than enough to deal with Song Qianhe. Song Qianhe, who was fighting with Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun, felt a formless pressure. It was like a pair of eyes pierced through time and entered his mind. As Xiao Chun got closer, the pressure slowly increased. He felt like his heartbeat was synchronized with Xiao Chen's footsteps. Bang! 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 The sound of his heartbeat became louder and louder, like it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. Song Qianhe thought to himself, "What's going on? That person is just an inferior grade martial master. There is no need to panic. I need to remain calm." Although he was doing his best to remain calm, it was like his limbs were bound by something. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to leave many wounds on Song Qianhe's body. Xiao Chun did not make a move. He simply stood quietly at the side and continuously focused his spiritual sense on that deity. Golden halos appeared behind the deity that could not be seen with the naked eye. The golden light was very dazzling and resplendent. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the deity's eyes. The golden light seeped into Song Qianhe's soul. Song Qianhe's body trembled and his eyes opened wide. His body was actually temporarily restricted. After the deity shot out this golden light, it immediately shattered. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His body turned into a flood dragon and soared into the sky. He created a cloud of dust as he passed by Lu Suifeng and Chu Xinyun. In an instant, he arrived before Song Qianhe and hacked at his chest. Boom! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. This fellow actually wore a superior grade Earth-ranked battle armor on his chest. Xiao Chen's saber strike did not kill him in one strike. However, the huge force gathered on the saber sent Song Qianhe flying. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had suffered significant internal injuries. Song Qianhe came to his senses. Seeing that he had lost the upper hand, he turned around to leave. Trying to run? Leave the ice crystal flower behind. Lu Suifeng roared angrily and flew up. The small saber in his hand spun continuously in his palm. He casually tossed it out, and the spinning small saber caused the surrounding air currents to blow up an intense hurricane. The hurricane rose from the ground and instantly engulfed Song Qianhe. Miserable cries came from within. When the hurricane stopped, Song Qianhe fell heavily from the sky, his body covered in wounds. Xiao Chun went forward and removed the universe ring from his hand. Xiao Chun gently touched it, and a large number of inferior grade spirit stones fell out. There were also many good quality medicinal pills and gold notes. Xiao Chun found the ice crystal flower and handed it to Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng revealed a faint smile and happily received it. Seeing at least 100 inferior grade spirit stones on the ground, the smile on Lu Suifeng's face became even wider. He asked Xiao Chun, "What do we do with these spirit stones?" His meaning was very clear. He wanted to split the spoils. However, Chu Xinyun was here, so Lu Suifeng could not say it out loud. He wanted Xiao Chun to say it. Chapter 161. How could Xiao Chun not know what he meant? He cursed in his heart and smiled faintly. "What else can we do? Split it among the three of us." When Song Qianhe, who was severely injured by Qingyun Peak's secret technique, saw that Xiao Chun wanted to split his spirit stones, he scolded angrily, "You bunch of paupers, trash! Don't touch my spirit stones, otherwise I—" Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. He stepped on his face and interrupted him. After that, he stomped on his face a few times. Withdrawing his foot, Xiao Chun slowly placed the lunar shadow saber on Song Qianhe's throat. The danger of death frightened Song Qianhe until he turned pale. "Don't kill me, my father is the peak master of Biyun Peak. He is already a peak martial king. If you kill me, you will not be able to escape." Chu Xinyun advised, "Young Master Yi, we cannot kill Song Qianhe. If we kill him, we will have no way out." Xiao Chun found it funny. Even at this moment, she is still talking about not killing Song Qianhe. If I let Song Qianhe go, could it be that I am waiting for him to recover and seek trouble for me? Just as Xiao Chun was deep in thought, A dagger flashing with a cold light suddenly appeared in Song Chenha's sleeves. He got up and stabbed at Xiao Chun. Song Chenha seemed to have prepared this move for a long time. It was incomparably fast. Although Xiao Chun was deep in thought, he kept his guard up. Just as the cold light was about to reach him, he quickly dodged to the side, dodging the killing move that Song Chenha had prepared for a long time. Wuxia. Seeing Xiao Chun dodge, Song Chenha instantly changed his target. His right hand moved quickly, and the dagger stabbed into Chu Xinyun's body. It dyed her pure white clothes red. Song Chenha did not stop and quickly let go, pushing Chu Xinyun away. There were still a few flame cloud cults there. It was an opportunity for him to escape. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Just as Song Chenha was about to mount a flame cloud cult, it grabbed him tightly. Xiao Chun pulled back with his right hand, causing Song Chenha to scream as he was pulled back. With a loud bang, Song Chenha landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Chun went up and stepped on Song Chenha's face, continuously stepping on it. After a while, Song Chenha's handsome face was badly mutilated from being stepped on. He groaned in pain. "Don't kill me." Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. A cold light flashed on the lunar shadow saber and he hacked at Song Chenha's neck. When Chu Xinyun, who was in Lu Suifeng's embrace, saw this, she said weakly, "Yi Chun, don't kill him, you can't. Were all women so narrow-minded? You nearly died, yet you still say not to kill me." Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. He paused for a moment before continuing to chop down. Every true inheritor of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has a trace of qi stored in the main hall. If you kill him, they will investigate your identity immediately. The Divine Saber Camp will chase you to the ends of the world, Chu Xinyun said anxiously. There is such a thing? Xiao Chun knew a little about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. It represented the most elite force of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Everyone in there was an expert and they had a lot of combat experience. Xiao Chun felt very depressed. He spun his saber and the back of the lunar shadow saber hacked at Song Chenha's neck, knocking him out. When Chu Xinyun saw the situation, her pale face relaxed. She took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Chun. "There is a medicinal pill in there. Feed it to him later, and it will erase all his memories of today." Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He received the medicinal pill and pried open Song Chenha's mouth. Then, he ruthlessly shoved the medicinal pill down Song Chenha's throat. Lu Suifeng looked at the wound on Chu Xinyun's chest. He did not know what to do. He said anxiously, "Yi Chun, what should we do? The dagger is still stuck in Xinyun's body. Should we pull it out?" Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He lowered his body and looked at it carefully. Song Chenha's move was very ferocious. It was very strong. Song Chenha had stabbed the entire dagger in. Fortunately, the situation was urgent and he did not injure any vital points. The dagger was stuck in Xinyun's left shoulder. Lu Suifeng had already sealed a few acupoints nearby, temporarily stopping the bleeding. "Put this medicinal pill in first. I will try to see if I can pull it out now." Xiao Chun took out a blood-replenishing pill from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. Chu Xinyun received the blood-replenishing pill and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She was not in a rush to put it in. Instead, she asked, "Yi Chun, did you refine this yourself?" Xiao Chun was currently trying to figure out how to pull out the dagger stuck in her left chest. He did not have the time to answer her question in detail, so he just nodded his head vaguely. Xiao Chun turned his spiritual sense into a thin thread and sent it into the wound. He saw that there were countless tiny hooks on both sides of the dagger. They were tightly embedded in Chu Xinyun's flesh. Xiao Chun took in a deep breath of cold air. His impression of Chu Xinyun changed slightly. The hooks were tightly embedded in the wound. It was easy to imagine what kind of pain it would bring to her. Chu Xinyun was in such great pain, yet she was able to remain so calm. It was not simple. Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, asked, "Yi Chun, are you confident? This dagger has to be pulled out as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more serious it will be." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Naturally, he understood this principle. However, he was not a professional. Although he had his own ideas, he was not 100% sure that it would work. There are many hooks on this dagger. They are already embedded in the flesh. Furthermore, the wound is very deep. I am not very confident. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun decided to speak the truth. Xiao Chun placed the jade cloud pill in his mouth. The refreshing medicinal energy turned into a cooling sensation as it gathered at the wound and slowly circulated around. Chu Xinyun felt the pain lessen significantly. She revealed a warm smile as she said, "I believe in you. Do it." Lu Suifeng also said from the side, "Yi Chun, do it. Be decisive. Don't drag this out." This Lu Suifeng made it sound simple. This concerns a human life. How can I not be cautious? Xiao Chun thought to himself. Xiao Chun took out a piece of wood from the universe ring and handed it to Chu Xinyun. "Here. Put it in your mouth." "What is this for?" Chu Xinyun asked suspiciously as she received the piece of wood. Xiao Chun was a little speechless. He did not expect that she would not understand such a simple principle. He explained, "Although I know you are very good at enduring, the instant I pull the dagger out, it will be extremely painful. I'm afraid you will not be able to resist biting off your own tongue." When Chu Xinyun heard how horrifying Xiao Chen's explanation was, she was somewhat afraid. She slowly placed the piece of wood in her mouth. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, "Can I ask Miss Xinyun a few questions? Just shake your head or nod your head to answer me." Chu Xinyun nodded her head. Xiao Chun asked, "Miss Xinyun's double eyelids, are they natural or acquired? Are you born with one eye and you shake your head the other day?" What a strange question. Chu Xinyun's face was filled with doubt. However, she still nodded her head. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and continued to ask, "Then Xinyun is really a natural beauty. There should be many guys chasing after her in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right?" A blush appeared on Chu Xinyun's pale face. She looked like a pure little red flower in the depths of the mountains. She looked exceptionally pure. Although she was embarrassed, Chu Xinyun still nodded her head. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and continued asking, "With so many pursuers, has Miss Xinyun taken a fancy to any of them? Have you ever had a passionate relationship with one of them?" Xiao Chen's questions were getting more and more embarrassing. Chu Xinyun's neck was already red. This was the first time someone of the opposite sex was so direct, asking her such a question in front of her. She shook her head to indicate that she had not. Xiao Chun continued to ask such questions, slowly diverting Chu Xinyun's attention. His right hand had already unknowingly grasped the dagger hilt. Xiao Chun was extremely focused. He focused all his spiritual sense on the wound where the dagger was inserted. He carefully observed the taut flesh on the barb of the dagger. "It's time," Xiao Chun thought to himself. "It's time to be ruthless." Xiao Chun had a smile on his face as he said very sincerely, "If that is the case, then Miss Xinyun has no experience with men. What kind of question is this?" Lu Suifeng's jaw dropped. He did not expect Xiao Chun to ask such a perverted question. Chu Xinyun's mind also went blank. Her eyes revealed anger as she stared at Xiao Chun. It was like she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with her. The instant he asked the question, he focused all his attention on the wound. He did not dare to be distracted. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could feel Chu Xinyun's emotions fluctuating rapidly. The flesh on the barb of the dagger started to contract rapidly. Shua! Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity. When the barb of the dagger was completely squeezed out, he decisively pulled the dagger out. Blood spurted out and splattered all over Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chun quickly pressed on the acupoints in front of the wound. Only then did the blood stop spurting out. Looking at the smooth dagger, aside from blood, there was no flesh on it. Xiao Chun smiled in satisfaction. Chu Xinyun had not recovered her wits yet. She was distracted earlier and had almost forgotten about the dagger in her wound. The sudden intense pain caused her to frown. Her facial features scrunched up as she bit the piece of wood in her mouth. After a long time, she finally caught her breath and spat out the piece of wood in her mouth. Thinking of the earlier question, she could not care about her weak body. She sent a slap at Xiao Chun and scolded, "Hooligan!" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and easily grabbed Chu Xinyun's wrist. He used his palm to strike her neck heavily, causing her to faint. Lu Suifeng asked anxiously, "Yi Chun, what are you doing?" Xiao Chun explained, "She is extremely weak now. Her body will not be able to take it if she gets angry like that. It is best for her to rest first." Actually, Xiao Chun felt a little guilty in his heart. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would continue to cause trouble. "Oh!" Lu Suifeng nodded and suddenly remembered the earlier matter. He asked hesitantly, "Brother Yi Chun, what did you mean by that question? I have to explain this matter to him. Otherwise, there will be a big misunderstanding." Xiao Chun said, "The design of this dagger is very vicious. There are barbs all over it. They are already deeply embedded into Chu Xinyun's flesh." Although she did not cry out, her body was actually in a state of high tension. Her muscles were very tense. If Xiao Chun could not think of a way to distract her, she would bleed twice as much when she draws the dagger. Chapter 162. After Xiao Chun said this, he paused for a while. He took out the dagger and said, "The surface of the dagger would not be as smooth as it is now. At the very least, a large piece of flesh would come out. I'm afraid she would be in so much pain that she would bite through the wood." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and felt that what Xiao Chun said was reasonable. His expression turned warmer as he said, "Yi Chun, thank you. Not only did you help me retrieve the ice crystal flower, you even saved Chu Xinyun. Xinyun must still be misunderstanding you. I'll help you explain later." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and patted Lu Suifeng's shoulder. "Don't say that. I received so much care from elder sister Ruyue in Qingyun Peak. Doing this is something I should do. As for explaining or not, there is no need. After all, her situation is more or less recovered. I am not familiar with her, so it is fine to take the blame." After Xiao Chun spoke, he took out a blood-replenishing pill and a roll of bandages from his universe ring. This bandage was something he had bought for himself after he was injured by the ice ape last time, just in case. The bandages were coated with good quality medicine. They were much more effective than ordinary bandages. Xiao Chun handed the bandages and medicinal pills to Lu Suifeng and said, "Go and bandage her wounds." Lu Suifeng received the bandages and medicinal pills and gestured around Chu Xinyun a few times. However, he did not know how to do it. After a while, he said with a flushed face, "Brother Yi Chun, you should do it. I really have no experience in this." "Damn, you just told me to be more decisive. Now that it's your turn, you are shrugging." Xiao Chun said helplessly, "Aren't you chasing after her? This is such a good opportunity to show off, yet you are giving it to me. Are you kidding me?" Lu Suifeng said hesitantly, "Men and women should not touch each other. I'm afraid that when Xinyun wakes up, she will blame me." Normally, Lu Suifeng was very carefree. Now he was acting like this. Xiao Chun felt impatient in his heart. He took the medicinal pills and bandages back. Sila. This was not the first time Xiao Chun did this. He was very familiar with the process. In an instant, he tore off a long strip of the clothes around Chu Xinyun's wound. A large patch of snow-white skin was revealed. Xiao Chun had already trained his mental fortitude long ago. He took out a blood-replenishing pill and crushed it before applying it on her skin. Then, he lifted Chu Xinyun's arm and bandaged it up. Done. After tying the bandage, Xiao Chun got up and said faintly. After doing all this, Xiao Chun started to collect the spoils of war. He actually found another 50 inferior-grade spirit stones on Yan Tianjing's body. In addition to the inferior-grade spirit stones from the 7 Biyun Peak disciples, Xiao Chun had a total of more than 200 inferior-grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chun was tidying up Song Chinha's universe ring, aside from some medicinal pills and spirit stones, he unexpectedly discovered the 3 flowing cloud images martial technique. Xiao Chun gave half of the spirit stones to Lu Suifeng. However, Lu Suifeng insisted on not taking it. He said that he was already very satisfied with the ice crystal flower. Furthermore, these people were all killed by Xiao Chun. It was not reasonable for him to take more spirit stones. Xiao Chun was helpless. He symbolically gave him 10 spirit stones before Lu Suifeng was willing to take it. After that, Xiao Chun started to clean up the battlefield. He burned all the corpses on the ground with his purple thunder true fire. When Xiao Chun saw the flame cloud colts not far away, he noticed that these spirit beasts did not scatter. Xiao Chun was afraid that he might have left some traces behind, so he could only kill all these valuable flame cloud colts. After looking at the unconscious Song Qianhe on the ground, Xiao Chun revealed a look of disgust. He kicked him and sent him hanging from a tree branch at the side. After doing all this, Xiao Chun walked over to Lu Suifeng and said, "Chu Xinyun needs to pick those herbs. There is no time to waste. I will help her pick them. When she wakes up, we will leave immediately." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and said, "I don't remember very clearly. She only thought I said it once. There was ice heartgrass, hidden frost flower, frost fruit, and there seemed to be purple snow lotus. They were all rank 5 herbs. They were not hard to find." Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, "Take care of her first. When I return, we will leave immediately." After Xiao Chun spoke, he quickly left the place, disappearing from Lu Suifeng's vision. After a while, he stopped on top of a large tree. The spirit core in Xiao Chen's spiritual sense quickly extended out. Instantly, all the surrounding herbs appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There were too many herbs. Xiao Chun started to give instructions, eliminating all the herbs that were not rank 5. After that, he only left about 100 rank 5 herbs in his sea of consciousness. This way, it would be much easier to find them. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. He had already found where the ice heartgrass was distributed. There were rank 4 spirit beasts, frost snakes, in that area. Xiao Chun thought for a while and came up with a countermeasure. It was just a rank 4 spirit beast. There was no need to spend too much effort on it. On the other side, as Xiao Chun was doing his best to pick the herbs, Chu Xinyun woke up earlier than expected. The main reason was because Xiao Chun had underestimated Chu Xinyun's strength. Furthermore, because her body was too weak, he did not deal a heavy blow. Chu Xinyun slowly woke up. She felt dizzy and dizzy. After a long time, she slowly woke up. She looked at the bandages on her chest. Her pretty face immediately turned red. She said to Lu Suifeng, "Suifeng, who tore my clothes?" Lu Suifeng was startled. He was afraid that Chu Xinyun would misunderstand him. He quickly distanced himself. "Brother Yi Chun was the one who tied it up for you. I'm not very good at this." Chu Xinyun revealed a sullen expression as she struggled to sit up. She leaned against a tree and said, "This Yi Chun, I originally thought he was just a smooth talker. I did not expect him to be such a lecher. He does not care about propriety or honor. No wonder senior sister Leng scolded him as a lecher." Lu Suifeng felt ashamed in his heart. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, he quickly repeated what Xiao Chun had explained to him to Chu Xinyun. After Chu Xinyun heard it, she thought about it for a long time. She knew that what Xiao Chun said made sense. Knowing that he had misunderstood Xiao Chen, he had an awkward expression on his face. However, he did not want to admit defeat. He said, That doesn't mean he could just casually tear a girl's clothes." Furthermore, he said such vulgar words. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure suddenly landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was surprised to see Chu Xinyun awake. He said in astonishment, "When did you wake up? You need to sleep for at least 10 hours. Otherwise, your body will take a long time to recover." Seeing Xiao Chun suddenly appear, Chu Xinyun's face turned even redder. Xiao Chun looked at Lu Suifeng, and the two of them exchanged glances. Xiao Chun understood what was going on. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This matter was nothing in his original world. However, it was so troublesome in this world. He tossed a bottle of blood-replenishing pills to Chu Xinyun and said, "If you insist on not sleeping, then take this medicine for 3 days. Take it orally and apply it externally. Take it once a day." After Xiao Chun spoke, he waved his hand and passed the herbs he had picked to Chu Xinyun. A silver warship flew out from his right eye and he jumped onto it. Lu Suifeng supported Chu Xinyun and followed. When Xiao Chun saw the two of them board, He immediately controlled the warship to fly towards the entrance of Evil Wind Valley. After a while, Chu Xinyun organized the herbs. She discovered that they were all the herbs she needed. Not a single one was missing. She walked behind Xiao Chun and thanked him in a soft voice. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly and said, "There is no need to thank me. We are even now." He thought about his actions carefully and felt that there were indeed a lot of things that were not appropriate. Although his actions were done with good intentions, it was inappropriate to say those words to a girl. This was probably the reason why Xiao Chun helped her pick the herbs. In the end, he wanted to make it up to her. "That's right, Suifeng. Are our 3 horses fine?" Xiao Chun changed the topic. Lu Suifeng said, "They are fine. If we leave, the people there will continue to take care of them for us. When we have time, we can come back to collect them." The journey was silent. Xiao Chun did not say anything after that. He piloted the silver warship and raised its speed to the limit. It turned into a silver bolt of lightning as it flew through the sky. When they could see Lingyun mountain range, Xiao Chun slowed down. There were countless restrictions of various sizes in the sky above the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If it were not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's warship and spirit pet, they would not be able to barge in even if they had 9 lives. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not make such a mistake. When they neared the foot of the mountain, they slowly landed the silver warship. Then, the 3 of them headed for Lingyun mountain range. After entering the mountain, Lu Suifeng wanted to send Chu Xinyun back. Xiao Chun returned to Qingyun Peak alone. At this moment, it was nearing dusk. By the time Xiao Chun rushed to Qingyun Peak, night had already fallen. Xiao Chun had experienced a lot of things today. He felt incredibly fatigued. After he entered his room, he immediately went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chun vaguely heard a series of violent knocks on his door, startling Xiao Chun awake. Xiao Chun opened his eyes unwillingly. He was in a bad mood as he opened the door. He called out, "Who is it? Are you not letting me sleep?" Wuxia. A sharp killing chi covered the sky and earth. It startled Xiao Chun to the point where he was no longer sleepy. He suddenly woke up and quickly retreated. A small saber flashing with a cold light brushed past his nose. "Are you awake? Do you still want to sleep?" Naturally, aside from Lu Ruyue, there was no one else who could use such a valiant method to chase away his sleepiness. Xiao Chun looked at Lu Ruyue, who had a cold expression and a grave expression. He asked carefully, "Elder Sister Ruyue, what happened? Why did you wake me up in the middle of the night?" Lu Ruyue's eyes turned slightly red. She said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that? After such a big thing happened, you did not even say anything to me before lying down and sleeping. Do you not respect me, your master?" Xiao Chun had never seen Lu Ruyue so angry before. Although she had a bad temper in the past, it was different from today's situation. Aside from being angry, Lu Ruyue also seemed a little sad. Her tone was filled with disappointment. Xiao Chun quickly thought of why Lu Ruyue was angry. He explained, "Elder Sister Ruyue, I feel that I have already dealt with the matters in Evil Wind Valley. There are no more problems." Chapter 163. Suddenly, a pig's head appeared beside Xiao Chun. It said in a trembling voice, "Yi Chun, quickly apologize to my sister. She knows everything." The sudden appearance of a pig's head startled Xiao Chun. After he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a human face that had been beaten swollen. Xiao Chun looked for a long time but could not recognize this person. "Who are you?" "Oh, I am Lu Suifeng." Lu Suifeng's mouth was swollen as he stuttered. He was crying in his heart. Even Xiao Chun could not recognize him. When he went out tomorrow, it would be over for him. Xiao Chun felt ashamed in his heart. He tried to explain for Lu Suifeng, "Elder Sister Ruyue, actually, for the sake of retrieving the ice crystal flower, that was my idea. It has nothing to do with Brother Suifeng." Lu Ruyue shook her head. "You are not in the wrong. The one in the wrong is Suifeng. He was careless in the past and exposed his whereabouts. Furthermore, he even brought an unrelated person with him. We had to obtain the ice crystal flower. Even if we had to offend Biyun Peak, we had to get it back. You were able to help Qingyun Peak retrieve the lost ice crystal flower. Not only were you not in the wrong, you also performed a meritorious deed. However, I do not understand. After such a big thing happened, why did you not tell me immediately? Do you know how serious this matter is? Xiao Chun felt guilty in his heart. He said in a soft voice, I thought that after Song Qinhe consumed the medicinal pill and destroyed all the evidence, it would not be a big deal. Lu Ruyue smiled coldly. You are too naive. That little vixen is the same. Let's not talk about whether there is an antidote for a medicinal pill that causes a person to lose their memories for a day. Even if there is no antidote, he will only forget today's memories. If he had planned this from the start, even if he forgot today's events, he would be able to deduce who snatched the ice crystal flower based on where he was. Xiao Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. Why did he think of this? He thought that as long as Song Qinhe forgot today's events, there would not be any problems. Now, it looks like he thought too simply. Lingyun Mountain Range, Biyun Peak. A place with extremely dense spiritual energy. This was the peak where all the spiritual energy in Biyun Peak gathered. It was also one of the 7 branches of the underground spirit vein in the entire Lingyun Mountain Range. It could be said to be one of the places with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Great Qin Nation. Cultivating on it would allow one to absorb spiritual energy 4 or 5 times faster than a regular person. However, there were only a few people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who could enjoy such treatment. An old man sat cross-legged on a boulder at the peak of the mountain. The spiritual qi in the surroundings was like a mist, constantly pouring into his body. Wisps of green smoke rose from his forehead. This person was the peak master of Biyun Peak, Song Quebec. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Martial King, and he already had 1 foot in the Martial Monarch realm. 20 years ago, many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's elders had died. An expert like Song Ke was now one of the top 10 in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and a figure quickly rushed over from the foot of the mountain. He carried a thick saber on his back. When he was about 10 meters away from the old man, he slowly stopped. He had an extremely nervous expression on his face. When Song Ke felt this person, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a gleam in his eyes as he looked at the person. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, Gong Ming, didn't I tell you not to disturb me for the next half a month? This person called Gong Ming was Song Ke's last disciple. Although he was not a true inheritor of Biyun Peak, his status and position were much lower than a true inheritor's. In the entire Biyun Peak, aside from the elders, he was the only one who dared to disturb Song Ke's cultivation at this moment. Zhao Gongming felt somewhat nervous. He said softly, replying to Master, someone from the main hall sent news earlier. They said that the aura of the life medallion that junior brother left in the main hall is extremely weak. It seems, Song Ke's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, seems like what? Zhao Gongming braced himself and said, it seems like his life could be in danger at any moment. Bang! Song Ke suddenly stood up and the rock he was sitting on suddenly shattered, turning into countless fragments. When the wind blew, the fragments turned into powder and were carried away by the wind. A surging killing intent flashed past in a flash. Song Ke quickly hid his emotions and said, when did this happen? Where did Qianhe go? Who did he go with? Tell me in detail. Before Zhao Gongming came, he had already made some inquiries. At this moment, he reported everything in detail. Yesterday, junior brother brought 6 Biyun Peak disciples. They were all medial grade martial grandmasters and above to Evil Wind Valley. The news I heard was that Lu Riyue needed the ice crystal flower in Evil Wind Valley to use as an ingredient to save people. I am not sure where junior brother got this news from, but he brought people to Evil Wind Valley in advance. Since then, there has been no news of him. A cold light flashed in Song Ke's eyes. He said coldly, Lu Riyue, you better pray that nothing happens to her. Otherwise, I will destroy Qingyun Peak completely. Come, let's go to Saber City. In Saber City's City Lord's residence, Gu Yunbin carefully listened to Zhao Gongming's narration. After that, he said to Song Ke, Brother Song, don't be anxious. I will arrange for people to search for your son. Song K cupped his hands and said, I will have to trouble City Lord Gu. There were spies from Saber City within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Going to Evil Wind Valley to find a person was not a difficult matter for Gu Yunbin. After 2 hours, there was a result. An outer disciple quickly walked in and said, Reporting to City Lord, we have found Senior Brother Song in Evil Wind Valley. Should we bring him back? Song K said, Don't bring him back. Bring me to the scene immediately. I want to see who is so daring. In Evil Wind Valley, Song K looked at Song Chenhe, who had been dragged down from the tree. Rage burned in his eyes. Song Chenhe's face was covered in shoe prints. He did not look like a human anymore. The few Biyun Peak disciples beside him quickly cleaned up the blood on Song Chenhe's body. Then they fed him medicinal pills and bandaged him. Then they used their essence to treat his injuries. After a while, Song Chenhe slowly woke up. When he saw the people in front of him, he did not understand the situation. He asked curiously, Father, Senior Brother, why are you here? Where am I? Damn, why is it so painful? The moment Song Chenhe said that, he discovered that his lips were in extreme pain. Only then did he realize that he was severely injured. There were bandages all over his body. What's going on? Where are Xiao Jiu and the others? How did I become like this? Who did this? Song Chenhe did his best to remember. However, he could not remember how he became like this. Forget worry pill. Gu Yunbin and Song K exchanged glances. They both had an answer in their hearts. The two of them walked behind Song Chenhe and stretched out their right hands. Pure and surging essence entered Song Chenhe's body. Pooh! The essence moved quickly in Song Chenhe's body. Soon it found the medicinal pill in his dantian. The two of them exerted force at the same time. Song Chenhe opened his mouth and spat out a green liquid onto the ground. Gu Yunbin withdrew his hand and said, If another day had passed, the medicinal energy of this forget-worry pill would have completely permeated his body. At that time, even if a martial sage made a move, it would be useless. Since your young master is fine, I will take my leave first. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, only one person had the forget-worry pill. The matter of Song Chenhe being attacked was incomparably complicated. It involved the internal strife of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Gu Yunbin did not want to get involved in this matter, so he took his leave first. Song K did not stop him. He said, This song owes the City Lord a favor. I will repay it in the future. After Gu Yunbin led the people of Saber City away, Song Chenhe completely remembered what happened yesterday. His eyes were filled with hatred. Yi Chun, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. In Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun had not slept since he was woken up last night. The pig-faced Lu Suifeng beside him said, Sis, it is not as serious as you think, right? Lu Ruyue smiled coldly. I think you have been bewitched by that woman. You have lost your intelligence. Just wait, the people from Biyun Peak will definitely come before sunset. Xiao Chun felt slightly worried in his heart. This matter was mostly his idea. He said, Elder Sister Ruyue, if these people really come, you can push all the responsibility to me. I am well aware of it. At worst, I will just leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Lu Ruyue heard this, she smiled gently. Her charming face revealed a gentle expression. Don't you want to learn listening to the sword and communicating with it? When Xiao Chun heard this, he was stunned. During his time in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had asked around in his spare time. His understanding of listening to the sword and communicating with it had deepened. He discovered that it was almost impossible to grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. Lu Ruyue took the lunar shadow saber from Xiao Chen's hands and drew it out with a huang-dang sound. A cold glint flowed on the black blade, and traces of electricity slowly leaped about. She pointed the saber at the sky. When the sunlight shone on the saber, it gave off a faint glow. The streamlined saber was filled with a boundless beauty at this moment. Lu Ruyue looked at it seriously and muttered, You are doing this for this saber, right? If you just leave, don't you want to undo the seal in the saber? Xiao Chun thought of the arrogance sealed in the saber. He felt dispirited. If he could not learn listening to the sword and communicating with it, he might not be able to undo the seal in his life. You don't have to worry about the matter of Biyun Peak. I said it before, the fault lies with Suifeng, not you. You have done well. I only resent you for not discussing such a big matter with me. Elder sister Ruyue, Xiao Chun felt that the words were stuck in his throat, but he could not say them. Lu Ruyue smiled brilliantly. Her pretty face was like a flower. She was like a fairy from the mountains, filled with a special charm. Don't say any more. I forgive you. Remember, don't do it again. Today I will borrow your lunar shadow saber. Wang. Lu Ruyue swung the lunar shadow saber in the air. The saber buzzed continuously in the air. Suddenly, it released an intense electric light. It was as resplendent as the sun, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, the rank 6 Thunder Rock demonic core merged with the saber broke through its previous restraints. The aura of a peak martial king spread out without restraint. An ear-piercing thunder roar came from the saber. It was like a thunder rock leaped out from the saber and roared angrily. A visible ripple spread out in the air. Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng, who were behind Lu Ruyue, felt a huge pressure. It was like their shoulders were bearing a weight of 10,000 tons. It was incomparably painful. Chapter 164. This is a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Lu Suifeng exclaimed in astonishment. This was a true superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. It was only a step away from becoming a subdivine weapon. The Tianwu continent had not seen a heaven-ranked spirit weapon for several hundred years. He did not expect to see a heaven-ranked spirit weapon here. Furthermore, it was a superior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with shock as well. He could not understand how Lu Ruyue was able to recover the lunar shadow saber to heaven-ranked. Lu Ruyue held the lunar shadow saber and stood there proudly. Her clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. She looked down the mountain and said indifferently, "Let's go. They are here." Lu Ruyue sheathed her saber and the aura of the lunar shadow saber disappeared. She led Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng down the mountain quickly. No one said anything. Their expressions were extremely grave. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a group of cultivators rushing towards Qingyun Peak aggressively. They did not hide their killing qi at all. They left a trail of dust behind them, startling countless birds. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the appearance of the people. The person leading them was the last disciple of Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, Zhao Gongming. Behind him were several Biyun Peak elders. They were all martial saints. Song Qianhe, whose head was wrapped like a mummy, was in the middle of the group. Xiao Chun counted carefully. Including Zhao Gongming, there were 7 martial saints and 10 martial grandmasters. Among them, Zhao Gongming was the strongest. He was a medial grade martial saint. The other martial saints were only inferior grade martial saints. It was not strange for there to be so many inferior grade martial saints. After reaching martial saint, every step forward was extremely difficult. Many people would remain in the inferior grade martial saint realm for their entire lives. Hence, people like Lu Ruyue who reached peak martial saint at the age of 24 were terrifying. Even so, Xiao Chun was worried for Lu Ruyue. There were so many martial saints. Although their cultivations were lower than Lu Ruyue's, their numbers could make up for the difference. Song Ke hid himself in the clouds in the sky. He looked at Lu Ruyue and the others with a sinister gaze. Song Qianhe's life was not in danger. Furthermore, there was no concrete evidence to prove that the dead Biyun Peak disciples were killed by Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng. As a peak lord, it was not suitable for him to show himself at this moment. He could just let the younger generation cause a ruckus. It would be best if they could force the one at the top of the mountain out. Song Ke looked at the towering peak of Qingyun Peak and muttered, "Old eccentric Lu has been hiding on the peak for decades. Whether he is dead or alive, he should at least come out. Right now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is lacking in manpower. You do not wish to see a little girl become the pavilion master, right?" Song Ke's gaze pierced through the boundless space, as if he could see the peak of the mountain. Ever since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's great tribulation 20 years ago, the old pavilion master had passed away. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion no longer had a pavilion master. The old pavilion master's daughter, Lang Liusu, became the young pavilion master. The elders' assembly managed the Heavenly Saber Pavilion together. As the saying went, a family could not go without a master. A nation could not go without a ruler. The danger of such a situation was self-evident to the development and prestige of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, before the old pavilion master died, he did not leave behind a clear will. Furthermore, there was more than one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who was qualified to become the pavilion master. Due to all the compromises, it resulted in the current situation. The old pavilion master's daughter would inherit the position of Heavenly Saber Pavilion's pavilion master. The one who was most dissatisfied with this was Song Quebec. Although his strength was still far from those old monsters, he was still qualified to inherit the position of pavilion master. He was the youngest. That's right, he was the youngest among the peak martial kings in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was only 50 years old. After he advanced to martial king, he would have no problem living to 200 years old. His resentment for the position of pavilion master was the strongest among all the peak lords. All along, he had been looking for an opportunity to swallow up Qingyun Peak. At that time, he would have the strength of two factions. He would have a greater say in the elders' assembly. Song Qianhe's pursuit of Lu Riyue was mostly due to Song Quebec. Song Ke had turned a blind eye to Song Ke's underhanded methods and acquiesced to them. Actually, Song Ke had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If it were not for the apprehension in his heart, he would have used forceful methods long ago. Song Ke looked at the peak and entered deep thought. At the foot of the peak, Lu Riyue took the initiative to speak first. Zhao Gongming, what are you trying to do by bringing a bunch of trash and old men here? Before Zhao Gongming could speak, Song Qianhe, whose face was covered in bandages, said angrily, Lu Riyue, your disciple killed 8 of my Biyun Peak disciples. According to the sect rules, you have to hand him over. Otherwise, you will be considered an accomplice. Lu Riyue frowned and a murderous intent shot out from her black eyes. She glared at Song Qianhe, scaring him into taking a few steps back. Lu Riyue mocked. A piece of trash like you is not embarrassed to be a true inheritor of Biyun Peak. You are already like this. You can imagine how strong the ordinary disciples of Biyun Peak are. Who knows which Tom, Dick, or Harry killed them? When Zhao Gongming saw Lu Riyue being so unyielding, he did not get angry. Instead, he rejoiced. He said, Senior Sister Lu, don't change the topic. 8 Biyun Peak disciples did die. Furthermore, junior brother Song saw them being killed by Yi Chun. As for whether he was the one who killed them or not, we will hand him over to the law enforcement hall. Lu Riyue removed the golden identity token from her waist and said in a deep voice, Look at the identity token in my hand clearly. I am the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, not your senior sister. Whether Biyun Peak disciples died or not, even if the law enforcement hall's people come, they will not be able to take them away from me without any evidence. Zhao Gongming smiled coldly and said, Qingyun Peak is just a faction with only one disciple. Are you not embarrassed to use your status to suppress me? Lu Riyue smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, causing the surrounding people to look at her. Their minds became dazed for a moment. Even if there is only one person in Qingyun Peak, it is not something trash like you can laugh at. Right after she spoke, Lu Riyue had already rushed forward. She left behind afterimages in the air and arrived before Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming did not panic. Instead, he was secretly delighted. Even if there was no evidence, as long as Lu Riyue made the first move to injure someone, their actions this time would not leave any room for others to talk about. However, he soon stopped smiling. A resplendent light lit up and the lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huang dang sound. The aura of a rank 6 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a peak martial king, surged towards him. Even with Zhao Gongming's strength as a medial grade martial saint, his breathing actually became hurried before this overwhelming aura. His originally smooth movements became sluggish for a moment. Zhao Gongming gave up on drawing his saber. He controlled his body and quickly retreated. However, this saber was simply too fast. Furthermore, it borrowed the might of the heavenly weapon. The saber light still left a long wound in front of Zhao Gongming. The wound was not deep, but as blood spurted out, it quickly dyed the clothes in front of his chest red. The battle could start at any moment. After the remaining 7 martial saints recovered from their momentary daze, they quickly attacked Lu Ruyue. This was a battle between martial saints. These martial grand masters could not interfere. Saber chi flew everywhere and figures flashed about. Xiao Chun and the others could only see some blurry figures. The range of the battle grew larger and larger. Occasionally, there would be cries coming from the battlefield. An inferior-grade martial saint of Biyun Peak cried out miserably as his arm flew off. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Lu Ruyue did not show any mercy. She fought with her life on the line. Whenever her opponent left a wound on her body, she would immediately counterattack tenfold, not retreating at all. Using the might of the heavenly weapon, Lu Ruyue was not at a disadvantage in terms of aura. Instead, the 8 martial saints of Biyun Peak became more and more fearful as they fought. Occasionally, someone would lose an arm or a large piece of flesh. A few strands of saber chi flew towards Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng. Xiao Chun used his palm as a saber and executed drawing the saber. With a bang, the strands of saber chi were reduced to nothing. Lu Suifeng said anxiously, "Yi-chan, what should we do? If this goes on, even if Sis can obtain victory, she will be severely injured. The other side still has 10 martial grand masters who have not made a move. We are not a match for them. Don't rush me, I'm thinking of a way." Naturally, Xiao Chun was able to think of the problem that Lu Suifeng could think of. He looked at Song Qianhe, who was in the crowd, and thought very quickly. Song Qianhe looked coldly at Lu Ruyue. He did not care much about the casualties in the battle. Aside from Zhao Gongming, the rest of these martial saints had been stuck at inferior-grade martial saint for many years. This time, Xiao Chun had brought them here to send them to their deaths. The true elites of Biyun Peak had not come. Even if they all died, he would not feel any heartache. Biyun Peak could afford to waste their resources, unlike Qingyun Peak, which only had Lu Ruyue. As long as she fell, the others could be dealt with easily. Heaven-ranked spirit weapon? It looks like this operation is going to fail. Should I make a move? Song Ke looked at the battle below from the clouds. He frowned slightly. He could not make up his mind. In the battle, Lu Ruyue took advantage of an inferior-grade martial saint's opening and pierced the air with her lunar shadow saber. She stabbed the saber into this person's heart. Her right hand trembled, and a surging essence flowed along her arm and into the saber. Boom! With a loud bang, that person's body exploded into countless pieces, shattering into pieces. Blood sprayed out in the air like rain, slowly falling down. Lu Ruyue's decisiveness and cold-bloodedness caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble involuntarily. Although they were not afraid of death, when they saw such a cruel way of dying, they could not help but feel a deep fear in their hearts. This is too ruthless. She did not care at all, killing as she pleased. Is she really not afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's rules? Everyone could not help but think this in their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, Lu Ruyue did not stop moving. She swept her saber horizontally and chopped an inferior-grade martial saint beside her in half. Lu Ruyue, you, don't go overboard. Zhao Gongming shouted hoarsely. In an instant, 2 inferior-grade martial saints died miserably at Lu Ruyue's hands. Lu Ruyue's reply was an even more ferocious attack. She held her saber with both hands, and her entire body was covered in blood. She was like a crazed demon, like an evil spirit that came out of hell. She did not care about the wounds on her body. Kasie. Chapter 165. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his right fist tightly. His fingertips pierced deep into his flesh, causing blood to flow out. He could not remember the last time he was so angry. I hate it. To think that I had to let a girl risk her life to protect me. Xiao Chen felt his heart bleeding. Biyun Peak's Song Qianhe, even if I have to face the boundless pursuit of the heavenly saber pavilion. I, Shao Chun, swear to tear you into pieces. I will return today's humiliation tenfold in the future. Two people fell in an instant. The situation immediately tilted in Lu Ruyue's favor. The number of wounds on her body increased continuously, but she did not fall. Her face was already covered in blood. It was a horrifying sight. The remaining martial saints revealed fear in their hearts. They started to move very carefully, hoping to protect themselves. However, this caused them to die even faster. Lu Ruyue did not care about the wounds on her body. She used her saber in exchange for a life. Pu Ci. One of them left a long wound on Lu Ruyue's body. Blood spurted out. Another martial saint chased after her. Lu Ruyue did not care about her pursuers or the incoming attack. She stabbed her saber into the body of an inferior-grade martial saint. Her essence erupted and immediately shattered all the bones in his body. Ca. The attack of the person behind her left another wound on Lu Ruyue's back. However, Lu Ruyue did not seem to feel it. She grabbed the weapon of that person with her left hand and turned around, creating a strong wind. Under this person's horrified gaze, his head was directly chopped off. Soon, only Zhao Gongming was left standing in the field. The remaining 7 martial saints all fell to the ground. They died without a complete corpse. There was not a single complete corpse. Blood flowed all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating. When Zhao Gongming saw the hellish scene in front of him, his right hand, which was holding his saber, could not help but tremble. He thought to himself, this Lu Ruyue is too ruthless. She is ruthless to herself and even more ruthless to her enemies. Do I have to risk my life against her? I am not like these old men. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I am already a medial-grade martial saint at the age of 30. My future is bright, and I have great potential. Such a thought appeared in Zhao Gongming's mind. After a while, this thought spread like wildfire, getting out of hand. If she, Lu Ruyue, wants to risk her life, why should I, Zhao Gongming, do the same? How foolish. Lu Ruyue smiled coldly to herself. With one glance, she could tell that Zhao Gongming was afraid. She casually wiped the blood off her face. Shao Chen grasped the saber hilt again. The blood in his hand flowed down the saber blade and dripped onto the ground. The black blade of the lunar shadow saber was dyed scarlet, making it look like a blood saber. It looked very strange. Kill! Lu Ruyue shouted, and an overwhelming killing chi pressed down on Zhao Gongming. Shao Chen's figure turned into a blurry white figure in the air. The electric light on the lunar shadow saber crackled. It was boundlessly resplendent and dazzling. When Zhao Gongming saw Lu Ruyue flying over, he clenched his teeth and sent out a saber light with his saber. Their figures changed rapidly in the air. At first, everyone could still see their figures, but in the end, their speed became faster and faster. He could only see 2 white shadows swaying non-stop, and there was also the light of lightning blooming in the air. Metallic clangs rang out continuously as saber chi flew in all directions. The rocks that came into contact with the saber chi immediately shattered into countless pieces. The surroundings of the two turned into rubble in the blink of an eye. Bang! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Shao Chen's heart tightened. He quickly looked and discovered that it was Zhao Gongming. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Boom! Lu Ruyue descended from the air and kicked Zhao Gongming's chest heavily. Zhao Gongming's injuries worsened. He tasted something sweet in his throat and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Gongming landed heavily on the ground with a bang. He looked at Lu Ruyue, who was getting closer to him. His eyes were filled with horror. Trash like you dares to laugh at my Qingyun Peak for not having anyone? Lu Ruyue walked over to Zhao Gongming but did not make a move. A faint aura locked onto her in the sky. As long as she made a move, she would suffer a destructive blow. Lu Ruyue looked at the clouds above her head, and the corner of her lips curled up in a mocking smile. The setting sun was like blood. When it shone on her, she looked very miserable. After hiding for so long, are you not embarrassed? Old fogey! Lu Ruyue shouted and quickly drew the small saber at her waist. The saber spun quickly in her hand, creating an intense wind. A strong wind blew and kicked up a large amount of dust. Xiao Chun could not help but close his eyes. Kill! The spinning saber left Xiao Chen's hand and formed a berserk hurricane in the air. There was a sharp cold light in the hurricane. It whistled as it headed for the white clouds in the sky. Its aura was like a rainbow as it surged forward. The hurricane sped through the air and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a hurricane that was dozens of meters wide. It was very horrifying. Boom! There was a loud sound in the sky. The hurricane crashed into the white clouds in the sky. A clump of white fog appeared on the horizon, attracting everyone's attention. They did not understand why Lu Riyue attacked the white clouds in the sky for no reason. When the clouds scattered and everyone saw the scene in the sky, they were all astonished. Song Ke stood quietly in the sky. He held Lu Riyue's small saber in his right hand. There was no change in his expression. He was incomparably calm. He was like an old man in meditation. As he stood in the sky, his aura was withdrawn. He was as calm as flowing water. However, there was a natural might coming from his body. It made everyone feel insignificant. Little girl, are you bullying my Biyun sect because there is no one around? Song Ke snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated in the ears of Lu Riyue and the others. It caused the qi and blood in their bodies to surge. It was clear that this voice contained a high-level secret technique. Bo! Right after Song Ke spoke, he flicked his finger. The small saber in his hand turned into a blur in the air. It gave off a bright light and broke through the air, creating a long shockwave as it headed for Lu Riyue. The small saber arrived in an instant. One breath ago it was far away. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lu Riyue. The force of the saber created a strong wind. The bloody dust on the ground was picked up by the strong wind and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the dust filled the entire space. This was the strength of a peak martial king. With a gentle flick of his finger, there was such a shocking aura. Everywhere the light passed, it could topple mountains and split rocks. Dang! A clear clanging sound came from the flying dust, and after the dust settled, the sound was heard. After the dust settled, everyone saw Lu Riyue holding her saber horizontally in front of her, blocking the small saber descending from the sky. Blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. It was clear that she suffered internal injuries. The small saber spun continuously on the back of the lunar shadow saber. Lu Riyue held the saber hilt tightly with her right hand and placed her left hand on the saber. Even so, Lu Riyue continued to move backward. Her footsteps rubbed against the ground, giving off a rustling sound. The situation was dire. If Lu Riyue could not hold on, the small saber would pierce through her chest. The small saber would pierce through Lu Riyue's chest. After that, she would definitely die. Xiao Chun felt very anxious. However, at this moment he could only worry. There was nothing he could do. Lu Riyue was currently in a weak equilibrium. Although it was dangerous, her life was not in danger. If he helped, this equilibrium would be broken. Without the strength of a martial king, he would not be able to maintain this equilibrium. If he helped, he would only cause Lu Riyue to die even faster. Who? Just at this moment, a white dragon suddenly came out of Lu Riyue's body. The white dragon circled around Lu Riyue and roared at Song Ke in the sky. The dragon roared in all directions. It was vast and boundless. A huge might surged towards Song Quebec. Song Ke frowned slightly. His body paused in the air and moved slightly. The aura of the small saber immediately weakened. Lu Riyue took advantage of this opportunity and shouted. She swung her saber and flung away the small saber. Then, she stretched out her hand and caught the small saber that was about to fall. No wonder this small saber was so strong. It turned out that Song Ke left a strand of his qi in it. Only by breaking this strand of qi could she break this move. A peak martial king, a peak master, actually made such a ruthless move against a junior. This is too shameless. Xiao Chun cursed hatefully in his heart. The white dragon that suddenly appeared should be Lu Riyue's martial spirit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would do such a thing. When Xiao Chun saw the white dragon return to Lu Riyue's body, He felt it was familiar. However, he could not remember where he had seen it before. When Song Ke saw that his move was broken, a trace of anger flashed on his face. Although he did not use his full strength in this move, it was still very strong. However, it was actually broken by a junior. Song Ke felt that he had lost face. He snorted coldly and his body descended from the sky with a boundless aura. He landed heavily on the ground, creating an intense shockwave that surged towards Lu Ruyue. At this moment, Lu Ruyue was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. How could she block the attack of a peak martial king? Her body was immediately knocked back by the shockwave. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he quickly rushed forward and caught Lu Ruyue. He took out a blood-replenishing pill and fed it to Lu Ruyue without giving her any room to refuse. You are of my grandfather's generation, yet you dare to make a move against a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiao Chun helped Lu Ruyue up and glared at Song Quebec. Before Song Ke could say anything, Song Qianhe, who was hiding in the crowd behind him, said, "What kind of status does my father have? Is it up to someone like you, who is not even worth dog shit, to speak to him like that?" Xiao Chun looked at Song Qianhe and smiled coldly. After failing to propose, you resorted to despicable methods. You want to use a life-saving medicine to threaten others. For someone to have a son like you, it is easy to imagine what kind of person your father is. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Anyone can teach this kind of person a lesson. Song Ke's face turned red. He had tacitly agreed to all the things that Song Qianhe had done. Although he knew he was in the wrong, it was not up to a junior to speak to him like that. A surging killing chi, the aura of a peak martial king, surged towards Xiao Chun without any fear. Song Ke's ice-cold face revealed a murderous intent. "Ignorant junior, do you dare to say another word?" The Azure Dragon martial spirit circled around Xiao Chen's body continuously. The pressure on Xiao Chen's body immediately decreased. He looked straight at Song Ke without any fear as he said loudly, "You have no respect for your old age. You have no sense of shame. You have no sense of propriety, righteousness, or honor." Chapter 166. Xiao Chun was prepared to die when he said these words. A bona fide peak martial king would not even need to use a tenth of his strength to easily kill Xiao Chun. However, ambition was important. Wasn't a man living in this world for the sake of pride? Xiao Chun did not care about his status and used his strength to attack his master. Furthermore, Lu Yueru was already severely injured, yet he still dared to make a move. At this moment, if Xiao Chun did not say anything, he would not have any backbone. What kind of man would he be? He might as well die. Song Ke's face was covered in frost. Ever since he became the peak master, he could not remember how many years it had been since someone dared to scold him like this. Furthermore, it was an insignificant inferior grade martial grand master. What a sharp tongue! Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Go to hell. The moment he spoke, Song Ke's body started to turn blurry. He floated towards Xiao Chun like flowing water. Everywhere he passed, it was like he was flowing through a river. The blood on the ground was actually swept clean. 3 flowing cloud images. Xiao Chun thought to himself, when Song Ke executed this 3 flowing cloud images, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. There was no hesitation at all. Everything was natural and natural. It was like a gushing river, not giving off any sense of danger. If this was 1 day ago, Xiao Chun would definitely not be able to block Song Ke's 3 flowing cloud images at its peak. However, when Xiao Chun was in the dense forest the previous day, he suddenly gained enlightenment and entered the state of perfection like water. His understanding of the 3 flowing cloud images reached a level that no one before could understand. Xiao Chun gently tossed Lu Ruyue into Lu Suifeng's hands. His mind was calm as he did his best to recall the state he was in yesterday. At this moment, Song Ke did not seem to have any killing moves. However, Xiao Chun knew that if he did not enter the state he was in yesterday, he would immediately be killed by Song Quebec. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Chun instantly entered the state he was in yesterday. His entire being turned into a calm sea, without any waves. From an outsider's perspective, both of their figures had become extremely blurry. One of them was like a gushing river, while the other was like a calm ocean without any ripples. Boom! The river and the ocean collided. A surging shockwave spread out in all directions, like countless splashes of water. Bang! 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 Water splashed in the air and emitted violent explosions. It was like a tempestuous storm, deafening, continuous, and majestic. Song Ke took 3 steps back. His heart was filled with shock. Perfection like water was a state that could only be grasped in legends. How could he possibly know it? The huge force flowed into Xiao Chen's body. In an instant, Xiao Chun felt like he was going to explode. He felt Song Song's energy. In his sea of consciousness, the calm surface of the ocean that he had transformed into immediately stirred up waves after waves after waves of energy spread outwards. After Xiao Chun transformed into a sea, Chen's sea, the calm sea, there it Xiao Xiao who was in a Chen's body. Xiao the of the Xiao Chen. Chen. Of Chun a of Chen's of a Chun. Of a Xiao. A Chun of Xiao of Chun of Chen. The group of people behind him could not understand either. A strange look flashed in Lu Rui's eyes. There were many kinds of states. Listening to the sword and communicating with it was one of them. She, who had grasped the state of listening to the sword and communicating with it, could somewhat understand what was going on. If a person comprehended a certain state to its peak, they would have a huge advantage when fighting with someone else using the same martial technique. Lu Ruyue had experienced this herself. Song Ke said coldly, "Perfection like water. I want to see how strong it is." Song Ke could not accept the pride of a peak martial king. He had practiced the 3 flowing cloud images for his entire life, yet he could not even compare to a junior. After Song Ke spoke, he turned into a gushing river, surging towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun frowned. He did not dare to be careless. He guarded his heart platform and materialized a boundless ocean. Perfection like water, water benefits all things but does not compete. Xiao Chun understood something in his heart. This 3 flowing cloud images was, in essence, a defensive and counterattacking martial technique. Forcefully materializing it into an offensive martial technique would only be putting the cart before the horse, neglecting the essentials. However, Song Ke did not care about this. He relied on his cultivation realm and continuously charged at Xiao Chun. There were loud sounds of raging waves. The surrounding air started to tremble. After the trembling, there was an unending chain of explosions. The surrounding crowd did not dare to get too close. They all retreated. Song Ke's raging waves kicked up huge waves one after another on the calm surface of the sea. The sound of the waves surged. It was incomparably terrifying. On the vast ocean, Xiao Chun was like a small boat drifting with the wind. He rose and fell with the waves. It looked like he would be swallowed up at any moment. However, after a while, this small boat did not get swallowed up. It continued to drift along with the waves, tossing and turning. Pooh! Song Ke retreated once again. He had already charged at Xiao Chun more than 100 times. Every time he used a huge force, it seemed like he was just a little short of exploding Xiao Chun. However, he did not succeed every time. This time, he completely lost his patience. His eyes revealed an extremely impatient expression. He waved his right hand and a thick saber flickering with a cold light appeared in his hand. Killing chi spread out. Song Ke had never wanted to kill a person as much as he did now. Furthermore, it was an inferior grade martial grand master that he would not even bother to look at normally. Mountain-splitting chop. Break for me. Song Ke shouted loudly. The light on his saber was withdrawn. There was nothing fancy about it. However, it carried an aura that could split mountains. He hacked at Xiao Chun and instantly broke through the formless ocean that Xiao Chun had turned into. Not good. Yi Chun is in danger. Seeing Song Ke give up on using the 3 flowing cloud images, Lu Ruyue cried out in alarm. She wanted to go forward and help, but when she circulated the essence in her body, she could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. She staggered and was about to fall backwards. Lu Suifeng quickly supported her. Lu Ruyue's blood-covered face revealed an expression of extreme dissatisfaction. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at Song Ke angrily. Finally, It seemed like she had made up her mind about something. She grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with her right hand. Xiao Chun opened his eyes ferociously and shot out a bright light. He looked at Song Ke, who was moving at lightning speed, and that saber strike that could split mountains. Xiao Chun understood in his heart that he would not be able to block the saber strike. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. He would be chopped in half and die without a complete corpse. However, Xiao Chun did not intend to block it himself. He flicked his finger and the Eastern Emperor bell appeared from nowhere. It hovered above Xiao Chun's head. After a while, it turned into a huge bronze bell. For some unknown reason, he could no longer use the mysterious yellow qi in the Eastern Emperor bell. Xiao Chun decisively used the bronze bell to cover himself. With a thought, the Eastern Emperor bell immediately fell to the ground with a loud boom, covering Xiao Chun completely. Song Ke smiled coldly in his heart. His hands did not stop moving at all. You want to block a full-body strike with just a damaged secret treasure? Too naive. Boom! The full-powered strike of a peak martial king struck the Eastern Emperor bell violently. The Eastern Emperor bell gave off a melodious chime. The sound waves reverberated in the air. After that, before everyone's astonished gazes, the Biyun Peak's peak master, a peak martial king, was knocked back like a cannonball. Song Ke felt his qi and blood surging, and he felt a sweetness in his throat, as if he was about to vomit blood. Song Ke quickly circulated his essence in the air, suppressing the blood. If he was forced to vomit blood by an inferior-grade martial grandmaster in front of a group of juniors, Song Ke might even have the thought of dying. However, Song Ke did not expect that his body was currently in the air. As he flew back rapidly, if he could not control his center of gravity, he might end up rolling on the ground. By the time he suppressed the qi and blood in his body and recovered his wits, it was already too late to change his center of gravity. There was a loud bang as he landed head first and rolled on the ground. After rolling 2 rounds, Song Ke stood up again. Song Ke's face was ashen. He was suffering in his heart. He was sent rolling on the ground by an inferior-grade martial master. This was even more embarrassing than vomiting blood. His desire to kill Xiao Chun was much stronger than before. There had never been such a person that gave Song Ke such a headache. In his life, he had killed countless martial saints and martial kings. He had fought in many tough battles. However, he had never been in such a sorry state before. He had already forgotten his purpose in coming here. He only wanted to tear Xiao Chun into pieces, to resolve the hatred in his heart. Seeing Xiao Chun hiding in the Eastern Emperor bell, Song Ke did his best to calm himself down and think carefully. Although the rebound of this secret treasure is strong, it is still within the limits of my control. Furthermore, this secret treasure is definitely a damaged secret treasure. As long as I focus my energy on one point and attack continuously, I will definitely be able to break this secret treasure. I can definitely break this secret treasure. After Song Ke made up his mind, he immediately leaped up and hacked at the Eastern Emperor bell. A huge rebound came. This time, Song Ke was prepared. He quickly spun in the air and after a while, the rebound dissipated into nothingness. Song Ke's figure flashed and he flew back to the Eastern Emperor bell. He hacked at the same spot as before. He did this repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, Song Ke hacked at least 100 times. The sound of the bell reverberated unceasingly, spreading throughout the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion like a sponge. When the many inner disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion heard this sound, they all felt it was strange. They all curiously rushed over to the source of the sound. Xiao Chun, who was hiding in the Eastern Emperor bell, also felt extremely uncomfortable. That drawn-out bell chime nearly ruptured his eardrums. His internal organs were churning non-stop. He wanted to vomit, but he could not vomit anything. After hacking at the Eastern Emperor bell for a few hundred times, a small crack finally appeared on it. Song Ke's face lit up with joy and he suddenly leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 1,000 meters above the ground. He wanted to deal the final blow, to completely destroy this damn bell and pull Xiao Chun out and hack him into pieces. The bell suddenly stopped ringing. Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He used his spiritual sense to observe carefully, and he instantly saw the crack on the bell. He could not help but feel some lingering fear. If this Eastern Emperor bell was really broken, with his true strength, he would not even be able to block a single move from Song Quebec. Never mind. Since I am going to die anyway, why don't I give it my all? A resolute look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he watched Song Ke descend from the sky. Chapter 167. Suddenly, the Eastern Emperor bell soared into the air. Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand and grabbed the bottom of the Eastern Emperor bell. He shouted and swept it at Song Ke, who was charging at him. Song Ke was horrified. He had been attacking the Eastern Emperor bell all this time. However, when he saw that Xiao Chun did not react, he was already out of habit. Song Ke was thinking that he only needed one more attack to get Xiao Chun out. Xiao Chun had not expected Xiao Chun to charge at him with the bell in hand. Xiao Chen's rapidly descending body trembled. Before Xiao Chun could react, Xiao Chun sent him flying with a bang. The huge recoil caused Song Ke to fly back like he was swatting a fly. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and landed on the ground. Many of the inner disciples who had rushed over after hearing the bell had just stabilized themselves when they saw this inconceivable scene. An inferior-grade martial Grand Master had sent a peak martial king flying back while vomiting blood. No one could figure out what was going on. This mouthful of blood was actually the qi and blood that Song Ke had been suppressing. From the first strike, Song Ke had not dissipated the recoil from the Eastern Emperor bell. He had only used his cultivation realm to suppress it. He had struck the Eastern Emperor bell for close to 1,000 times. The suppressed energy in his body had already reached a horrifying level. If he continued suppressing it for a long time, it would cause hidden injuries to his body. Hence, when Song Ke vomited this mouthful of blood, his body actually felt very refreshed. However, even though his body felt refreshed, his heart felt even more upset. Song Ke looked at the crowd that was still rushing over. He felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. He thought to himself that he had completely lost all his face today. A peak master was actually forced into such a sorry state by a junior. This joke was getting out of hand. As the saying goes, break a crutch and break a fall. Song Ke's emotions had completely calmed down. Since it had already come to this, as long as he could kill this person, there was no need to care about morality. When Song Ke saw Xiao Chun charging over with the bell, he knew the strangeness of the Eastern Emperor bell. He had already lost all his face, so he did not mind losing some more face. He did not choose to clash head-on. Relying on his advantage in speed, he quickly dodged Xiao Chen's attack. Then, everyone saw an incredible scene. An inferior-grade martial Grand Master used a damaged secret treasure to crush a peak martial king, forcing him to flee. It was a very impressive sight. Seeing the crowd pointing at him, Song Ke remained expressionless. He looked coldly at Xiao Chun and easily dodged Xiao Chen's attack. Xiao Chun also knew what Song Ke was thinking. He was waiting for Xiao Chun to exhaust his essence qi before dealing a fatal blow. In any case, he had already thrown caution to the wind. Xiao Chun also knew what the outcome would be. He held the Eastern Emperor bell and smiled as he chased. Song Ke, your father really knows how to name you. He knows that you lack morals, heart, and calcium, so he gave you some. Why are you running? You are a bona fide peak master. You do not even dare to have a proper battle with me, an insignificant inferior-grade martial Grand Master? Weren't you quite awe-inspiring just now? Why are you acting like a tortoise now? How long are you going to hide? I'll bear with it. Let's see how long you can shout for. Song Ke felt sullen in his heart. However, he did not fall for Xiao Chen's trick. If he attacked now, Xiao Chun would place the Eastern Emperor bell on his head. He could only think of another way to break the Eastern Emperor bell. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Instead, it would be a waste of time. Xiao Chun might as well let him be pleased for now. When his essence ran out, Xiao Chun would torture him and make him kneel and beg for mercy, living a life worse than death. Who is this brat? How can he be so arrogant? To think he dares to speak to Song Ke like that. This brat seems to be Lu Ruyue's new disciple. He is called Yi Chun. He is only an inferior grade martial grandmaster. Lu Ruyue is already arrogant enough. I did not expect this brat to be even more arrogant than her. Indeed, the disciple is like the master. These heavenly saber pavilion inner disciples had good judgment. Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to think that Xiao Chun could defeat a martial king and force Song Ke to flee. There had to be a reason for this that they did not know. Furthermore, Song Ke dodged very easily. He did not panic at all. Even so, everyone was filled with admiration for Xiao Chen's courage. If this brat survives today, his name will definitely shake the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It seems like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has not had such a bustling event in a long time. Indeed, a disciple who just entered the sect a few months ago actually dares to challenge a peak master. In the history of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this is unprecedented and will not happen again. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was damaged, it was still one of the peak secret treasures of the human race. As Xiao Chun controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell, his essence was depleting very quickly. The river in his dantian was slowly drying up. Xiao Chun thought to himself, I can't continue playing around. I have to run. Although it would be difficult to escape with the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun still had to give it a try. He could not just sit there and wait for death. Just as Xiao Chun was preparing to use the Eastern Emperor Bell to open a path and leave this place, the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand suddenly trembled. It turned into a small, exquisite bell and landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chun hated that he could not trample on this Eastern Emperor Bell until it smashed to smithereens. This was not the first time the Eastern Emperor Bell had failed. Every time it happened, it was at a crucial moment. Every time it happened, it was a life-threatening moment. When Song Ke saw the Eastern Emperor Bell suddenly disappear, he was stunned. He thought that Xiao Chun was playing a trick on him. When he saw Xiao Chun quickly flee, he came to his senses. He had finally endured to the end. Song Ke could not help but laugh loudly. Little bastard. Let's see where you can run to. Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure was like a rushing flood dragon, flying on flat ground. Unfortunately, the difference in cultivation realm was too great. Even with a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, his speed could not compare to a peak martial king. A white light flashed and Song Chenha appeared behind Xiao Chun. He sent out a kick. This kick tore through the air and gave off an intense sonic boom. It landed heavily on Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His body slid forward continuously. Song Ke had actually controlled his strength in this kick. He did not want Xiao Chun to die so quickly. Otherwise, the force of this kick would have shattered all of Xiao Chen's internal organs. Why don't you run? Run for me. The rage that Song Ke had endured for a long time was finally revealed at this moment. He revealed a gloomy expression as he walked unhurriedly towards Xiao Chun. In his eyes, Xiao Chun, who had lost the Eastern Emperor Bell, was like an ant. He could play with him however he wanted, but he could not go overboard. If he was not careful, the ant would be squashed to death. When Song Ke thought of this, he could not help but laugh loudly. It was like he was possessed. He was in a state of madness. However, just at this moment, Lu Ruyue, who was holding the lunar shadow saber in the distance, finally completed a certain ritual. Her already extremely weak body became even more unbearable. After the ritual was completed, the lunar shadow saber in her hand glowed brightly like a miniature sun, quickly flew towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, who was on the ground, stretched out his hand naturally and grabbed the saber's hilt. The light on the saber instantly disappeared and it became ordinary again. When Song Ke, who was originally startled, saw this, he calmed down. Trashy master, long time no see. You are still as trashy as ever. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chun became excited and forgot about the pain in his body. He exclaimed, Ao Jiao, is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Xiao Chun asked no 3 times in a row. It was clear how excited he was in his heart. That familiar voice rang out again. It has only been such a short time and you can't even recognize my voice. You really make me sad. Furthermore, the one who woke me up was actually a young lady. I thought I would see you the moment I woke up. The familiar voice rang out again. Without a doubt, Xiao Chun was pleasantly surprised. However, when he heard Ao Jiao's words, he could not help but feel confused. Why did you seal yourself back then? Do you know that I... Before Xiao Chun could finish speaking, Ao Jiao interrupted him. Don't you want a subdivine weapon? I won't explain it to you. I don't have much time left. Let's deal with this old man first. I'll borrow your body for a while. Don't resist. The moment Ao Jiao spoke, Xiao Chun felt a strong mental energy enter his mind. Knowing that this was Ao Jiao, Xiao Chun did not resist and handed over control of his body. Slowly, Xiao Chun felt a strange state. His thoughts were very clear, and he could see the outside clearly. However, he could not make any movements. When Song Ke saw that Xiao Chun was slowly getting up, he laughed coldly in his heart. Then he sent a kick at Xiao Chun. Another intense sonic boom resounded in the air. Xiao Chun revealed a gentle smile on his face. No, it should be Ao Jiao's smile now. It was somewhat strange for a man to have such a smile. Ao Jiao stretched her body and used her left hand to block Song Ke's kick, which was faster than the speed of sound. Then, she casually pulled back and lifted Song Ke's body into the air. What's going on? Song Ke was incomparably terrified. Xiao Chun actually blocked his attack. Not only did he block it, but he also lifted him up. This was too unreasonable. Song Ke calmed down and took a deep breath. His upper body was in the air and he did a difficult sit-up. Then, he swung the saber in his hand at Xiao Chen's head. Ao Jiao's palm struck Song Ke's wrist. Song Ke felt his arm go numb, and the saber fell to the ground. Pa! Ao Jiao's right hand slapped Song Ke, who was in midair. The strength of this slap was so great that Song Ke's body was immediately slapped back, and there were 5 clear handprints on the right side of his face. This slap was incredibly resounding. Not only did it knock out all the surrounding Heavenly Saber Pavilion inner disciples, but it also knocked them unconscious. Song Ke was completely fooled by the slap. What's going on?